Committed to taking action to save our lives. Dozens of us are speaking with lawmakers all week about this issue. But the meetings don't save lives. Action does. And we all march for our lives on June 11th. We will show those politicians that we are not just about talk, we're about action. Thank you.
Let's give everyone a round of applause. This has been a long press event, and I'm just really so excited that you all are still here and that you all are passionate about saving lives. At this time, we're going to open it up to a few questions to see if press have any questions for anyone at Giffords or for any of the folks that are back here. Are there any questions? All right. Well, thank you all so much. We hope that you learned something and that you enjoyed the program. And we're really hoping that, we can push Congress to act so that we can prevent gun violence. Thank you all.
Gun violence prevention, a big topic across our country at this time, especially when we are seeing so many mass shootings after mass shootings happening from coast to coast. Some of the most recent ones are very upsetting at that, especially the one in Uvalde, Texas, where 19 children and 2 teachers' lives were taken. Here at this press conference in the White House, we are expecting to hear from movie star, Hollywood's very own Matthew McConaughey. Just want to remind people why he's going to be at this White House press briefing. It's because he's from that city. He's from Uvalde, Texas. He's been speaking out ever since then that shooting took place about supporting the community and what needs to be done to address the violence that we've been seeing across the country. So we will be in this press briefing as soon as this does happen. Did want to say good morning and thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Want to also give you just a little view of what's happening on Capitol Hill. Here we have our podium set up with the beautiful flags as the backdrop. This is where we're going to be hearing from our Senate leaders on Capitol Hill. So we'll have both the Republicans as well as the Democrats stepping up to that podium talking about some of today's top issues that we are facing here across our country. So with that being said, since they were speaking about gun violence, we know also later today we do have an event with President Joe Biden. He's going to be signing into law 9 bipartisan bills that honor and improve care for veterans. So that will be happening a little bit later here this afternoon. On the Senate floor earlier here today, we did have Senator Mitch McConnell and we also had Senator Chuck Schumer speaking about some of these top issues. We're going to start things off with the leaders. So we'll go to the Democratic side before heading into the Republican side. Chuck Schumer was speaking about not only gun violence happening across the country, but also care and protection for our veterans. Want to remind everyone, while we're going to be in that double box listening in with Senator Chuck Schumer, we are going to be jumping into that White House press briefing in full as soon as we do see that happening. So once again, going to take you out to the Senate floor from just earlier here today.
As the Senate's June work period begins, the American people have one question front of mind. After years and decades of gridlock, will the Senate do something about our nation's gun violence epidemic? Democrats are ready to take action, and soon every single member of this chamber is going to have to answer that question. Today is June 7th, 2022. It is the 158th day of the year. Already, this year we have had over 250 mass shootings. Over 250. That's more than one a day. 2 weeks ago, we saw the worst school shooting in America since the tragedy at Sandy Hook. An 18-year-old boy bought 2 assault rifles for his birthday and gunned down 19 children in Uvalde, Texas. 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. You see the pictures of the kids with their sweatshirts, with their awards, with their trophies. Every parent has seen pictures of children that age. And to know that they are no longer, that they were wiped out, that they were brutally murdered, breaks your heart, just sends shivers down your spine. And a few hours later, these parents will never see their children. A few hours after it happened, parents were realized and told they would never see their children again. 10 days before that, 11 more people were gunned down while grocery shopping in Buffalo simply because of the color of their skin. I still can't get out of my mind the 3-year-old I met when I visited Buffalo, who lost his dad because his dad made a quick stop to the Tops supermarket to get his son a birthday cake. It was his son's birthday. Never see his dad again. Living with that his whole life, that his dad was killed going to get him a birthday cake. And for every tragedy that traumatizes the nation's collective psyche, there are countless others that take place outside the national spotlight. They happen every single day in homes and communities in every part of this country, across every neighborhood, every school, every small town, every large city. Americans of all persuasions are wondering the same thing. When is it going to be enough? When will Congress find the will to act? One party has that will, and soon will determine whether the other side on the aisle will join. That is the challenge that faces this chamber as we begin this work period. Before Memorial Day, I made clear that the Senate will vote on gun safety legislation in the near future. To that end, a handful of my Democratic colleagues, led by Senator Murphy and including the great work of Senators Blumenthal, Sinema, Manchin, Coons, Heinrich, and others, have been holding extended and substantive talks with Republicans to see what can pass this chamber that will meaningfully address our nation's gun violence epidemic. I'm encouraging my Democratic colleagues to keep talking, to see if Republicans will work with us to come up with something that will make a meaningful change in the lives of the American people and help stop gun violence. There's virtual unanimity among Senate Democrats that getting something passed through this chamber is worth pursuing if it will make a tangible difference in preventing gun violence. We know we're not going to get everything we want. We know that the push for even more meaningful gun safety will continue after this debate, but making real progress is very important. Senator Murphy has asked for some space to have the bipartisan talks continue, and I have given him that space. I look forward to discussing the status of those talks with my colleagues today. We owe it to American parents. We owe it to American kids. We owe it to every single neighborhood, every single community, every single household that has been ripped apart by gun violence. This is a tough fight. Nevertheless, we have a moral obligation to do everything conceivable to break the cycle of violence. In the wake of the tragedies in Uvalde and Buffalo, we have a chance to tell the American people that this time their anguish will not fall on deaf ears. We have a chance to tell them we hear them, that we too are angry, and we are going to do everything we can to make some real progress in the Senate, difficult as that is. But it's only going to happen if both sides keep working. Only with that will hope for a compromise translate into real, concrete legislation. We know it's a difficult hurdle to overcome, but nevertheless, we must do everything we can to try and succeed. Now, on the PACT Act, Mr. President, later this morning, the Senate will take the first vote to advance one of the most important veteran health care bills that this chamber has considered in decades. Memorial Day was a little over a week ago, the day our nation honors our war dead and rededicates itself to caring for those who've sacrificed everything to protect our country. Our veterans deserve endless thanks, not just through words, but through action. Today, toxic chemical exposure is one of the most devastating health problems impacting our nation's veterans. Since 2001, as many as 3.5 million service members, 3.5 million, have been exposed to toxic smoke, including toxic burn pits and Agent Orange. Sadly, many of them are unable to get the care they need because of outdated rules within the Veterans Administration that determine eligibility for benefits. This is long overdue for a change. It's something I've been advocating for years. And today I'm thrilled that the Senate will vote to begin consideration of the Honoring Our PACT Act, which my colleagues, Senator Tester and Senator Moran, have done a great job putting together. Every single one of us in this chamber has heard from a military service member who has struggled to afford quality health care. And this is one of the best steps the Senate can take to improve the lives of those who've given their all for our country. The Honoring Our Pact Act would be one of the largest expansions in health care benefits in VA history, and it would make sure that no military service member exposed to toxic chemicals has to endure the indignity of carrying the burden of sickness and treatment alone. I expect today's vote will yield strong bipartisan support, and once we're on this bill, because today is just a motion to proceed, not passage of the bill yet, there's no reason we can't pass it quickly and without needless distraction. Once again, I want to thank Senators Tester and Moran for their leadership on this issue. This issue has been important to me. I've encouraged them, and they have worked so well together, adroitly, so that this bill can pass. I want to thank every single VSO that has advocated for change. And I want to thank prominent voices like John Stewart and John Field, who I just met in my office, who have fiercely advocated for our veterans. We're moving forward today on this bill, and it's my hope, we can reach final passage very quickly. I yield the floor to note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
All right, so Senator Chuck Schumer there was making some comments on something we're going to be bringing to you a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. President Biden signing some 9, that is, bipartisan bills into law, all surrounding veteran care and improving that for veterans. But he had started off his remarks on the floor talking about gun violence, because we have seen a number of mass shootings already take place here this year. We're only into June, and it's going to be something we're going to be hearing about in the White House press briefing as soon as that does happen. Let's go ahead, take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll bring more to you right here on Live Now from Fox when we return. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Just wanted to show everyone we are still waiting here for this press briefing. Yes, it was supposed to take place nearly a half hour ago. Still waiting to see that press secretary step out the door with movie star Matthew McConaughey. This briefing going to be kicking things off, obviously, surrounding the incident in Uvalde, Texas, that mass shooting that took the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers. As soon as we do see the door open, everyone step out. This is going to be something we're going to head into here on Live Now from Fox. Usually, just like what we saw the other week with BTS, they'll kick things off and then they'll leave the room, and then our press secretary will continue things along as they'll be up updating us on a number of other issues we are still dealing with. Border crisis still happening, inflation still at an all-time high. Those gas prices continue to reach new milestones and records of high gas prices. So with that being said, let's go ahead, take a look at the big board. We are seeing a swing up and down here today already, with the markets up more than 170 points here at this time. So a lot to get to in that White House press briefing. It's going to be something we're going to take everyone into in full as soon as that does happen. Until then, though, I, of course, was just playing out Senator Chuck Schumer. He was speaking about not only gun violence, but also on the care that we need to provide to all of our veterans, especially when it comes to some of the things they are dealing with after their time serving in some of the countries that they served in. I know that we just played his floor remarks, and I was going to play Republican Senator Mitch McConnell's floor remarks, but we do have live right now Senator Chuck Schumer. He is speaking about a number of issues, including what the Senate Democrats are doing on Capitol Hill. So let's go ahead. We're going to be playing that, keeping an eye on the White House press briefing, and it's all happening right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Well, we're going to start, and Senator Stabenow told me she'd be here very quickly. Okay, I'm glad to be joined by Senators Durbin, Murray, Stabenow, and Murphy. As we begin another work period, the American people have one question front of mind. After years and decades of gridlock, will the Senate do something about our nation's gun violence epidemic? It's clear from our lunch today, Democrats are ready to take good, strong action, and every member of this chamber is going to have to answer the question, can we actually get something real done? Across every neighborhood, every school, every city, every town, large and small, Americans are wondering the same thing. What is it going to take? When is it going to be enough? When will Republicans find the courage to stand up to the NRA and act? Democrats are ready to act. We've been ready and waiting a long time. It seems that maybe the tragedy in Buffalo, the tragedy in Uvalde, and just the mounting tragedies and mass shootings we see almost on a daily basis may move some Republicans to act. We have a great champion in the Senate and Senator Murphy leading these talks, and he's been helped ably by Senators Blumenthal and Heinrich and Sinema and Manchin and Coons. Senator Murphy has asked for space to see what progress can be made with Senate Republicans, and we're giving him that space. This issue is too important not to do everything we can to find a bipartisan way forward. You hear a lot of talk from Republicans about the importance of bipartisanship in the Senate. Well, now's the opportunity to show us. Once again, we're giving them the opportunity, the chance to say yes. We're ready and eager to find common ground on something that can actually help address gun violence. We know we won't get it all done at once, but the American people want us to get something done, and they want to see Republicans do something and do something real. They want to feel safe when they go to the grocery store or out to a bar or when they send their kids off to school in the morning. We want that too. But unfortunately, the NRA has had a hammerlock on too many on the other side of the aisle. I've made it clear that the Senate will vote on gun safety legislation in the near future. Senator Murphy is working very closely with a bipartisan group of senators, and we're giving him some time. Not trying everything we can do to do something is not acceptable to the families. And Senator Murphy and I have talked to all of the gun groups, the people who work on gun safety. They are in total accord with this strategy of trying to get a bipartisan agreement, even if it's not everything we want, as long as it makes good progress and it's real. I'm encouraged that a good number of Republicans have reached across the aisle to work with us to try and find a path forward. So we're ready to give it a chance. We don't just need thoughts and prayers. We need votes. We need action. We need at least 10 Republicans who are willing to say yes. Senator Murphy has to go to another meeting, so I'm going to call on him with the acceptance of my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Senator Schumer. All of us were home in our states last week, and I think we all had a common experience. In Connecticut, the level of anxiety and fear and unrest from parents and kids that I talk to has no precedent. Parents and kids are really worried about their safety. And they're equally worried that the adults who run the country aren't serious about protecting our communities and our schools. This, to me, feels like a moment where doing nothing is simply not an option. Now, we have to pass legislation that saves lives. None of us should be interested in just checking a box. But I'm encouraged by the discussions that we have had with Republicans over the course of the last week and a half. Every day we get closer to an agreement, not further away. I'm grateful to all of the members of our caucus who have pitched into these discussions, and I'm grateful to Senator Schumer for giving us the space that we need to land an agreement. Obviously, an agreement that we reach with the Republicans won't come close to the full list of things I think are necessary to curb this epidemic. But the American people are looking for progress right now. They're looking for action. And my hope is in the coming days we'll be able to come together in a way that gets us 60 plus votes. Remember, there's no other country in the world in which our kids fear for their lives when they go to school. My passion for this issue is not coincidental to the fact that I have a fourth grader, same age as those kids in Uvalde. And my fourth grader should not have had to go to school the day after Uvalde and had the conversations with his classmates that he did about where they would run, where they would hide if the same thing happened to them. Only in America do those conversations happen, and my belief is that Republicans are engaged sincerely in these discussions, and my hope is that we will be able to have a compromised product that saves lives on the table for our colleagues to consider very shortly. And again, I'm very grateful to all of the members of our caucus that have supported us in these efforts. Thanks, Senator Schumer.
Senator Murphy. Thank you. Senator Durbin.
I wanted to look up the answer to a basic question. How many AR-15s are there in the United States? I can't figure out the number. One estimate was 11 million. That's the low estimate. Then I heard two others, 15 million and 20 million, all credible. We're living in a nation where perhaps we have 20 million of these military assault rifles in the hands of individuals. And we have learned, sadly, what happens when they get in the wrong hands, and too often they do. But gun violence comes in many forms, and the laws that we need to pass to end it will take many forms as well. Count me in to end assault weapons. Count me in for real background checks. Count me in for a real penalty for straw purchasing. The list goes on. Put an end to ghost guns. Put me on that list. But the gun violence that I represent in the city of Chicago is a different gun violence. And I spent my break this last week trying to get inside of this and understand it better. I went several off-the-record meetings with Chicago policemen. We sat down and talked about what it meant to walk those mean streets and all of the killing that takes place every weekend, weekend after weekend. And then I went into the violence intervention and sat down with young people from the neighborhood, closed the door and said, tell me what I need to know about gun violence in your life. And they opened up and educated the senator on what gun violence means to them. So I'm on board for the basics. I've been on board co-sponsoring these bills, but I want to add to the list trauma counseling. Give these kids a chance. Some of them come from struggling families. They have no support. They have no guidance at critical moments of their life. And there's a guy standing on the street corner who offers a membership in a gang that gives them some rules and rewards. We've got to replace it with trauma counseling. So if there's a conversation going on with Chris Murphy, I bless him for what he's doing, include in it an attack on gun violence in the cities too. And that means going beyond just the conversation about what's happening in these terrible mass shootings. That's part of bringing peace to America's streets.
Senator Murray.
Just want to remind our viewers, we are going to be jumping into that White House press briefing. Looks like our final media members taking their spots. As soon as we see that happening, we'll be going into that in full here, especially as we do have Matthew McConaughey, who's a native of Uvalde, as well as a father and a gun owner, joining in on this press briefing. Again, we're listening in here to our Senate Democrats, though, on Capitol Hill, speaking on gun violence.
Work to make it happen. In fact, we're working right now to pass another major bipartisan bill to bolster supply chains and boost American competitiveness and bring down prices by making us less reliant on foreign manufacturing. This week, I hope we can pass major bipartisan legislation to make sure that veterans who've been living with chronic illnesses because of toxic exposure during their time in uniform will finally get the health care and benefits they have earned and that they deserve. Soon, the Senate Health Committee that I chair will mark up the most comprehensive FDA legislation we have passed in many years and the most comprehensive retirement package our committee has passed in a decade. And we will continue to work on a bipartisan package on mental health and substance use disorders. If we can reach across the aisle and reach an agreement that actually helps families, we will not hesitate to do so. That's why we are urging Republicans to work with us and pass the COVID emergency funding bill so our communities are ready for the next surge or the next new variant. And as you heard, we are ready to work with anyone to help end gun violence. And I really hope that we can reach a deal here. But the answer to gun violence isn't arming teachers or putting guns in our classrooms. And there is a real mental health crisis in this country, one I'm working on in our committee to address in a bipartisan way. But we can't just treat gun violence as a mental health issue. It is a gun issue as well.
All right, guys, here we go. Live in the White House press briefing room. Let's listen in as Matthew McConaughey is joining here today.
So I'd like to welcome Matthew and Camilla McConaughey to the White House today to speak on an urgent issue our nation is currently facing. You may know Matthew as an actor, but more importantly, he is a father, a native of Uvalde, Texas, and a gun owner. He is here today to use his platform to call on leaders to take bipartisan action to end the senseless killing and pass reasonable gun responsibility measures that we know will save lives. Just a few minutes ago, Matthew met briefly with the president to talk about the importance of taking action, keeping our communities safe. But without further ado, I would like to bring up Matthew.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Camilla. To make the loss of these lives matter. My wife and I, Camilla, we spent most of last week on the ground with the families in Uvalde, Texas. We shared stories, tears, and memories. The common thread, independent of the anger and the confusion and the sadness, it was the same. How can these families continue to honor these deaths by keeping the dreams of these children and teachers alive? Again, how can the loss of these lives matter? So while we honor and acknowledge the victims, we need to recognize that this time, it seems that something is different. There's a sense that perhaps there's a viable path forward. Responsible parties in this debate seem to at least be committed to sitting down and having a real conversation about a new and improved path forward. A path that can bring us closer together and make us safer as a country. A path that can actually get something done this time. Camilla and I came here to share my stories from my hometown of Uvalde. We came here to take meetings with elected officials on both sides of the aisle. We came here to speak to them, to speak with them, and to urge them to speak with each other. To remind and inspire them that the American people will continue to drive forward the mission of keeping our children safe, because it's more than our right to do so. It's our responsibility to do so. I'm here today in the hopes of applying what energy, reason, and passion that I have into trying to turn this moment into a reality. Because as I said, this moment is different. We are in a window of opportunity right now that we have not been in before. A window where it seems like real change can happen. Uvalde, Texas is where I was born. It's where my mom taught kindergarten less than a mile from Robb Elementary. Uvalde is where I learned to master a Daisy BB gun. That took 2 years before I graduated to a .410 shotgun. Uvalde is where I was taught to revere the power and the capability of the tool that we call a gun. Uvalde is where I learned responsible gun ownership. Now, Uvalde called me on May 24th when I learned the news of this devastating tragedy. I had been out of cellular range, working in the studio all day when I emerged, and messages about a mass shooting in the town I was born in began flooding my inbox. In a bit of shock, I drove home. I hugged my children a bit tighter and longer than the night before. And then the reality of what had happened that day in the town I was born in set in. So the next morning, Camilla, myself, and the kids, we loaded up the truck and we drove to Uvalde. And when we arrived a few hours later, I got to tell you, even from the inside of our vehicle, you could feel the shock in the town. You could feel the pain, the denial, the disillusion, anger, blame, sadness, loss of lives, and dreams halted. We saw ministries, we saw first responders, counselors, cooks, families trying to grieve without it being on the front page news. We met with the local funeral director and countless morticians who hadn't slept since the massacre the day before, because they've been working 24/7 trying to handle so many bodies at once, so many little innocent bodies who had their entire lives still yet to live. And that is there that we met two of the grieving parents, Ryan and Jessica Ramirez. Their 10-year-old daughter, Alethea. She was one of the 19 children that were killed the day before. Now, Alethea, her dream was to go to art school in Paris and one day share her art with the world. Ryan and Jessica were eager to share Alethea's art with us and said if we could share it, that somehow, maybe that would make Alethea smile in heaven. They told us that showing someone else Alethea's art would in some way keep her alive. Now, this particular drawing is a self-portrait, all right, of Alethea drawing with her friend in heaven looking down on her, drawing the very same picture. Her mother said of this drawing, she said, you know, we never really talked to her about heaven before, but somehow she knew. Alethea was 10 years old. Her father, Ryan, this man was steady. He was uncommonly together and calm. When a frazzled friend of his came up and said, how are you so calm? I'd be going crazy. Ryan told him, he said, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You'd be strong for your wife and kids, because if they see you go crazy, that will not help them. Just a week prior, Ryan got a full-time line job, stringing power lines from pole to pole. And every day since landing that well-paying full-time job, he reminded his daughter Alethea, he said, girl, Daddy gonna spoil you now. Told her every single night, he said, Daddy's gonna take you to SeaWorld one day. But he didn't get to spoil his daughter. Alethea, she did not get to go to SeaWorld. We also met Anna and Danilo, the mom and the stepdad of 9-year-old Maite Rodriguez. Now, Maite wanted to be a marine biologist, She was already in contact with Corpus Christi University of A&M for her future college enrollment. 9 years old. Maite cared for the environment so strongly that when the city asked her mother if they could release some balloons into the sky in her memory, her mom said, "Oh no, Maite wouldn't want to litter." Maite wore green high-top Converse with a heart she had hand-drawn on the right toe because they represented her love of nature. Camilla's got these shoes. Can you show these shoes, please? Wore these every day. Green Converse with a heart on the right toe. These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting. How about that? Maite wrote a letter. Her mom said if Maite's letter could help someone accomplish her dream, that then her death would have an impact, and it would mean her dying had a point and wasn't pointless, that it would make the loss of her life matter. The letter reads, "Marine biologist, I want to pass school to get to my dream college. My dream college is in Corpus Christi by the ocean. I need to live next to the ocean because I want to be a marine biologist. Marine biologists study animals and the water. Most of the time I will be in a lab. Sometimes I will be on TV." Then there was Ellie Garcia, a 10-year-old, and her parents, Stephen and Jennifer. Ellie loved to dance and she loved church. She even knew how to drive tractors and was already working with her dad and her uncle mowing yards. Ellie was always giving of her gifts, her time, even half-eaten food on her plate. They said around the house, we called her the Great Regifter. Smiling through tears, her family told us how Ellie loved to embrace, said she was the biggest hugger in the family. Now, Ellie was born Catholic, but had been going to Baptist church with her uncle for the last couple of years. Her mom and dad were proud of her because they said she was learning to love God no matter where. The week prior to her passing, she'd been preparing to read a verse from the Bible for the next Wednesday night's church service. The verse was from Deuteronomy 6:5. "And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might." That's who Ellie was becoming. But she never got to read it in service on that Wednesday night. Then there was a fairy tale love story of a teacher named Irma and her husband Joe. What a great family this was. This was an amazing family. Camilla and I, we sat with about 20 of their family members in their living room, along with their 4 kids. Kids were 23, 19, 15, and 13. They shared all these stories about how Irma and Joe served the community and would host all these parties, and how Irma and Joe were planning on getting a food truck together when they soon retired. They were humble, hard-working people. Irma was a teacher who her family said went above and beyond and just couldn't say no to any kind of teaching. Joe had been commuting to and from work 70 miles away in Del Rio for years. Together they were the glue of the family. Both worked overtime to support their 4 kids. Irma even worked every summer when school was out. The money she had made 2 summers ago paid to paint the front of the house. The money she made last summer paid to paint the sides of the house. This summer's work was going to pay to paint the back of the house. Because Irma was one of the teachers who was gunned down in the classroom. Joe, her husband, literally died of heartache the very next day when he had a heart attack. They never got to paint the back of their house. They never got to retire. And they never got to get that food truck together. We also met a cosmetologist. She was well-versed in mortuary makeup. That's the task of making the victims appear as peaceful and natural as possible for their open casket viewings. These bodies were very different. They needed much more than makeup to be presentable. They needed extensive restoration. Why? Due to the exceptionally large exit wounds of an AR-15 rifle. Most of the body so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify them. Many children were left not only dead, but hollow. So yes, counselors are going to be needed in Uvalde for a long time. Counselors are needed in all these places where these mass shooters have been for a long time. I was told by many that it takes a good year before people even understand what to do next. And even then, when they become secure enough to take the first step forward, a lifetime is not going to heal those wounds. But again, you know what every one of these parents wanted, what they asked us for? What every parent separately expressed in their own way to Camilla and me? That they want their children's dreams to live on. That they want their children's dreams to continue to accomplish something after they are gone. They want to make their loss of life matter. Look, we heard from so many people, right? Families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns. So, we know it's on the table. We need to invest in mental health care. We need safer schools. We need to restrain sensationalized media coverage. We need to restore our family values. We need to restore our American values. And we need responsible gun ownership. Responsible gun ownership. We need background checks. We need to raise the minimum age to purchase an AR-15 rifle to 21. We need a waiting period for those rifles. We need red flag laws and consequences for those who abuse them. These are reasonable, practical, tactical regulations to our nation, states, communities, schools, and homes. Responsible gun owners are fed up with the Second Amendment being abused and hijacked by some deranged individuals. These regulations are not a step back. They're a step forward for a civil society and the Second Amendment. Look, is this cure-all? Hell no. But people are hurting. Families are, parents are. And look, as divided as our country is, this gun responsibility issue is one that we agree on more than we don't. It really is. Look, this should be a nonpartisan issue. This should not be a partisan issue. There is not a Democratic or Republican value in one single act of these shooters. It's not. But people in power have failed to act. So we're asking you, and I'm asking you, will you please ask yourselves, can both sides rise above? Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands? So we got a chance right now to reach for and to grasp a higher ground above our political affiliations. A chance to make a choice that does more than protect your party. A chance to make a choice that protects our country now and for the next generation. We got to take a sober, humble, and honest look in the mirror and rebrand ourselves based on what we truly value. What we truly value. We got to get some real courage and honor our immortal obligations instead of our party affiliations. Enough with the counterpunching. Enough of the invalidation of the other side. Let's come to the common table that represents the American people. Find a middle ground, the place where most of us Americans live anyway, especially on this issue. Because I promise you, America, you and me, we are not as divided as we are being told we are. No. How about we get inspired? Give ourselves just cause to revere our future again. Maybe set an example for our children. Give us reason to tell them, hey, listen and watch these men and women. These are great American leaders right here. Hope you grow up to be like them. And let's admit it. We can't truly be leaders if we're only living for re-election. Let's be knowledgeable and wise and act on what we truly believe. Again, we got to look in the mirror, lead with humility, and acknowledge the values that are inherent to, but also above politics. We got to make choices, make stands, embrace new ideas, and preserve the traditions that can create true progress for the next generation. With real leadership, let's start giving us, all of us with real leadership, let's start giving all of us good reason to believe that the American dream is not an illusion. So where do we start? We start by making the right choices on the issue that is in front of us today. We start by making laws that save innocent lives and don't infringe on our Second Amendment rights. We start right now by voting to pass policies that can keep us from having as many Columbine, Sandy Hooks, Parklands, Las Vegases, Buffaloes, and Uvaldes from here on. We start by giving Alethea a chance to be spoiled by her dad. We start by giving Mayte a chance to become a marine biologist. We start by giving Ellie a chance to read her Bible verse at the Wednesday night service. We start by giving Irma and Joe a chance to finish painting their house. Maybe retire, get that food truck. We start by giving McKenna, Layla, Miranda, Nevaeh, Jose, Javier, Tess, Rogelio, Eliana, Annabelle, Jackie, Azuya, JC, Jayla, Ava, Amory, and Lexi. We start by giving all of them our promise that their dreams are not going to be forgotten. We start by making the loss of these lives matter. Thank you. Thank you.
When you spoke to the president, did he say anything about this?
Are the changes that are being discussed enough for you, Mr. McConaughey? What was your message to the president, Mr. McConaughey?
We are listening in live here at the White House press briefing. Uvalde native Matthew McConaughey getting emotional at times after he has met with a number of families who were affected by the tragedy just a few days and weeks ago. So we will continue to listen in here to the White House press briefing. Some of you are going to be going out to a 2-minute break.
it's running a few minutes behind. So we'll do the briefing until we have to move to the event. Have a couple of things at the top, and then we'll open it up. As I just mentioned, soon the President will sign into law 9 bipartisan bills that support veterans, and he will be joined by members of Congress from both parties, veteran advocates, and veterans who will benefit from these laws. President Biden ran on the promise to unite the country, which is why supporting veterans is a key part of his unity agenda announced at the State of the Union. Supporting our country's veterans is an issue that all Americans can agree on. Among the impact of the bills being signed into law today are 2 that will improve access to breast imaging services for veterans, including those who experience toxic exposures during military service. Other bills to be signed include 3 to honor the legacy of service to our nation, including 1 to award a single Congressional Gold Medal to the U.S. Army Rangers, World War II. The Rangers played a crucial role in the D-Day invasion of Normandy, which began exactly 78 years ago yesterday. Also today, the Senate voted to advance the PACT Act. The President was clear in his State of the Union that addressing toxic exposures is a priority, and Congress should move with the urgency for our veterans. Today, Congress took a major step forward. President Biden looks forward to final passage of this legislation so that he can sign it into law and continue to uphold our sacred obligation to support those who have served our nation, their families, caregivers, and survivors. Today, the administration announced new investments from the American Rescue Plan to help provide every American with access to affordable, high-speed internet. These investments will bring down costs for families and small businesses, particularly in rural and remote areas, and ensure affordability. This morning, Treasury announced the first state awards from the $10 billion Capital Projects Fund, which will make resources immediately available in Louisiana, New Hampshire, Virginia, and West Virginia to connect over 200,000 homes that currently lack access. On a sad note, our dear friend and colleague, Michael Gwynn, will be leaving us for Treasury, where he will serve as Deputy Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs. Gwynn has served as the White House Director of Rapid Response for the past 60 months, responding to the most challenging and difficult issues imaginable. Yet, amidst these often emotionally wrenching stories, Gwen's poise and moral clarity are unfailing, and his willingness and ability to step up has made him an indispensable member of the team. And joining Gwen at the Treasury Department will be our very own Michael Kikukawa, where he will serve as a spokesperson. Michael, better known here to all of you, to all of us as Kiku, has served not just as a press assistant, but as the strong engine and reliable engine at the press shop. His relentless work ethic and dedication to the mission of this team have been second to none. Kiku and Gwen, we will miss you both. Thank you so much. Very heart-wrenching, but I'm very excited for both of you. Wishing you the best. And we do have some hellos. I know we keep announcing people leaving, but we actually have people coming and backfilling some great, great folks who are joining our team. 2 new members who are here to our team. I'd like to first introduce Abdullah Hassan, right here. Some of you know him already, who will be joining us as an Assistant Press Secretary, having previously served as the Deputy Associate Director for Communications for the White House Office of Management and Budget. Amongst many topics, Abdullah will be covering civil rights, immigration, and climate. We also would like to extend a warm welcome to Alexandra Lamana, hello, who is joining us on detail from Treasury, where she has served as senior spokesperson. Part of Alexandra's portfolio will be working on housing, infrastructure implementation, and other economic issues. Abdullah and Alexandra haven't even gotten their full-time badges yet, but we are already getting them hard at work, and we appreciate all of their work thus far. We have felt the impact of it. Okay, please join me on welcoming the team, and with that, I think that's all I have. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thanks, Karina. I know we're getting started here kind of late, and this is the last briefing of the week. I'm hoping you might be able to take this up after the president's event, just because we got a lot of people have questions.
I hear you.
All right, guys, we are listening in live here to the White House press briefing. Now we are getting into the questions and answers. So more questions going to be surrounding not only some of the topics that we all care about, inflation, gas prices, but also on gun violence. We know it has become a huge issue, especially with the amount of recent shootings we've been seeing across the country. We're going to continue listening into the press briefing live after some of you go out to a 2-minute break.
Voice does matter. You heard him speak on Thursday very clearly, very loudly, very passionately during prime time. At a critical time during the day where he made sure that he can communicate with the American people. And so he's the President of the United States. His voice carries, and it does matter. What he says carries weight that is pretty tremendous. Matthew was here because, as you heard, he has a very personal connection to Uvalde. He met with the family. He is from there. He was born there. He lives in Texas. And we thought hearing from him directly, him using his platform, is incredibly important. We all know what it's like or how important it is for folks, especially on whether you are an actor, whether you are in the business sector, wherever you are, to use your platform, how critical and important it is. And I think his words here today were incredibly powerful and emotional. And I thank him and Camilla for coming here today. They met with the president, as I just mentioned. And so I just wanted to just address that. Zeke, the president received an update, as you all know, as we've mentioned, from Senator Murphy on the state of negotiations on Capitol Hill. He told Senator Murphy he strongly support his efforts to find a compromise and encouraged him to get the strongest possible results. In the end, the president said that the message he took from the families at Uvalde when he was there was to do something, was to please do something. That's what the grieving family told him. Some of you heard that yourselves from the community when he was in Uvalde. And so that is what Senator Murphy and his colleagues are going to do. They're going to do just that. I'm going to move on.
It's not a different subject. The president's meeting with President Bolsonaro of Brazil. The AP is reporting that the Brazilian government, President Bolsonaro, wanted concessions from the president for that meeting and for his attendance at the Summit of the Americas, that he wouldn't bring up Bolsonaro's casting doubts about Brazil's election system, as well as environmental concerns in the Amazon. Can you confirm that report? I
cannot confirm that report. The president is looking forward to leaving tomorrow to head to the summit that we are hosting. I can say this: the United States continues to recognize Juan Guaido as the interim president of Venezuela. That said, while the interim government was not invited to participate in the main summit, they are welcome to participate in all 3 stakeholder forums and other events.
Is the president now getting more directly involved in the negotiations on the Hill now that he's met with Senator Murphy?
Well, I want to be very clear here. Senator Murphy has said this many times during interviews on various networks here, that he believes it's time for the Senate to act, and that is what they're doing. The president is encouraged about what he is seeing with this team of negotiators on the Senate side, and he is, like I said, encouraged and wants to continue to see them move forward and take action.
And in the meeting with Matthew McConaughey, did McConaughey go through the same elements with the president that he did here at the podium?
Well, they had a private conversation. I'm not going to read out their private conversation. As you can imagine, the president went to Uvalde himself. He also met with many of the family members. He also heard many of the stories that Matthew came here to share with all of you. So they certainly connected on that aspect.
Thanks, Craig. Is the president willing to accept whatever agreement lawmakers come to, should they come to an agreement when it comes to guns?
So as you know, the president has been very involved in gun reform as senator, as vice president, and clearly now as president, having signed the most executive actions on gun reform than any president at this time of their presidency. And when he was senator, he was talking about this today. It took him years. It took him years to get the 1994 assault ban legislation. Now that was law for 10 years and expired in 2004. And so we haven't seen this type of negotiations or this type of coming together from both sides in a very long time. It's been decades. So he is encouraged. He is optimistic about what he's seeing, about what he is hearing, the update that he received, and so we're going to see how those negotiations go. And any step, he believes any step is a step forward. He's going to continue to call for all of the things that you heard him lay out when it comes to what he sees as a comprehensive gun reform on Thursday. But he also believes that any step forward is important. Clearly, we're not going to negotiate from here, and we're going to leave the specifics to the senators.
And one other question: does he still seek to make Saudi Arabia a pariah state?
Well, I spoke to this yesterday, and I could share some more thoughts on that now. But look, the president was very clear when he was asked about this on Friday when he was delivering his remarks on the economy. And basically, he said, as president, he believes that if there is any way to get peace, he feels like he should take that direction. So Saudi Arabia has been a strategic partner of the United States for 8 decades. Every president since FDR has met with Saudi leaders, and the president considers Saudi Arabia an important partner on a host of regional and global strategies, including other efforts to end the war in Yemen, contain Iran, and counterterrorism. Saudi pilots flew with ours in the war against ISIS. Its Navy patrols with ours in the Red Sea and the Gulf, and the U.S. military personnel are based in Saudi Arabia. As I've said, the president will meet with any leader if it serves the interests of the American people. That's what he puts first. He believes engagement with Saudi leaders clearly meets that test, as has every president before him. I'm going to move around. I'm going to move around. Kate, I'm going to move around. I'm going to really. Okay, I'm going to take one more. I'm Caitlin. I'm going to take one more. I'm going to take one more.
Just on these negotiations, if changing background checks for younger people than 21 is what ends up happening, if opening these juvenile records to more scrutiny is what comes of this, does the president believe that that is meaningful change? Is that satisfying? If that's what comes of this moment, is he okay with that?
So the president was clear last week that there's real urgency, and to make sure something like Uvalde or Buffalo and many mass shootings prior can't happen again. And we're encouraged again by the progress that we're seeing. You know, we're going to stay closely engaged. We're going to not negotiate from here. We're going to let the contours of the legislation and those conversations play out. And what we are encouraged by is that the conversation is happening. Both sides are coming together. We saw the House taking some actions last week. They also will take some actions this week. What the president believes is that we have to do something, and like he said on Thursday, enough is enough. Okay.
By the end of the week?
I can't speak to the timeline. That is going to be up to Senator Schumer and Chris Murphy and their conversations that we're having.
Can you take some on the economy?
Guys, we need a longer break.
All right, guys, so the White House press briefing starting late, and of course they had to rush out before they could get to many more questions that were here. But Matthew McConaughey really making an impact at the beginning of the briefing, speaking not only as a Uvalde native, but also as someone who is a gun owner, saying that laws need to be made for responsible ownership when it comes to guns. And the way that they start doing that is by addressing these issues that we are still seeing day in and day out. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. Christy Larson here with you as we continue to give you the top stories, press conferences happening across the country. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break. When we come back, since gun violence has been one of our #1 issues and topics of discussion, not only on Capitol Hill, we'll take you into some of the remarks made by Republican senators. We had them step up to the microphone during the White House press briefing, but also we did have our Philadelphia mayor as well as police commissioner speaking after they had a recent mass shooting in their city. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have been following this story ever since it happened on Saturday. Authorities do say 2 people are in custody in connection to Saturday's mass shooting on South Street. It did leave 3 people dead, nearly a dozen injured. Philadelphia District Attorney just yesterday announced the arrest and charges of aggravated assault and aggravated assault on law enforcement officers. It is something that the Philadelphia mayor this morning, as well as the police commissioner, were speaking about after visiting with just some of the area businesses as well. Let's go ahead, bring that press conference to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
We thought you were going to talk to us late. How'd that go in there?
Good. I mean, there's some ideas that are being kicked around, and some ideas on how to approach on these issues. The biggest thing is a lot of the culture has changed from when I used to hang out here on South Street, and even from the 2000s. With all the interaction between citizens and police, it makes it difficult for the police to do some of the things they need to do, especially when the crowds are that big. So we're trying to figure out how to control the crowds, how to kind of mitigate the bad interaction and create some opportunities for good interaction, and talk to some of these merchants to see what ideas they have.
Any immediate feedback, Mayor?
I mean, just that the crowds are large and they're difficult to manage, and they're not always responsive to police requests. So we have to figure out a strategy to do that.
So that's aside from just this past weekend, they've had some concerns?
Yeah, I mean, in general, over the last 2 years, I don't know whether it's pandemic driven or just our culture's changing as Americans. We're ruder to each other, and you don't listen to police like I listened to police when I was a kid. So we're going to try to figure out how to approach that.
Do you go back to the old days of Mardi Gras where you put the cattle chutes in and keep everybody moving?
I'm not an operations person, so let me. On some events, probably maybe because we have larger events, and some weekends we have smaller events. So.
Yeah, the answer is it depends, and what the takeaway was for us specifically is that we need to do more collectively to address the smaller quality of life issues before they turn into something larger. So we're not taking a permissive stance as opposed to more of a proactive stance. So I think there's a lot of things that we can do moving forward, but it all boils down to resources. And will the answer be a cop every 2 feet? I don't think so. I don't think that's the answer. But is nipping other quality of life issues in the bud before it turns or blossoms into something larger, I think is something that we can definitely take a look at.
What do you make of the fact that 2 shooters were both licensed to carry those weapons? What do you make of that?
For me, I go back to guns, right? Some folks like to say having a permit versus not. We saw that 2 shooters had permits, but they used their guns in different ways. The guns are falling out of the sky. And even if my expectation for somebody that has a permit is that they know how to properly use them and they use them within the containment of the law. That's not necessarily what we saw here. And there were more shooters than we think. So we have to make sure, again, that we are focusing. Thank you. So we have to make sure that we're not only focusing on the guns themselves, but we're being very careful about who's getting these permits, who's getting these guns, how they're being used, and going back and saying, okay, we've seen it. People who have been shot before or have been shooters, they've had open gun cases. The courts were closed, so they haven't even had the opportunity to be a convicted felon because they hadn't had the chance to be seen in front of a judge in order for that, the next charge to be added. So guns are the issue here. Guns are definitely the issue.
And there used to be a need. You had to show a need for a permit. Either we're worked in an industry where you carried cash at night, or you were doing business in neighborhoods that were struggling in high crime areas. So you could have the police that you needed a permit. Again, the state legislature changed that. The courts changed that. Now you just have to ask for one. We used to have a situation where we had to do intensive background checks on people who wanted to concealed carry permits. Now the courts told us we can't do that. We can't delay their desire to get a gun. I mean, it's. Look, I'm not passing the buck to the legislature or to the U.S. Congress, but it really does make it more difficult, nearly sometimes impossible, as we saw Saturday night, Sunday morning, to control these guns. Again, 6,000 guns taken off the street just last year. I'll bet you they've all been replaced at least twice by now. So again, it's like going in a ring with Mike Tyson with your hands tied behind your back.
Commissioner, you were talking about the quality of life things that you were talking about.
So, we've been told about double parking, and then the double parking turns into a friend pulling up to that double parked car. The music is playing, and now it becomes a block party. Or there's T-shirts being sold out of a doubly parked car. things like that. Making sure that the sidewalks are clear, making sure that if there is, someone who's acting in a disorderly way, that we address it early on, or we earlier on identify those individuals that are out having a good time and can be moved along. So again, I think this is low-hanging fruit. We just need to make sure and continue to look ahead and look forward and assure not only just the business merchants here, but that we're here and we have a presence. We've had a presence on Fridays and Saturdays, but now we're looking forward, along with our operations folks, to make sure that we have enough. And knowing that the holidays, there's summer holidays coming up, that we're properly staffed, and working with other partners to ensure that we have the proper force multipliers in the area.
Are you close to an arrest here? You're looking for 2 more shooters, right, at least?
Well, we know that there were several guns used. We've only recovered a percentage of those guns. We have 2 people in custody, and we have reason to believe that there could be other people involved. Again, it's very complex. We're still reviewing video. We're working with the FBI, the ATF, all of our partners to identify additional individuals, but I'm happy with the progress that we've been making thus far.
Person shooting with a 40, right? Somebody shooting with
I didn't say that. You said that.
Are you?
I will not confirm that, because there's people out there that we're looking for that we don't want them to know that we're looking for them. We absolutely are.
Thanks, everyone. We have to get started on the tour. So thank you again for joining us.
All right, so these were just some very firm remarks from just a little bit earlier here today, especially since the Philadelphia mayor had yet to speak on this issue. We actually did have our cameras catching some moments with him at an event a little bit earlier today as well. Let's go ahead and listen into that sound right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
You said continue. What is the city doing wrong that this continues?
The city is doing everything it can within its power.
Is the city doing everything right?
No, city never does everything right. You do everything right. None of us do everything right.
So what needs to change? What does the city need to do differently?
What the city needs to do is continue to advocate that people can't get guns faster than a driver's license in Pennsylvania. That's a problem. Those 2 guys, if you see the video, the reason they had courage is because they had their courage in their waistband. And if that was, you take the gun out of the equation, that's a fist fight. Somebody wins, somebody loses, and they go their separate ways, and nobody gets hurt.
Those 2 guys were licensed to carry.
I understand they should have been they shouldn't have been. That kid should not. Jeff, I hear you. You don't have to speak loudly.
Okay, well, I want to make sure.
I hear you. That kid should have never been given a permit. Considering his demeanor and the way he conducted himself with a gun, he should have never gotten a permit. Why does he? What did he need a permit to carry for?
Yeah, the other kid both did.
I don't know if the other one had a permit to carry.
No, the DA said.
Well, they shouldn't. Neither should have had it.
Right, but somehow it begins to undercut this idea of illegal guns. These kids had them, got them legally, and still killed each other on the street there.
Correct, and worse yet, wound up being the cause of 2 innocent deaths. That's the problem. And then the other guy with the ghost gun, we still don't know which bullets have hit the 2 bystanders. They're still working on that to try to figure out who to assign those homicides to.
And what do you see in that video, Mr. Mayor?
I see 2 young guys confront each other in an altercation. One won't give the one guy who wound up killing the other guy. He wouldn't walk away. So they show each other their manhood and show each other their guns, and that's why that went further than it should have gone. The first punch on the decedent, the kid no longer wanted to fight because he realized he was in over his head. But if they don't have guns in their possession, I believe they walk by each other.
How does the
There's
city
no
break
code
through that
violations
angle? How do we
issued.
break
There's
through
no
that?
arrest made earlier for disorderly conduct. There's nothing being done beforehand. When we see some of the video happening out there, could have something been done before, and our cops were able to act.
Our cops were right there. They were within yards of the situation. As a matter of fact, discharged one of their weapons to stop the other guy across on American Street from continuing to shoot. So the fact that there were about 70 police that were in that area because we knew we'd have a large crowd after Roots Picnic and after Pride, and that's what we were prepared for. You can't, when someone's carrying a concealed weapon, you can't just stop them and frisk them. That's over. You can't stop their car for any reason other than some violation of the law. So you can't get these guns. And if people are hiding their guns and run into each other and want to be violent, I don't know what else a police officer could do other than respond to the scene, neutralize one of the shooters, and do their best to break it up.
You've got public events all this summer that are going to bring the same number of people here.
Correct.
Are we going to see this again?
Hopefully not. We had public events all last year and didn't have this. So this situation was, I think, random. It wasn't like there was somebody walked into a school and started killing kids. These two had a physical confrontation. They both happen to have a gun, and that's why we wound up where we are.
Do you have enough to change on South Street? You have enough. What needs to
control South Street? We're limited in what we can't tell people they can't come. We can't tell people to leave. We're trying to get our arms around the dirt bike and four-wheelers, but that's difficult because you can't pursue them in a police car or on a motorcycle because you're putting more people at risk. So lots of social problems we're dealing with, but the issue is take the gun out of the equation, and none of it. We're not having this conversation. We will have enough police for the summer. Our issue with police right now is recruitment. Our issue with police right now is recruitment. Not a lot of people want to do this job. So we have difficulty in recruiting, and we're trying to figure out different strategies to get more people to want to become police officers.
You're in a budget situation.
Difficulty recruiting as well as getting guns in the hands of people who are resulting and using that as a part of a way to end conversations and indifferences with others. We're going to continue to give you more of the top stories, press conferences happening across the country. Christy Larson here with you. Thanks so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. I want to give you a live look inside of the White House. That's where we're headed next, as President Biden is signing a number of bills to honor and improve care for veterans. We'll bring you into the White House right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we are always on top of the top stories and events happening across the country. Christy Larson here with you as we continue to give you more that are happening live, raw, unfiltered. You can always count on us to take you into each and every single of these press conferences. Did want to let our viewers know that looking ahead this week, we actually do have quite a few things that we're going to be on top of here for you as well. Coming up on Thursday, you can join us right here at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, and we're going to have some special coverage after there's some insurrection hearings on Capitol Hill. So don't forget, this Thursday already is when we're going to start to have some special coverage. We'll be inside of those hearings in full for you as well. But right now on Capitol Hill, we do have President Biden. He is going to be signing into law 9 bipartisan bills, all aimed at improving care for veterans. Of course, this is something that we told you about earlier here today, and we're going to be bringing it to you from the top right here on Live Now from Fox.
Good afternoon, everyone. thanks to all of the lawmakers and advocates who helped make this day possible. And Mr. President, thank you for inviting our terrific VA team to the White House for this signing. Like the veterans we serve and the country they've defended, our team is strong and diverse. I'm proud to be part of that team, which includes, importantly, our Inspector General, tough advocate for vets. And I'm grateful you invited us today. We at VA believe we have the best mission in government. And with veterans like Colonel Gail Halverson to serve, you see why. With the signing of today's bills, Colonel Halverson's story will be memorialized forever. During the Berlin airlift, pilots like Halverson established an air bridge into Germany that broke the Soviet effort at isolating West Berlin. And Halverson did something more. First with candy from his own ration, then with that of his battle buddies, and ultimately with candy donated by Americans back home. Halverson took it upon himself to airdrop over 23 tons of candy to the children of Berlin, earning him the affectionate title of Schokoladenflieger, or the candy bomber. That act of kindness, paired with our nation's advocacy for freedom, helped convince a generation of young Berliners that we would stand with them always, and forged a relationship that stands strong to this day. It's not hard to see a through line from those days to today's American-led commitment to freedom in Ukraine. Mr. President, the bills you're signing today not only memorialize Colonel Halverson, but help VA better serve vets like him. In your State of the Union, you challenged us to cut through partisanship and get things done for veterans. Well, these bills are the unity agenda in action. This day was made possible because of your leadership. And because, as our president and the head of a military family yourself, nobody better understands our nation's sacred obligation to all those we serve. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce to you a great friend of America's veterans, President Joe Biden.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Well, it's good to see you all. Dennis, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for that introduction, but more importantly, as a lot of the senators here know, for being my friend for a long time. And thank you for joining the administration. You know, when I was forming the administration, I knew Dennis could do any job in the administration. But he wanted to be Secretary of Veterans Affairs because it mattered so much to him. And I think the most important thing to have someone in charge of that department was somebody who cares about what he or she is going to do. I knew he'd pull every lever to deliver results to military veterans and their families. And that's exactly what he's done. I also want to thank all the veteran service organizations that are here today. I'm going to ask you all to stand. I'm not going to read your names out now, but the VA, all the organizations of the veterans organizations, please stand. Thank you. Before we leave today and we finish, I want to thank each one of you personally, because you just keep it going for us. You are the most valuable thing the veterans have. I mean it sincerely. So thank you. We owe you a great deal, and all the families owe you. And the Democratic and Republican sponsors of the bill, especially the leaders of our Veterans Committee, Big John Tester. John, thank you very much, old buddy, and Senator Moran, and thank you, as well as Takano, and you know, Washit is also here. Where are you? Where is everybody? There you go. Okay, you got 4 right across. Yeah, okay. I need glasses. When I look out, the only thing I see is Joe Manchin. Hey, Joe, how are you? God, I wish I had Joe's hair. All kidding aside, all friends, look, you all did so much to make this day possible, all of you. And you're critical to the passage of the PACT Act, which is on the floor right now. And the act would extend benefits and services to those exposed to burn pits and toxic substances during military service, I should say, and we need your support to get it passed. And in my State of the Union address, I laid out a unity agenda of 4 big things that all of us Democrats, Republicans, and Independents could tackle together as a nation. First was the opioid crisis. Second was mental health. Third was cancer. And the fourth was supporting our veterans. Today, our administration is delivering on that agenda. In just a moment, I'll be signing 9 different bills with overwhelming bipartisan support that improve care for our veterans and honor their service and their sacrifice. And you've heard me say it many times before. Our nation has many obligations. It only has one truly sacred obligation. And I mean it, and I've been saying this for over 35 years, sacred obligation. And that's to prepare and equip those we send into harm's way and to care for them and their families when they come home. It's a sacred obligation because veterans are the backbone, the spine of who we are as a country. Less than 1% of the population risk everything to defend our nation and our values and everything we hold dear. And you know, the 99% of us who don't, we owe them. We owe them big. And that's what today's all about, is paying a debt, in my view. The United States and the State of the Union, I talked about, we need to talk about burn pits that incinerate waste of war, tires, poisonous chemicals, jet fuels, and so much more I won't even mention. Toxic smoke with thick poison spreading through our bases and into the lungs of our troops. And when they came home, many of the fittest and best trained warriors we've ever had were not the same. Headaches, numbness, dizziness, cancer. My son Bo was one of them. Under Secretary McDonough's leadership, the VA is pioneering new ways to link toxic exposure to diseases and to help more veterans get the care they need. Earlier this year, we expanded the eligibility for veterans suffering from 9 rare respiratory cancers. But current law does not entitle all toxic exposed veterans to mammogram services. It does now, and until today. The bill I'm signing into law will ensure that veterans who serve near burn pits get the preventative care they need. It's named after Kate Hendricks Thomas. And her husband and her handsome son is here today with 2 cousins. 2 cousins, right? Welcome, guys. Thanks for coming. This guy... And I know when you said you had to go and sit in the front row in front of the president and all the press, you thought, what am I doing? But I'm really glad you're here. We really are. Because at the root of it, Dad, it's all about them. It's all about them. You know, Marie, a military police officer who was deployed in Iraq, diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer from a mammogram. She advocated for women and men in the military to have access to such life-saving screenings. Sadly, she lost her battle in April. Gone too soon, but her legacy is going to live on forever. Our hearts are with Dr. Hendricks Thomas's family, and as I said, are here today, and other survivors, other cancer survivors. Another bill improves breast imaging services for veterans regardless of whether they're exposed to burn pits or not. Another extends the law that sunsets next month to compensate Americans who develop cancer and medical conditions from the nation's World War II era nuclear programs. Beyond medical support for our veterans, several other bills honor our members in uniform and those who fought tirelessly on their behalf. The Congressional Gold Medal is going to go to U.S. Army Ranger veterans of World War II. Rangers who played a critical role in the D-Day invasion in Normandy, which began 78 years ago yesterday. 78 years ago yesterday. This elite group once numbered 7,000, but now it's down to 12, a dozen left. On behalf of our nation, we want to thank them for their heroism and their service. You know, as a point of personal privilege, it was my honor to sign a bill that will name the new VA outpatient clinic that will be built in Hawaii after a dear friend of mine and a former Senate colleague who I work with, and Maisie's here as well, but Danny Kaka. Danny was a great friend. He was an Army veteran of World War II, and a former chair of the Committee on Veterans Affairs. One of the finest people I ever served with. He really was, a man of great honor and integrity. Today, I'm also signing a bill to dedicate a Veterans Center in Utah in honor of Colonel Gail Halverson, known as the Candy Bomber. You heard about it, that Dennis just talked about. And I'm signing a bill that makes it easier to continue honoring veterans who have a building named after them when the VA switches properties. In other words, if there's a named building and the property is being abandoned, whatever building they're moving into, that will take on the same name. We'll have to go through the process of getting it authorized again. The remaining bills focus not just on our veterans past, but the success of their future. We're going to strengthen the oversight of the VA's activities so veterans get the care they deserve, and restoring educational assistance benefits so veterans displaced by COVID-19 can continue to gain new skills to meet the demands and changing the workforce. Look, let me close with this. Last week, we commemorated Memorial Day. And a reminder that our veterans and our military families represent literally the best of America, the best of America. We can never fully repay the debt to all of you, but I promise that my administration will always have your back. I made that commitment when I ran, and I commit that now, and the men and women sitting before me made a similar commitment. We mean it. This is something we Bidens take personally. Every veteran and family member of a veteran who serves has made our lives, our liberty, and our very nation possible. We owe you. We owe you. And we thank you. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. And with that, now I'm going to go and sign those 9 bills. And at some point, I don't know, I'm no longer doing advance work, John, but I got to get you all up here for the signing. We'll work that out. So thank you. And again, kids, thank you for being here, okay? Thank you very much. Maybe I can talk to you afterwards. Will you talk to me later? Okay. All right. Thank you.
That's the event there as President Biden will be signing those bills. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you always joining us here. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We're back, and of course, worldwide here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as always. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us here today, bringing you top stories and headlines from all over the country. We're actually going to go out right now to the U.S. House Rules Committee. They are talking about a proposed bill that would tighten gun laws here in this country. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
For some, it violates the 14th Amendment and the 5th Amendment of the Constitution for anybody that's subjected to a disgruntled spouse or coworker.
Well,
Mr. Chairman,
what distinction?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, this package of bills most certainly does respect the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, like any other amendment, establishes rights that are not unlimited. First Amendment gives us freedom of speech, but in Justice Holmes' words, you cannot cry fire in a crowded theater when there's no fire. You certainly can't falsely accuse someone of a crime. And the same thing here. We're not saying people can't have guns. We are putting certain restrictions designed to promote the public safety, and that is well within the ambit of the rights protected by the Second Amendment.
Mr. Master, you care to respond to that?
Well, we gave them chances to improve this legislation in the committee. Over half a dozen amendments were offered to solve the problem, the constitutional problems in the bill, and none of them were adopted per se. There was one Democrat who did see fit to vote to protect victims of domestic violence, but all the rest voted against it. There's also another constitutional problem with this legislation that the legislation tries to sort of fix inside of itself, and that is that there's nothing in the Constitution that gives the federal government the power to regulate these firearms other than the Interstate Commerce Clause. So I think 3 or 4 of the titles in this 6-title bill say in there, for a gun that has passed through or affected interstate commerce. Now, a couple of the titles don't include that provision, so we would presume that those titles are unconstitutional. The bill itself sort of admits that by trying to fix the constitutional problem in 4 of the titles. But that's what you get when you throw a bunch of 6 bills together like this. Some of them aren't very well thought out, and they have constitutional issues that are even admitted to within the bill by putting in that interstate commerce clause.
Well, Mr. Massey, let me ask you, what distinction, if any, does this legislation make between the rights of law-abiding citizens, people that want to protect their homes and loved ones, and those that obviously want to commit harm or do bad things? Is there any distinction?
It doesn't distinguish. In fact, because the people who are intent on committing crime are not going to obey the laws, it actually, to the chairman's question or point before, I had a staffer who worked for me. Her name was Nikki Gosser, and before she came and worked for me, she watched her husband be murdered by her stalker in front of her in a gun-free zone because she left her firearm in the car. She was licensed to carry a firearm. They went into a restaurant where at the time, in the state of Tennessee, if they served alcohol, it was a gun-free zone. So she obeyed the law. Her stalker did not. She left the gun in the car, and now she has to live with the rest of her life wondering if she could have saved her husband, Ben. And that's the problem with these laws.
One last question. It's abundantly clear that neither of these amendment bills or neither of these bills will get much serious consideration in the Senate. You actually made that point in your opening remarks. In the Senate, there are bipartisan efforts underway to see if there's some common ground here and we can move ahead. But the rhetoric on the other side in the House, with all due respect, is basically this is sort of take it or leave it. Which approach do you think is likely to actually end up with a package that might pass both chambers and be signed by the president?
Well, it has to your point, it has to pass both chambers, be signed by the president, and be upheld by the Supreme Court. And what we heard in our committee is one of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle said that if this doesn't pass the Senate, they will get rid of the filibuster and that they will pack the court. Those were his words. So do they have does any of this, so to answer your question, I would say this legislation doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell as long as they follow the Constitution and the institutions that we have set up. But if they're willing to tear down everything that's been constructed in this country and balanced government in order to achieve it, they could get it passed if they resort to the methods and means that were alluded to in our hearing on this bill.
Thank you very much. Yield back.
Yeah, John, let me just say that I do believe these bills will pass the House, and maybe on some of these provisions there'll be bipartisan support. I would be curious to see how people go home and explain why they thought it was inappropriate to raise the age when a young person can purchase an AR-15 from 18 to 21. But anyway, maybe people feel comfortable with that. And I think it would pass the Senate if it weren't for the filibuster. And by the way, there are lots of exceptions to the filibuster, some that the Republicans put into place. And I think the President would sign this into law. And, and with this Supreme Court, who the hell knows? But because President doesn't really mean anything to them. But in any event, Mrs. Torres.
Thank you, Chairman. It's really disappointing that once again we are here to take up common sense gun violence legislation. Common sense. In response, by the way, to multiple mass shootings across our entire country. All of us saw the horror that unfolded in Uvalde, Texas. 21 people were murdered by an 18-year-old. 19 of them were children, 2 teachers, brutally taken from us while learning their ABCs. It is deeply disturbing to recognize that this event was the second deadliest K-12 school shooting on record and the second mass shooting in just a 10-day span after the shooting at the supermarket in Buffalo, New York, which killed 10 people. I think I might stand corrected on this because there were another 13 mass shootings over the weekend. This weekend, 13. More than 12 people are going to be buried because of the inaction of Republicans. Over 70 people were injured because of the inaction of Republicans. Communities across our country are hurting. No one in the business of cleaning classrooms should have to clean brain matter, blood, body parts from the walls, from the ceilings, wipe the floors. No child should be murdered to the extent that they are unrecognizable. That it would have to take a DNA test for parents after waiting hours and hours and hours to hear if their child was injured, hopefully still alive, but to learn that they would not see their child ever again because their entire body was destroyed by a gun allowed to be on our streets by this Republican minority. You dare to say that is the mental health status, that is we want to blame that people are not mentally stable. But let me remind you of the many times that you have voted against bills that have tried to bring mental health to our communities. Let's just talk about the omnibus. which would increase funding for needed gun violence prevention. And it included $47,184,000 increase for ATF. An additional $44,961,000 for the NICS system. You know what the NICS system is? That's the background check. Because 3 days isn't enough, and we need to fix that system. But you voted against that. You voted against funding to just fix the system, $95 million. For community violence prevention programs, you voted against that. You voted against studying this pandemic that we have. Let me tell you and remind the people what you do support and what you are willing to do. You can't say gay in Florida. I mean, Mickey Mouse is being punished because you can't say gay in Florida. But you would allow a gun manufacturer to build and target children by building an AR-15 for their little hands. What do you expect? A second grader who is calling 911 multiple times asking for help to pull out their junior AR-15 out of their backpacks and shoot back? Unrealistic. You have allowed a gun manufacturer to build a gun, an AR-15 named the Crusader. Crusader. It is stamped with a Bible verse, Psalm 144:1. And the demand is so high for this weapon that currently there is a 12 to 18-month waiting list for it. If you don't know what that Bible verse says, let me read it to you. It says, the fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. Their deeds are vile. There is no one who does good. That's what that Crusader AR-15 is stamped with. Is that religious terrorism, by the way? I don't know. But I know that I've seen a lot of hurt in our communities. Resorting to calling out Uvalde officers, police officers, as cowards because they did not run in when they should have, when we believe that they should have. I think it's cowardly to call them cowards and not do anything to help protect them or their children that we believe they failed to protect. You know why I believe that? Because police officers know very well that their weapons, that their armor did not stand a chance, that their body would not stand a chance against an AR-15. They knew. They knew that if they were shot, that they would not be recuperating. They knew that if they were shot, that their wives and their children and their mothers would not recognize them. They understood that their blood, that their brain matter, that their body parts will be splattered all over those classrooms as well. They knew that. So you can't call them cowards. You should call yourselves cowards for failing our children. No one should have to go through that pain of waiting for a DNA test to know if your child is alive, is in a hospital bed, or part of cells. Can't hide behind mental health issues. Can't hide any longer. People know who you are. People know that you're failing them. When it comes to gun sales, people know your priorities. Your priorities are the Benjamins, as one of my colleagues has said in the past. Your priorities when it comes to guns is how much political money you can put into your campaign accounts. Because if that wasn't the case, all of you would be supporting my bill, a little maneuver that you did under the Trump administration, because murdering children while they're learning their ABCs, and murdering people while they are in church, or murdering people while they are at a concert, or murdering people while they are at a Walmart isn't enough for you here in the US. So you see, they changed the law in gun exports. The State Department, who was in charge of gun sales, gun exports, we kept pushing them because our neighbors to the south and to the north continue to be concerned about the number of weapons that are being sold in their countries. But yet, instead of listening to them, you decided to make it easier for your donors to make more money so they can give you more money. So you changed the jurisdiction from the State Department and gave it to the Department of Commerce. The Department of Commerce, who is in charge of selling US-made goods. Shameful. Shameful. As the chairman earlier stated, you would do anything to protect the ducks in your state, but you have done zero to protect the children in our country, or the God-abiding people in church, or country-loving people who just want to go to a concert and go shopping. Enough is enough. You can stand on the side of children and the victims of your demise, or you can continue to stand on the side of your donors. It's time to take action. It is time to pass these bills. I urge all of my colleagues to support these bills, and I yield back.
Mr. Reschenthaler.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I just want to correct the record on a few things. First, there's been a lot of talk about polling and that 90% of Americans support universal background checks. But the facts just don't support that. There was a great New York Times article that ran over the weekend that talked about the difference between polling and actual vote performance on several referendums. I'm just going to quote some of the states. So in California, there was a referendum in 2016 it was expected that you would get 91 support to curtail Second Amendment rights. The referendum passed only by 63%. In Washington State in 2014, expected support was 81%. The actual support was only 59%. Nevada in 2016, expected support 86%, actual support 50%. Maine, also in 2016, expected support 83%, actual support 48%. So when it comes to the polling, I'm very skeptical because the polling data on this issue doesn't match the actual performance of these public referendums. And these are very liberal states: California, Washington State, Nevada, and Maine. Also, I'd like to remind my colleagues that it was the Republicans, it was a Republican Congress and a Republican president who in 2017 actually shepherded in the Fix NICS Act that's now law. Additionally, just for the record, any commercial firearm purchase requires a background check. That's the current state of the law. So with that being said, Chairman Nadler, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you know what the AR in AR-15 stands for?
Stands for assault rifle.
So that's not, Mr. Massey, you know what it stands for?
Armalite is the original manufacturer.
Yeah, exactly. It's unfortunate because Armalite was the first manufacturer of the platform. I think it was 1963, and it's different than an M16 platform. I know I was in the Navy, shot M16, actually M4s.
But it's still an assault rifle.
I would disagree with that characterization. I'll explain why. It's because with an M4 and M16, there's a function for fully automatic fire, also 3-round burst. On an AR-15, there's no such function because it's a firearm for public sales, not military sales. So I would say to call it an assault rifle is actually a mischaracterization of the platform. It just conflates two different guns that look similar but have very different functions. Also, Mr. Nadler, I recall that when I was on your committee, you wanted to have the right to vote extended to 16-year-olds. Is my memory correct?
No, your memory's not correct. I never said that.
You didn't support House Bill 1, which wanted to take the voting age to 16? Are you sure?
I don't recall ever supporting that bill. There are people back in New York who support the concept. I do not.
All right, your memory might be better than mine, but I'm pretty sure when I was on your committee, you were pushing a bill that included the right for 16-year-olds to vote. But you might be correct. I might be correct. I'll have to go back and check.
I think you're not correct.
Okay, well, that could be correct. I just know there's people in your party and people that testified on that committee that wanted to extend the right to vote to 16-year-olds, but neither here nor there. You were talking about Illinois, Chairman Nadler, and about the gun laws in Illinois. Are you aware that in 2021, just in Chicago, which is a Democrat-controlled city, there were 3,561 shootings. That was actually 300 more.
My point was that in New York, as well as in Chicago, both of which have fairly strict gun control laws, the laws are ineffective, and you have a lot of mayhem committed with guns because you have lenient laws in other states, and people illegally bring in guns which they purchase legally in other states with weak laws, and they bring them into New York or Illinois. And that's why it's called, in fact, the iron pipeline, the pipeline of guns coming in from states, usually in the South or wherever, that have weak laws into states like New York and Illinois that have strong laws. And that, with those guns, there's mayhem.
Yeah, in that, Mr. Chairman, that argument would be compelling if it weren't for the fact that it's already illegal to take those guns into Illinois. It's already a crime to move across the state line into Illinois with those guns.
But as I think the ranking member observed, that I think Mr. Massey observed correctly, criminals don't obey laws by definition. And yes, it is illegal to bring these guns into New York or Illinois, but criminals legally purchase them in other states and illegally bring them in to New York or Illinois, which have strong laws, and there they cause carnage.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, it's just not the ranking member and the chairman of this committee who believe, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to impugn you, Mr. Cole. It's just not the chairman of this committee who has those views. It's actually the president, because when he was a senator, and I quote Joe Biden, "I am convinced that a criminal who wants a firearm can get one through illegal, untraceable, unregistered sources with or without gun control." And again, that was President Biden in his own words. And again, you just admitted it's already illegal to bring these guns in. Yet, despite these cities that have the strictest gun control measures, you have the highest rates of crime. Mr. Massey, would you like to add to that?
Yeah, I would just like to speak to Chairman Nadler's point. You aren't legally purchasing a firearm if you purchase it in one state with the intent to take it to another state and sell it to somebody and you're not a licensed dealer. So that's actually not legal now. And to Chairman McGovern's point about the high-capacity magazine ban would have stopped the shooter at Virginia Tech. The reality is that the Virginia Tech shooter used a handgun, had 17 magazines, almost all of them were 10-round magazines, would not be banned in this law. And also at Columbine, one of the shooters there used a high-point carbine rifle and carried 13 10-round magazines. So I just wanted to make that point clear, that the legislation says, I mean, you're misleading people. You're going to do something about school shootings if you ignore the fact that most of these shootings happen with a handgun. It's the ones with the Armalite 15 that are publicized, and the shooters carry 10-round magazines if it's more convenient than a 20-round magazine, which are actually the 10-rounders are more reliable in many cases than a higher capacity one.
Yeah, and Mr. Massey, you brought up Columbine. I was in high school when that took place, and again, if memory serves me correct, there was already an assault weapons ban during Columbine that did nothing to stop that school shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct, and also the shooters there, when they acquired the firearms, were 17, and they used a straw purchaser, a woman, a girl, I guess, who was older than them. But you know, and then when they later committed the crime, at least one of them was 18. But they acquired the firearms through a straw purchaser, which was already illegal anyway.
Colorado, not at that time.
It's a FF. No, it's.
We had to pass an initiative to make it illegal.
On the 4473 is a federal crime that the girl committed to buy that firearm.
Mr. Perlmutter, it's okay.
I'll defer to you on state law. I assume you're absolutely correct about the state law.
I'll yield to you if you want. I'm not. Okay. Okay, let's just talk about straw purchases in the current state of the law. When you purchase a firearm, on the ATF form, anybody that's purchased a firearm knows this, you've got to check off, and you mentioned this in your statement, you've got to check off if you're buying this for yourself. In fact, the exact language states, and I quote, "Warning, you are not the actual transferee/buyer if you are acquiring the firearm or firearms on behalf of another person. If you are not the actual transferee/buyer, the licensee cannot transfer the firearm or firearms to you," end quote. So there you have, straw purchases are illegal. Are you aware of the penalty on that?
I think it's about 5 years, but it's rarely prosecuted.
Mr. Nadler, do you...
And if I could say one quick thing, that it was mentioned here earlier today that 13 mass shootings happened this weekend. Why weren't all those on the news? Because most of those were probably gang-related shootings committed with a handgun by people who've never purchased a gun legally.
Mr. Nadler, I know this bill, Chairman Nadler, I know this bill takes the sentence for straw purchases from 5 years to 10 years. Do you think that 5-year increase is going to make a difference? I'm genuinely asking.
Yeah, I think so. I think that a 10-year sentence is a very substantial sentence for people, and some people will think twice.
Yeah, I was just curious on that. Are you aware that there was a congressionally mandated study on federal, and I'm going to quote, assault weapons ban that ran from 94 to 2004, and that study found that that ban had no impact on crime. Are you aware of that?
No, my recollection is that many reports said that that ban had very substantial effects and good ones, and it was a terrible day when it was allowed to expire.
Could I interject quickly?
Sure, Mr. Massey.
The sales of Armalite style AR-15 firearms went up from 94 to 2004. Probably the number owned in the United States more than doubled, because the ban was a cosmetic ban on bayonet lugs and flash hiders. And so the manufacturers within a couple years were making the same style rifle without bayonet lugs and flash hiders. And it was a very popular rifle, and sales went through the roof during the so-called assault weapons ban. So if it had an effect, if it wasn't on because it decreased the number of so-called assault weapon rifles out there, they went up.
Right. And Mr. Nadler, my staff handed me a portion of the study that I was referencing, and I will get your staff a copy of it. But the congressionally mandated study that I referred to found that the assault weapon ban from 94 to 2004 found that the ban had no impact on crime, in part, and I quote, because the banned guns were never used in more than a modest fraction of gun murders, end quote. There's also a study from Urban Institute that says rifles of any type are used in only 2% of murders. Rifles are only used in 2% of murders. There's an FBI study. Subsequent research conducted by the RAND Corporation found no conclusive evidence that banning assault weapons or large capacity magazines has an effect on mass shootings or violent crime. So again, the facts are as they are. Additionally, there was another study that revealed that murder rates were 19.3% higher when the federal assault weapon ban was in effect. I think, Mr. Massey, you were referring to that. Additionally, the San Bernardino and the Newton mass shootings took place despite the existence of assault weapon bans in California and Connecticut, respectively. Additionally, in 2019, the FBI reported there were 4 times as many individuals listed as killed with knives or cutting instruments than with rifles of any kind, and that rifles were listed as being used in less homicides than blunt objects or personal weapons like hands and fists. So, Representative Massey, I know you were talking about James versus Bonta, which is the Ninth Circuit case from 2022 that dealt with California banning 18 to 20-year-olds. Would you like to expand upon that?
Well, in Heller, the problem is, and I know my colleague Mr. Raskin is going to jump to Heller and extol the virtues of one of the majority decisions, I think, here after a while. But what they said is you can't completely extinguish a person's right. Not that it couldn't be regulated, just anticipating Mr. Raskin's comments. But what you will virtually do, and I think they're going to say, that, when the Supreme Court rules on this, just like the Ninth Circuit has ruled here recently on the ban on long guns for 18, 19, and 20-year-olds in California, I think they're going to say that you went too far, that you've, not for everybody, but for a category of people who are protected under the Constitution, you've virtually extinguished their right to legally acquire a firearm.
Mr. Massey, I'd like to just talk about the so-called large capacity that my colleagues across the aisle keep talking about. I would describe this as actually regular capacity because most, you could expand upon that, what most handguns actually take in terms of capacity. But to your knowledge, do these magazine limits actually impact crime, or does it just take away the rights of law-abiding citizens?
Well, the chairman earlier said that in Kentucky you can't engage game birds with migratory game birds with more than 3 rounds. Well, that's to give them a sporting chance. We don't intend to give would-be rapists and thieves and murderers who break into our house a sporting chance in Kentucky. So that doesn't similarly exist. But, with handguns, now, as you said, the standard capacity is more than 10, unless it's a very small handgun. But a standard size Glock, for instance, most of those come with magazine capacities that are higher than 10. And so you're virtually banning the gun itself if you ban the magazine that it accepts. And so when they say they don't want to take away your guns, yeah, they want to take away every one of those handguns that can accept a double-stack magazine or something that holds more than 10.
You were talking about the firearm storage requirements and how that may impact a gun owner's right. Could you expand upon that, please? This
is probably the most terrifying provision of the bill. one of the bad parts is that criminals, they know that anybody who's going to follow this law is going to have their guns locked up and hard to access in the event of a break-in. But what's more disturbing, I think, is the vague, loose wording of what is stored securely. It says what a reasonable person would consider secure. It's literally the term that is used in here, a reasonable person. And so I don't know who that reasonable person is going to be, but it could be an anti-gun director of the ATF, who now becomes the person who gets to adjudicate reasonable. And if a reasonable person, maybe the director of the ATF who doesn't like guns, says that it's not stored safely, that's grounds for confiscation at that point. Again, they say they don't want to take your guns. Why would they have the provision to confiscate your gun if there's some disagreement about what reasonable and secure is?
I'd like to turn now to talk about the so-called rapid due process. It's in the bill, too. As my colleagues on this committee know, I used to be a district judge in Pennsylvania. I actually had to have ex parte hearings where you only have one, by definition, you only have one side. I can tell you it's incredibly difficult to ascertain a decision when you're only hearing from one side, incredibly difficult. In the vast majority of the time, the petitioner wins, which isn't surprising because the other side isn't there. Would you like to talk about the aspect of ex parte hearings relative to this bill?
I think it goes against several hundred years of jurisprudence here that you wouldn't get to know who your accuser was, and that you're not guaranteed a lawyer in a lot of those situations, especially the various state laws. So I think it's troublesome just that it turns all of that on its head. And to get your rights back, if you look at Florida's that have at states like maybe Florida that have instituted this, a lot of them upon further review are overturned, and a lot are not. And it takes about $10,000 of resources. You would know better than I that
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone, as we are getting a bonus here, as there is a second White House briefing underway right now, just starting up, and Press Secretary said she wanted to take more questions from the media after they had to cut out early for the president.
Thank you. Listen, Matt McConaughey was banging on that podium just a few minutes ago before you left, and he had some specific policy asks, and a lot of them were, not all of them, but a lot were about guns. He wanted to raise the age from 18 to 21 for AR-15s. He talked about a waiting period for AR-15s, and he talked about red flag laws and background checks. So my question is, you and the president have made very generalized comments lately about doing something. Why won't he demand one of those things be in an overall package?
You're talking about the president. Why won't he demand?
I know he supports the policies, but is his message to these negotiators that those gun measures need to be in the package?
His message to the negotiators is that we have to do something. His message is to the American people, we have to do something. He went to Uvalde, as you know, he went to Buffalo, and when he was in Uvalde, and I was there with him, and some of you were there with him as well, the two words that he heard over and over again is do something. And so he is very encouraged by the engagement that he's seeing on the Senate side with the bipartisan group, and he wants to give them the space. We're not going to negotiate from here on what should be in the package, what should not be in the package, but we believe it's a step forward. The president's going to continue to call for and fight for all of the comprehensive components to prevent gun violence that he talked about on Thursday. That will not stop. He's going to continue to do that, but we're just not going to negotiate from here.
John Cornyn, in his public comments, was talking today on the Senate floor about really hardening doors at schools and these sort of items. If the package only has that and not one of these specific gun measures, will it be a success?
Again, I'm not going to negotiate from here. We're going to give them some space. It's a bipartisan conversation that's happening. It's going to be a bipartisan agreement. We see, or we feel. And Senator Murphy is very optimistic, and he has said this is the most optimistic that he has been in some time. And he came in, as you know, and gave an update to the president. So we're going to see how this conversation continues to go.
Thank you, Corinne. Why do you think it is that 83% of people polled by the Wall Street Journal say the economy is poor or not so good?
So when it comes to consumer confidence, is what you're talking about there, we know that can reflect concern and uncertainty about higher prices. People feel the effect of high prices when they go to the grocery store and they feel they're up their gas tank, which the president understands very personally when he was growing up, and understanding how when prices elevate even just a bit, how much that can hurt a family, how much that can really affect someone's household. But the fact is, we are in a fundamentally different place compared to when the president took office and compared to this time a year ago. And so, during this presidency, people felt uncertain about the economy generally, but they actually felt as good about their personal financial situation as they ever have, according to the Federal Reserve survey, with nearly 80% of adults reporting that they are financially comfortable. So that matters as well.
But to the point about, you're saying that people feel good about their personal financial situation. High gas prices, people can't get baby formula, the supply chain is messed up, everything is more expensive. Where's the good part?
So the survey that I just read off started in 2013, and that is the first time that we saw numbers like this since 2013. So that does mean something. Just like you gave me 83%, I'm giving you
newer than 2013. 61% are saying now in this Wall Street Journal poll they are generally pessimistic about people having an opportunity to achieve the American dream. How's that going to look on a bumper sticker?
I guess what I'm trying to say, Peter, is that we understand that people are feeling this. They are feeling the increase of prices, which with food in particular right now, and gas. That is something that we understand. What I'm trying to say to you is that the economy is in a better place than it has been historically. And so we feel here at this administration, and other experts as well, is that we feel that we are in a good position to take on inflation. We are in a good position to really start really working on lowering prices. We leave that piece to the Federal Reserve. They have the monetary policies to deal with to have the best tools to make sure that we bring down inflation. That's the pain that the American family is feeling. And so that's what we're saying. What we're saying is that we were in a different place a year ago, and now we are in a much better place economically, but there's still work to do, and we understand that.
Okay, and then just quickly on gas prices, the Energy Secretary Granholm is saying, oh, well, if you went to Canada, you'd be paying $6.25 a gallon. If you went to Germany, you'd be paying over $8.80. In the UK, it's almost $8 a gallon. What kind of an argument is that?
What she's trying to say, and what we have all been trying to say, is this is a global challenge. This is not just in the United States that people are feeling inflation or people are seeing elevated gas prices.
And isn't the president's job to protect Americans from global challenges?
He's doing his part in trying to make sure that the American people feel the impact less. But here's the thing, and we've talked about this, since Russia invaded Ukraine, we have seen gas prices, these are the facts, go up by $1.51. We have seen food prices go up because of what Ukraine and Russia represent when it comes to wheat and corn. This is just a fact. This is what we have seen for the past several months. The president has done, he's tapped into the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in a historic way with a million barrels of oil a month for 6 months. We made the announcement of the E15, the homegrown biofuels that is going to help families in the Midwest. So we know there is more to do. We're not disagreeing here. We know that there is more to do, and we're going to continue to do the work.
Does the president have any plans to invite any Republican senators to the White House before he leaves for Los Angeles?
I don't have any meetings to preview for you.
Has he spoken to any Republicans as it comes to gun legislation?
I don't have any meetings or calls to read out. Okay. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. I know you don't want to negotiate from the podium. I just want to try one more time. It seems as though talks are coalescing around more funding for mental health, school safety, and then expanded background checks and encouraging states to adopt red flag laws. Is that the type of compromise legislation the president would sign? Would he sign that?
Again, I'm not going to negotiate from here. We don't want to, I'm not going to talk through the contours of the plan. They're still having those conversations on the other side of the hill. But I can say, let me finish. I'll get to, hopefully this will answer it, which is he supports red flag laws. That is something that he has supported for some time. He even talked about the red flag law that is in Delaware is named after his son, Beau Biden, who was, as you know, the Attorney General of in Delaware. He has talked about expanding background checks. I have talked about it. He has talked about it. We've all talked about it. So clearly, those are two things that we know are popular. The red flag law. I read a poll here yesterday that has 72% for the red flag laws. We know that expanding background check is overwhelmingly popular as well. So clearly, those are two things that he support. But I just don't. We do not want to give them some space. Don't want to get in the middle of their negotiation.
I guess what I'm asking, Chris, particularly as it relates to the red flag laws, what it seems to be coalescing around is a deal that would encourage states to adapt red flag laws. Is that good enough for President Biden?
I think it's a step. When red flag laws are actually enacted, it saves lives. We have seen that in Florida. We've seen that in other states across the country. In California, there's been cases where the red flag law has actually saved lives. And we understand not every component of what the president is calling for is going to stop every tragedy. But we have to take the steps. We have to move forward. We have to do something.
There's been so much focus on the legislation. Is President Biden considering any new executive actions on these?
You know, the president said this himself. If there is any way or any other new actions that he can take, he will. His team
considering it.
There's nothing that I can preview for you at this time. I know the team is looking at that. We just don't have anything for you to share at this time.
Let me ask you on Roe v. Wade, if I might. We are anticipating the Supreme Court will render its final decision on Roe v. Wade, and based on, of course, that leaked draft report, it appears as though the court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. What, if any, groundwork is this administration laying to ensure that women who want or need abortions can still have access to them?
Look, protecting the constitutional rights of Americans afforded by Roe for nearly 50 years, ensuring that women can make their own choices about their lives and bodies and families is something that the president and the vice president support. We've taken actions over the past year and a half on making sure that women have the protection that they need, issuing a presidential memorandum to protect and expand access to comprehensive reproductive health care, and to revoke the Mexico City policy of global gag rule that prohibits federal funding for organizations that provide abortion counseling or referrals, issuing a final rule to strengthen the Title X family planning program, fulfilling the administration's commitment to restore access to equitable, affordable, client-centered, quality family planning services. So we have done an array of things over the past year and a half to give the protection that women need. Obviously, the decision, it was a draft decision. We don't want to get into hypotheticals, and we don't want to get ahead of what is actually going to come forth, but it's something that it concerns us. All of the pieces of legislation that we see coming out of the states that are incredibly radical, we've called them that, and it does give us concern.
Are there any tangible actions that the administration will take if it's overturned on that day or that week to ensure that women who need abortions can have access to them, or that they can cross state lines to access an abortion?
One thing that I can say, I don't have anything to preview or to announce or to lay out at this time. What I can say is that our team here, the Gender Policy Council, the Domestic Policy Council, and the agencies who are involved, like HHS, have been in constant communication with groups on what we can do from here. I just don't have anything to preview. Go ahead, Ken.
The January 6th committee is going to hold its first public hearing on Thursday while the president's in California. Do you expect the president to get briefed on what the committee has found in its investigation, if he hasn't already? And how is he looking at these hearings? Does he see this as something that will move the needle in how the public perceives what happened on that day?
So as you know, we're leaving, as you were kind of alluding to, tomorrow. We're going to go to LA. The president's going to have a very busy week. You know, of course, he will be keeping up on the committee's work, as he has been, and I'm sure he'll be following the news from the hearing as well. I don't have anything else in particular to share here. The president has been consistent, voicing his support for the vital work of the bipartisan January 6th Select Committee, and he and his team have said many times it is critical that we have a full investigation into the events of January 6th to ensure something like what we saw that day can never happen again, and the work of this committee is crucial to that effort, and we will continue to speak out as appropriate or to defend our democracy and the rule of law and to support those who are doing work to protect our democracy.
Just one more. Senator Romney and Senator Ossoff have asked for a full investigation into the death of Shireen Abu Akleh. She was a Palestinian-American journalist with Al Jazeera. She was killed last month while reporting in the West Bank. Will the White House be supporting an investigation into her death?
So we're in close touch with both Israeli and Palestinian authorities. The United States is not currently conducting an official investigation, as you know. We are working to bridge cooperation between the two parties. We have made clear our view to both Israeli and Palestinian officials, the administration's call for thorough, transparent, and impartial investigation of her killing. We expect full accountability for those responsible. We have also urged that both sides share their evidence with each other. We continue to call on all sides to maintain calm and avoid any further escalation.
Thanks so much. Secretary Yellen said over the weekend to CNN that she was wrong in predicting that inflation was transitory, and shortly afterward, Treasury walked back the statement. I'm just curious if the White House or any senior aides here were involved in walking back those comments.
What I can tell you is that she was, even when you look at the transcript, she was clear on exactly what she meant by that, and the secretary, spoke to this herself to clarify her remarks, and it's true that nobody at the time foresaw the extent of the global challenges that have caused record inflation all around the world. In fact, even Wall Street and the private sector broadly thought that inflation would come down faster than it has. I cannot speak to private conversation, but all I can say is she put out a statement clarifying what she said.
And just one more question. On Friday, senior White House staff met with members of the Congressional Black Caucus to talk about some of the president's ideas for forgiving student debt. I'm wondering what was the purpose of that meeting as the president considers it, and was there any outcome from it?
I don't have any readout from that meeting from Friday night.
Great. Thank you. Based on what you know about the situation in both Uvalde and Buffalo, is there anything that the Senate negotiators are considering now that would have stopped those two shootings? Or either one of them?
I'm no expert here, but one thing that I do know that we all know is that both the shooters were 18. And one of the things that's on the table is raising the age limit.
Are you sure that's on the table?
I'm so sorry.
From 18 to 21 to buy AR-15s? Because John Cornyn is...
Okay, I'm just saying it's been discussed.
I don't... Okay, if that was on the table, that would have affected these. Okay. But
you're asking me a question about what I think may have helped. or stop this awful strategy.
But in terms of what's on
I don't.
Senate.
I'm just saying that's been one of the conversations that's been out there. I do not know. Again, we're not negotiating from here. I'm just trying to make a point. This is something that the president support, raising the age from 18 to 21, because one of the things that we do know is both of the shooters were 18 years old. The one in Uvalde in particular, when he was 17, he asked his sister to buy him a gun. She said no, and as soon as he turned 18, he went and bought a gun. And so that is something that we have heard about that's out there. That is something the president talked about on Thursday. And so I was just speaking to your question on what potentially could have helped.
Well, I'm actually asking what among the things the senators are considering could have prevented.
And again, I'm not going to negotiate from here. I'm just trying to help in a way to show, hey, this is something that we know is out there. This is something that the president talked about. I'm not going to negotiate from here. They're working through the contours of the plan, and we're going to let them figure that out.
Can I just ask one quick one on red flag laws? So does the president prefer a federal red flag law, or does he think it's better on a state-by-state level, and the government or the federal government should incentivize states instead?
Well, he supports I want to be really careful here, because we're not going to negotiate from here, right? We are going to allow, we're going to give them the space to come up with the contours of the deal, and we're just going to give them that space. What we're saying is we support the red flag law. The president has talked about it. I'm not going to go into the nitty-gritty of what that looks like. We're going to let the negotiators figure that out.
Thanks, Corinne. First, or two questions. First, can you commit that going forward, if there's a guest or a celebrity here, that you would ensure that they would stay at the podium and take questions from reporters after they speak?
They're a guest. That is not for me to ensure.
Try to have them stay and take questions.
Karen, they're a guest of ours. It is up to them if they want to take questions or not. We respect them and what they want to do. Matthew was here, and when he was done, he said thank you, and he walked away. That really is up to him.
And on COVID, last week, a guest, Dr. Shah was here, but he did take
Well, that's a little different. He works here.
Yes. But he said that what keeps him awake at night is that the U.S. will run out of vaccines, not have enough of the next generation of vaccines, run out of treatments and tests in the fall. This is something he has been saying a lot in interviews recently. But can you give us an update on where the COVID funding talks stand on the Hill in terms of what the White House is doing right now? What officials are meeting with lawmakers up there? Has there been any progress? Has the president talked with lawmakers about this? And is this getting overshadowed with the conversations that are happening right now on the gun talks?
It's a very good question. Look, just to kind of reiterate a little bit of what Dr. Jha has said, is without additional funding, we are unable to purchase life-saving treatments for the American people, including our most vulnerable. We've already cut down on our purchase of treatments for high-risk Americans. Imagine a 13-year-old with a heart condition who may not be able to access preventive treatment to stay safe from a life-threatening illness. We're losing our spot in line while other countries are moving forward and buying next-generation vaccines for all Americans that may be needed in the fall and winter. So I think that's what he's talking about when he says he's losing sleep. When we think about the path forward and how we're going to get to where we need to be, we're working closely with members of Congress on a bipartisan basis to drive a path forward on COVID funding, and the president is committed to getting it done. And so Dr. Jha and OMB director have been on the Hill having those meetings. So the president deals with multiple things at a time. So this is still very much a priority. So we will continue doing our part to protect the American people. We will use the few funds we have remaining to continue getting testing, treatments, and vaccine out to Americans for as long as we can. We will continue to work the phones, hold briefings, briefings and make our case publicly and privately with lawmakers, imploring Congress to act immediately to act on our long overdue COVID needs. And at the end of the day, it's Republicans in Congress. They need to act. They have to answer to the American people. If they can't get the vaccine treatments and tests that we will need come fall. So, we're going to continue doing the work. The work doesn't stop.
Three.
Oh my gosh.
Back here.
Yeah,
SB? Thank you.
Yep.
Following up on the January 6th question, there have been Republicans, prominent Republicans, as well as outside groups who are already making a concerted effort to downplay the entire thing before a single word has been said about in the hearings. Has the president, what are his thoughts about that? And has it made any efforts to reach out to Kevin McCarthy, to Mitch McConnell about, hey, this is important, we ought to be on the same page with this?
So the president has been really clear, right? He supports the bipartisan effort, the January 6th Select Committee bipartisan effort, but we're not going to get involved. That is something that is independent and needs to stay independent. It is important to protect our democracy. That is something that the president, what happened on January 6th was a very dark day in our democracy. And so we have to continue to find ways to protect it. So he supports what they're doing. We're not going to get involved. It's an independent committee.
Green, back here.
Yeah, so you've said that we're in a stable economic, or we're transitioning to a stable economic growth. The Treasury Secretary also testified today we're going to a stable economic growth. What exactly is a stable economic growth?
I think the way that we're looking at it is just the data, just what we have seen in this past year. I think people forget what the president inherited when he walked in. You had 20 million people who were collecting unemployment benefits. You had unemployment was at more than 6%, and the work that he did with the American Rescue Plan, getting that done, and only Democrats voting for it, helped get the economy moving, helped get the economy growing. And so the way we see it is that we are in a strong place. The U.S. economy may grow faster this year than China's economy for the first time since 1976. With the right policies, we are confident that the U.S. can transition from recovery to stable, steady growth and bring down inflation without giving all of these historic gains that I just laid out. 8.7 million new jobs in this past year and a half. And so one of the things that we have been very clear about is giving the Federal Reserve the independence to deal with inflation, and they are committed to it. We are committed to it, and they have the strongest tools to come up with monetary policy to get that done.
But is that GDP growth like under the Obama administration, 1.5%, 1.8% for the year?
I mean, I'm not going to get into like the specifics of GDP growth, but what I can say is the numbers, the data that we have seen just on job growth, for 390,000 jobs in the month of May. What we have seen is historic numbers. We are in a historic place in history, historic place right now as we look at where we are with the economy. Very, very different than where we were a year ago, and that is because of what the president has been able to do with a comprehensive plan to get people vaccinated, with a plan to get people back to work. Remember, and I know some of you know this, schools were closed when he entered the administration. Businesses were closed when he entered the administration. The economy was in crisis. We are in a different place. That's how we see this.
Well, real quick, when are we in recession then? Because the Atlanta Fed GDP now looks at a snapshot. It's 0.9%. It's gone down from 1.9 to 1.3 for the second quarter. 2 quarters in a row of negative growth is a recession. So are we there, and how close?
Look, the way that we see it is we have the right tools, and we are in a strong place to continue to be in this transition where we have stable growth, and that is what's important. And so that's going to be our focus.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. I do have to go. I really do have to go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Well, Well, there we go. Our second White House briefing of the day, a little bit longer this time after the White House press secretary had to do a shorter one because they were late. And then the president had an event that they had to get to. And she came out after some media members weren't too pleased at the timing of all of that. So you're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking you out to Tampa, where police updating on gun violence that they are looking at in their city here, as we're really just taking a look at really gun violence across the country. We've seen so many updates from police officials in major cities like Chicago, Philadelphia, New York City. Now learning a little bit more from Tampa and what they are dealing with. Let's listen.
Faith-based leaders, community activists, and family members who have lost loved ones to gun violence. Our voices are joined today to amplify the message that it takes all of us to make this community safer. I made it clear that crime reduction and community engagement were two of my primary 4 focus areas, and this group today represents this goal that we all share. Let me recap and update you on yesterday's tragedies. After a group altercation, 2 males were shot in the parking lot at the gas station at Republica de Cuba and Columbus Drive. Officers and paramedics provided first aid until the subjects were transported to the hospital. We quickly identified and located all the parties involved and recovered what is believed to be the guns involved in yesterday's incident. Everyone at that altercation knew each other. It appears that this was an escalation from an argument between 2 parties that started just a few weeks ago. But violence did not solve this problem. In this case, we have a 24-year-old male and a 15-year-old male, both armed with guns. The result is a 21-year-old male dead, the 15-year-old in stable condition, and he's currently in the hospital with a gunshot wound. Detectives have conducted interviews and are now consulting with the state attorney's office to determine what charges are applicable in this case. Less than 2 hours later, in the 4300 block of North 35th Street, officers were again dispatched to the report of a shooting. They arrived to the crime scene and soon learned that the adult male gunshot victim had already been transported in a private vehicle to the local hospital where he in fact died. Detectives right now are following up on very promising leads from that case. We appreciate all the information we've gotten from the community, and we will provide additional updates in this case as soon as they're made available. We as a community have to keep guns out of the hands of those who should not have them to begin with. Just since the beginning of the month alone, we have made 6 arrests for felon in possession of firearm cases. These felons should not have guns in the first place. What can you do to help us make our community safer? First of all, if you know someone who illegally is possessing a firearm, let us know. Let us know. Let Crime Stoppers know. Use the app. Use Tip 411 to text a tip. Let somebody know. But always remember that you can remain anonymous. We need your help to get that gun out of the hands before they can use it. Anybody illegally possessing a gun in the city of Tampa this summer will be arrested. This year alone, we've had 78 guns stolen from unlocked vehicles. 78. Every legal gun owner should secure their gun in a safe place. We don't want any more legally owned guns to end up into the hands of someone with criminal intent to use that gun in a malicious manner. Representative Diane Hart responded to both shooting scenes with me yesterday. I was very grateful to have her there with me. She's going to share her perspective next, not only as an elected official, but also as a resident of that community. In closing, I would just like to say that myself and no members of the Tampa Police Department want to have to tell another family member that their loved one is no longer with them due to senseless gun violence. The gun violence has to end right now. And I think we all have to agree that we've all talked about it enough and it's time for action. Representative Hart.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My heart is pretty heavy this afternoon because I had to stand there and hear those families scream. And if you could just imagine the scream that I heard when they walked up to find that their loved one had been murdered right at their own front door. How difficult that had to be. But I'm asking all of you all are on social media. Those of you who are combing social media just for the fun of it, you see these kids with these guns. Because periodically my grandchildren bring them to me and show me who's out talking about what kind of weapons they have. These kids have weapons of mass destruction. I need you all, when you see these kids with these guns, tell somebody. Somebody just did a video a few weeks ago with all kinds, it was 6 of them with different kinds of guns. Listen, you all see them, you know who they are. We cannot continue this. It is summer. Children are going to be out all summer long. It's hot. Tempers are running rampant. But community, we are a community. We're better than this. We cannot continue to allow another senseless death to occur in our community or in our city. So I am begging all of you, parents, you got mad at me one time when I told you, shake down your children's rooms. Shake them down. You all know when kids bring things into the house they shouldn't be. We cannot put blinders on. I cannot stand around and say, oh, well, you know, it does happen. No, it does not happen. Not in our community. I was born and raised in this community. This is not what I'm accustomed to. And now it's my district to represent. We must do better, community. We need you. We need you. See something, say something. You see the people standing behind you. Each and every one of us are happy for you to tell us. If you see somebody with a gun or parent, you pick it up, call one of us, any one of us, elected officials or community people. We will turn them in for you. So please, community, you've got to do your part. We cannot do it without you. And Chief, I just applaud you for being there yesterday. We're going to be all over our community. And the people you see standing with us today, all of us are going to be on these streets. We're going to take it back to when we had the white hat days. We've got to do that. So thank you all for being here.
Questions? I would say that we continuously work very, very closely with our partners to make sure that the penalties are appropriate for the crime. I think that there's always, mitigating factors that we have to consider, whatever those are. The number of convictions in the past, how serious the charges appropriately are. I think that the more important message is to get the person off the street as quickly as possible. Like, that's why I stress that we already got the guns involved and we've already got the people involved in yesterday's murder. And that's very quick, very good police work, very swift. The longer that these cases go, the more difficult it is for all of us in this community to make sure that the appropriate penalties are assessed.
Chief, can you just clarify exactly how many people you have in custody or not in each particular case, and how many suspects there may be out there you're still looking for case by case?
So the people at the convenience store yesterday were involved in an altercation. We have everybody identified. There's multiple people, but we don't have anybody in custody until we unravel exactly what happened out there yesterday. So we do have one deceased individual and one 15-year-old that's recovering from a gunshot wound. Not yet.
And then in the second?
The second one, we have one deceased individual. We have very good leads that we're working on in order to identify who that suspect is. But let me just reiterate, in the first incident, from a safety perspective, these detectives and these officers worked very hard not only to identify the subjects involved in Columbus Avenue, but to also recover the firearms that we believe were involved in the incident.
The second question I have is, I'm just going to come out and ask it. Can you confirm whether an AR-15 was used in the second killing?
I cannot confirm that. No, I don't. I'm not saying not. I'm saying I don't have those details in front of me right now. I'm not saying no. Yeah, I think Representative Hart really summarized it when she said that these young people are arguing and letting it all out on social media. It's not something that we were ever able to wrap our heads around 25, 30 years ago, when we could just go on social media and really not have any oversight of what we're doing on social media. So it's important that we, as a community, identify something on social media that may not look quite right and get that post, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook or whatever it is, into the hands of the right official that can take a look at it. I think that, we're all, we're very social media savvy as a society, and we need to realize that it's not only birthday parties and, that are being shared on social media, that there's also bad guys that are sharing pictures of themselves with guns and making threats on social media. The heat map represents where the homicide victims have occurred this year and the shootings. So when you, excuse me. Yes, since the beginning of this year, shootings and homicides in the city of Tampa. The hot spots would be where the highest incidence of shootings and homicides are, correct.
Last question. Chief, have you acquired the social media arguing and posts in these particular cases, and you have them, your detectives are looking at them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this all happened less than 24 hours ago, so the detectives have been working feverishly, number one, to make the scene safe. Let me get these guns off the street. Let me get these people identified so I know what I'm dealing with. And now the latent aspect comes into it to try to build the case and make the case better in order to, comb the social medias. We don't automatically know who the handle names are. When we have a name, then we can get a little bit deeper into the investigative efforts to try to get the social media posts. Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Sir. Watching live now from Fox there, the latest of the investigations there regarding gun violence in Tampa. You're watching live now from Fox. Let's take a quick 2-minute break right here. Last one of the hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking it back out to the U.S. House Committee on Rules, talking about proposed legislation to tighten gun laws in America. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Legally own guns, who are or take away everybody's gun. This is not pro-gun versus anti-gun. This is about saving the lives of children and about upholding gun safety.
And Mr. Chair, I would yield to Mr. Maskey. I think he's got a comment on that.
Yeah, so, most people in Kentucky don't own an AR-15, but they see where this is going. A lot of people don't own 30-round magazines in Kentucky, but they own 15-round magazines or they own 12 rounds. And they understand that banning 30-round magazines is not going to solve the problem. So what will we be doing in Congress when we find out that, gee, raising it to 21 didn't work because most mass public shootings are committed by people that are older than that. Limiting magazines to 10 or 15 rounds didn't work because they just carried more magazines with them. And so it's the people who you might even agree are reasonable people that are worried because they see the direction this is going. If any of these things would work, they might agree with you, but they know enough about firearms. For instance, they know, you accurately quoted the statistics on the .223 round, which is fired by an AR-15, but it's a 55-grain bullet. A 9mm handgun has a 100-grain bullet. It weighs twice as much, the projectile. A .45 caliber handgun contains a 230-grain bullet. That's 4 times as heavy, the projectile, and 4 times as large out of a 45mm handgun. And it's the people who own those pistols that are worried because they know the ballistics, the terminal ballistics of the handgun or shotgun, which fires buckshot. 9 rounds come out of that thing at once, each of them practically the size of a 9mm round. They know that if you're going to do this technically, if you're going to keep all of the guns out of the bad guys that could be possibly ever be used, not just the ones that show up on TV, they know you're coming after their guns too. You'll have to stop if this is your proposal. I yield it.
And thank you, Mr. Massey. That was important. And I know that Mr. Reschenthaler asked about the storage issues, but I think as you start talking about some of those technicalities and some of the directions this is going, the bill creates a much broader definition for frame or receiver. And isn't it true under that new definition that the firearms that have only one serial number, it could be required that they would have two distinct or additional distinct ones? And maybe you could talk a little bit more about that. I guess if you did mention that before, I might have missed it.
That is on the menu of things that have passed out of Judiciary Committee. I think that particular provision, I'm not sure if that one's passed the floor of the House yet or not, but if it hasn't, it's surely on its way to the Senate. And actually, that was ATF ruling that where they wanted, again, this is where bureaucracy, we give them an inch and they take a mile, and so now they define not just the receiver as a firearm, but all the parts that go with it. And so now, if you need to buy parts, you go through all of the same procedures and hurdles to get a part as you would a gun if they can serialize all of the parts.
And Mr. Massey, wouldn't that make a lot of the firearms, if they only had one serial number, one legal firearms right now, illegal?
It would, if they were not to grandfather the firearms that already in existence.
And it doesn't appear as though they're going to grandfather those, does it?
But they are grandfathered under the bill.
They are? All right, then. I will look for that provision. But I just want to, and Mr. Massey, I just wanted to give you the opportunity if there is anything else you'd like to add.
I would like to add that they talk about this rapid due process. When are they going to do that at the border? They argue that they had to let 1 million illegal aliens into this country because there weren't the time and resources to adjudicate each of those situations. Yet for legal citizens, for gun owners in this country, they've decided that a 30-minute hearing without you there is enough to say that you can have your constitutional rights revoked. Yet they haven't figured out how to adjudicate things at the border when people are clearly here illegally. I would just yield back after making that point.
Thank you, Mr. Massey. And I will just kind of finish up because a lot of the questions that I had were asked, but you say that, I think Mr. Massey had a very good explanation of, why people are concerned about this bill, and that this was, all of these kind of were thrown together, thrown as a package. They were all, I know that they were all introduced. I saw you kind of squint or squish your face, but they were sent through Judiciary on a week that we were all gone. We had lots of things going on. And I just think that if you really want to get to the cause of these things, you need to be looking at the root causes and not just, putting together some bills that were already introduced and saying this is going to answer these questions or solve these problems, stop shootings, whatever the case is. I think that we need to look at the root causes and really do some serious discussion about what's going on. This is something that Republicans were not involved in. Republicans were not asked. This was put in front of us. I do think that it is important that people do understand that it is not just that Republicans oppose these. There are good, law-abiding gun owners all over the country that oppose this legislation, oppose these pieces of legislation. And it's important that they have the opportunity for their voice to be heard too. So with that, I yield back.
Well, thank you very much. I would just say, look, I think Mr. Nell is correcting the record on some of the things that are in the bill and not in the bill, and I think we've all had enough time to read these bills, and maybe people might be confused because some may be representing the bills incorrectly. But I would also just want to point out for the record, too, Mr. Massey kind of implied that, there are a lot of mass shootings by people who are over 21. But for the record, the shooting in Buffalo and the shooting in Uvalde were both by 18-year-olds. And so, again, I think a lot of those parents and those family members are wondering, why it was so easy for an 18-year-old to go in and buy an AR-15 that was capable of doing such damage, and yet that same person is not old enough to have a sip of beer, and they were able to do it with ease. And in the case of the white supremacist in Buffalo, to be able to get body armor as well. So I think we need to make that clear for the record. Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Massey, and welcome, Mr. Nadler. You know, there are dozens of societies and civilizations in the history of our species that practiced human sacrifice, including the sacrifice of children. The Carthaginians, the Mesopotamians, the Chimu civilization did it. There are dozens of civilizations that accepted or practiced or tolerated the sacrifice of children. Are we going to be a society that allows the sacrifice of children? Are we a society that will tolerate the practice of children being murdered on a mass scale? Will we accept the sacrifice of children by mass murder as acceptable collateral damage for a fundamentally distorted and twisted interpretation of the Second Amendment? I hope not. Gun violence is now the leading cause of death among children in the United States. For the first time in our history, it's the #1 cause of death of children under 18. 2/3 of the thousands of kids killed by guns were homicide victims. As high-capacity magazines and assault weapons proliferate across our country, more and more children are dying without even the chance of being saved, not even a prayer of being saved. Emergency room doctors and pediatric trauma surgeons were waiting in Uvalde, Texas, for dozens of kids to arrive to try to save their lives. And they never arrived. Think about that. The doctors had nothing to do. The remains of 19 children at Robb Elementary School had to be identified not visually, but by DNA samples taken from their mutilated, unrecognizable bodies and matched up with the DNA of their grieving parents. Is there any parent in this room who would tell the parents of the Uvalde children the death of their kids was an acceptable sacrifice because of someone's deformed and distorted interpretation of the Second Amendment? Any young person here would do that? We've got one volunteer. Well, let's explore it, because no matter what we advocate, universal, violent, criminal background checks, bans on unusual and dangerous weapons, we are told not only that they violate the Second Amendment, but that we don't believe in the Second Amendment. I think it was said before that there were colleagues of ours on the Judiciary Committee who professed that they did not believe in the Second Amendment. I certainly didn't hear anyone. Maybe Ms. Ross heard it. I certainly did it. Maybe Ms. Scanlon heard it. I never heard anybody say that. On the contrary, I heard people say they accepted the reasonable interpretation of the Second Amendment, which doesn't condemn us to child sacrifice in the United States of America. Let me start with an analogy, Mr. Massey, because I know you to be a nimble, clever lawyer. We've got a right to protest in America. We have a right to protest outside the White House. But the Supreme Court has also said that the right to protest and the right of free speech is conditioned upon reasonable time, place, manner regulations. Cities and towns and states can adopt reasonable time, place, manner restrictions. So you got a right to protest in Lafayette Square. You don't have a right to protest outside the White House with the loudest sound system in America at 2:30 in the morning and make it impossible for the president's family to sleep. That's been adopted by the Supreme Court in a number of cases, one dealing with the Community for Creative Nonviolence, another Ward versus Rock Against Racism, I think that was in 1989, which said that a rock concert in Central Park did not have a constitutional right to blare the music as loud as they could because there were other social functions taking place, including a nursery school and other things going on in Central Park. So every right is subject to reasonable regulation and restriction around the borders. Now, let me just stop and ask you there, Mr. Massey. I mean, do you disagree with that reading of either First Amendment doctrine as it exists, or do you think that doctrine is wrong?
According to your analogy, I think you are advocating to arrest and prosecute the protesters outside the Supreme Court justices.
No, I'm happy
Was
to talk
that not
about that
the
later.
analogy you used?
I'm trying to undertake
You're
a
asking me to
serious
respond.
analysis here.
Well,
if they trespass, yes, you cannot trespass on other people's property. So, okay, now I've answered your question. Now you answer my question. Do you agree that First Amendment free speech rights are subject to reasonable time, place, manner restrictions? It's a very straightforward question. I mean, maybe let's make it easier. Do you accept that the Supreme Court has stated that repeatedly?
Mr. Raskin, first of all, you started out by making the analogy that some of us on the other side of the aisle were undertaking human sacrifice as if we were barbaric.
I never said that.
You said societies do.
I said that people on the other side of the aisle were undertaking human sacrifice. I said other societies have done that. I'm asking what
were you talking about? Because I'm trying to understand your analogies, and if that was an analogy that our society tolerates human sacrifice,
well,
and then you're asking me to discuss in good faith with you.
The First Amendment, I am. I do have a question on the floor. I would love your answer to it.
I would say that if you applied the First Amendment differently to 18, 19, and 20-year-olds, you would run afoul of the Constitution.
Okay, so because the Constitution doesn't treat age as a suspect classification with strict scrutiny, but it has to be reasonable. You agree with that? That's what the Supreme Court has said about age restrictions, right?
I'm not an attorney, and I'm certainly not a professor of
I'm not trying to
law.
trick you, Mr. Massey. I'm trying to get whether or not you accept Supreme Court doctrine, which is that every fundamental right is cabined and conditioned by reasonable regulations and restrictions around it. And either you accept the Supreme Court has said that or you don't.
So you're probably aware of the 1995 Supreme Court ruling where they struck down the Gun-Free School Zone Act.
Yes, as an illegitimate exercise of Congress's power under the Commerce Clause.
Right.
Yeah.
So the sort of boundary they put in there
didn't violate the First Amendment or the Second Amendment. It had nothing to do with that.
They said that the federal government didn't have the right to regulate that if the gun wasn't engaged in interstate commerce.
Yes. So what is your point?
My point is,
all right.
if
you know what? We're not going to be able
on,
to proceed Socratically because you're defeating the basic principle of the Socratic method,
defeating
which is
your
you answer the
argument
questions, and
with
you're not
Supreme
doing
Court
that.
rulings.
I'm sorry?
I'm defeating your argument with Supreme Court rulings, and I haven't even studied this.
I think you have not for 1 second, because with respect to the First Amendment, whether it's Ward versus Rock against racism or a dozen other cases about reasonable time, place, manner restrictions, the Supreme Court has said that the fundamental right of free speech can be cabined by the regulation of those rights in the interests of other social interests. And you know who else said that with respect to the Second Amendment? And here I'm going to really urge you, even though you're not a lawyer, to read District of Columbia versus Heller about the Second Amendment. Now, the big argument before Heller was whether or not the Second Amendment right was necessarily tethered to service in a well-regulated militia, like the National Guard, which was the position of 4 justices who lost. And the other 5 said, you don't have to be serving in the National Guard. It's a right that applies to all individuals. That was Justice Scalia's position. That was the so-called conservative position. But then Justice Scalia went on to enunciate a doctrine that was adopted by everybody on the court. And so I just want to read you some of these statements, and you tell me whether you agree with them or disagree with them, okay? So, Justice Scalia writes, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. Agreed or disagreed?
Well, it can save you some time, but you can go ahead and read those. I'm probably to the right of the 5 justices who
I think
ruled
you
in a
certainly
majority,
are.
and you're probably to the left of the 4 who ruled against it.
Well, you're definitely wrong about that. But so, all right, you're going to save me the time to say you don't agree with Justice Scalia's opinion here, is what you're saying.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody, as we were taking a listen there as the U.S. House Rules Committee continues to discuss a proposed bill that would tighten gun laws. Of course, we'll have full coverage tomorrow as they will have a gun violence hearing on the U.S. House side. Of course, we'll feature that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back here on Live Now from Fox, We are going to have an interview from a former U.S. diplomat in the Obama administration, has some strong words against President Biden and the national security policies. You're watching Live Now from Fox, coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we continue to bring you top stories and headlines from all over the country. We take a live look right now at the White House. And earlier today, I saw a really interesting article. It was an opinion piece from USA Today titled, "Biden's Careless Comments Are Hurting His Presidency and Diplomacy. He Needs a Reset." And that was coming from a former diplomat with the Obama administration, Brett Bruin. He was the contributor there to that piece, and he now joins us here live on Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us here and giving us some of your time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, good to be back with you.
No problem, no problem. So first off, this was a really interesting take, and you know, we take so many of President Biden's speeches here on Live Now from Fox, and from your article, it seems like the messaging and maybe the tone of his speeches gets jumbled and misconstrued at times.
Well, and on really important issues, we all will remember his comments about minor incursions into Ukraine just ahead of the major incursion that Vladimir Putin made. There were also more recently comments about the U.S. coming to the military defense of Taiwan, which is something that, you know, was the quiet part. We didn't say it out loud. It was part of our policy of strategic ambiguity. And my point in the piece is Biden obviously has a long history of doing this. He's done it when I was serving on the National Security Council under President Obama. But his team is not serving him well. We are not seeing the kind of strategies and support around these possibilities. We know that Biden's going to be traveling to Asia. Taiwan's a major issue. What are we going to have ready if Biden should make a comment like this, instead of the hours and in some cases days of trying either to explain away some of Biden's comments or to put the genie back in the bottle? Unfortunately, you know, we've seen just in the last week a piece from NBC News suggesting that Biden's getting upset about some of his advisors' efforts to reword some of his comments.
Yeah, and it's so interesting when you're hearing those types of reports that are coming out of the White House. And is that why we so many times see President Biden do events here, but it's very rare that he takes questions. And when he takes questions, that's when it seems when it goes off the script. That's when you can get these moments here where they have to walk back things, maybe hours or even days after a speech.
Well, and again, knowing that Biden has this propensity to riff on certain issues, and I also mentioned in the piece, in Biden's case, experience can be a real handicap because a lot of that experience comes from another era. And it doesn't necessarily correspond to the realities of today. So you see Biden at times applying the logic of the early 2000s, the 1990s to some of today's challenges. This is all contributing to what I think in today's Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles illustrates the point that Biden's team is messing up the simple stuff. I mean, a summit of all of our neighboring nations ought to be something that we are able to pull off with ease. And unfortunately, it's been one major disaster after another. The lack of participation from President Obrador from Mexico, the lack of serious deliverables on the table, serious commitments from our neighbors is just shocking.
And Brett, going forward, what do you think has to change? Does it have to change with national security director right away, or what type? Is it a lack of focus right now that is causing really a not just a falling blocks of policies?
So last summer, after the debacle of our reckless retreat from Afghanistan, I called for Biden in another USA Today op-ed to fire his national security advisor. But I don't think that's enough. And what we're seeing in some of these problems, whether it's with the submarine deal that we struck with the UK and Australia, whether it's with this Summit of the Americas, are fumbles, our own goals taking place across the board. I think he's got to look at a complete shift in his national security team, from the national security advisor down to some of these other positions. And the problem, and I've been documenting this from day one, is that Biden did not put together a team of rivals. He did not put together diversity of experience, namely also those with career diplomatic experience. And so what you got were a lot of advisors who all sort of think the same way and who don't challenge assumptions, don't challenge Biden. And that's where he continues to get himself into a lot of hot water.
And Brett, do you think after the midterms, is that possibly when we could see a switch if the numbers are right and some of the projections that Republicans would take over the House, possibly the Senate as well? Is that the moment where the administration would look, okay, we need to retool everything? I know I hate that it comes to that, but do you think that would be the measure? Okay, we need to retool a lot of things here.
Well, look, despite my criticism, I'm still a Democrat, and I'd like to think that we will take some of these steps, that Biden would take these steps before the midterms, and he would show the American people that we are taking a different path, that we are committed to addressing some of the challenges that have taken place over the last year and a half. I was hoping back in January when he gave his State of the Union, we would hear a different kind of message, a different kind of plan. And let me just give you an example of what we're not hearing. There was another important piece by Max Boot just a couple days ago in the Washington Post where he said, what we haven't heard from Biden is, how does this thing end? How do we get Russia to not only stop its advances, but how do we ensure that Ukraine is going to become a stable, secure country, that other countries on Russia's near abroad are equally secure? We're not seeing those strategies. We're not seeing the resources put on the table. It continues to be a very reactive foreign policy coming out of the White House.
Absolutely, and a lot of people would wonder too, just how long can we keep giving aid to Ukraine there, and wondering, okay, what is the end game, and what will how do you wrap this up?
Well, and let me illustrate this point, because some would say, look, we ought to give more aid, and I would be in that camp, because if we push Russia back now and we make a really strong effort to not just supply them with weapons that will hold Russia at bay, but allow them to push the Russian forces back out of the Donbass, back out of Crimea. Now, all of a sudden, we don't have a war that's going to last 8 years, 18 years. It is a much shorter conflict. And that, I think, is one of the lessons we should take from Afghanistan, is, dragging these things out, trying to do half measures never leads to a full solution.
And does it worry you as you speak about Afghanistan and the whole terrible situation that unfolded there last summer? Does it worry you that it seems that the Biden administration didn't learn anything from that?
Well, that is one of the problems that I'm pointing to, that we have not seen course corrections. And it certainly was the case with the Afghanistan situation. Then we saw the Australia submarine deal explode with our relation across the pond with France. There have also been a series of other issues. And each time, there has not been an acknowledgement of the problems. This White House has a real challenge confronting some of the issues, whether it was on Afghanistan, whether it was with their handling of the situation in Ukraine, that they don't acknowledge when something's gone wrong. And so it's hard to fix it. Where I'm hoping we will see, in the coming days, weeks, and months, an effort to fix some of these problems. You cannot look at the Summit of the Americas at just how damaging that is to our relations with our neighbors, and at a time when obviously we've got to be taking illegal immigration seriously. We've got to be dealing with the threat from health and economic issues in the region. And none of that is really going to be advanced out of this summit. It's a big disappointment.
Absolutely there. And thank you so much, Brett, for all of your insight right here on Live Now from Fox that you do provide for us. And for anyone that's continued to be interested, it's a very powerful piece that you wrote there, op-ed in the USA Today. Go check it out there. We appreciate, once again, Brett, your time right here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
No problem. And of course, we always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox, bringing you top stories, headlines from all over the country. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, everyone. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. We always got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox. Want to show you a little bit of Senator Mitch McConnell from earlier on the Senate floor. Of course, we always bring you top stories and breaking news when it happens right here.
He said, I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuels. I guarantee you we're going to end fossil fuels. Once in office, he wasted no time starting down that path, and now working families are paying the price. During the previous administration, under Republican policies, our nation became a net exporter of oil for the first time, literally, in decades. We were producing all that we needed, and then some. The headlines under this all-Democratic controlled government are quite different. Here were two from January 2021, right out of the gate. Biden halts oil and gas leases and permits on U.S. land and water. Here's another. Biden order blocks Keystone XL pipeline. January 2021. And here are the headlines more recently. From a few weeks ago, Biden pulls 3 offshore oil lease sales, curbing new drilling this year. And from just this past week, Biden EPA to make it easier for states to block fossil fuel projects. So even if oil and gas producers could get past the Biden regulatory gauntlet to actually explore and produce in this country, they likely could not get a pipeline approved to move it to market. President Biden is delivering the holy war on American domestic energy that he promised on the campaign trail. Meanwhile, energy costs and gas prices for American families have absolutely skyrocketed. Gas prices have literally doubled since this administration took office. The average price at the pump has doubled. The president's staff tried to play this off as Putin's price hike. How many times have we heard that? But the reality is that prices were already climbing steadily long before the escalation in Ukraine, up more than $1 per gallon before Putin's escalation. Prices for natural gas and other home heating sources were likewise elevated all last winter. And don't count on the warmer months bringing much relief. Here's what the New York Times wrote about a month ago. Get ready, the Times said, for another energy price spike, high electric bills. Quote, already frustrated and angry about high gasoline prices, many Americans are being hit by rapidly rising electricity bills, the biggest annual increase in more than a decade. According to another report, quote, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission predicts electricity prices could rise by as much as 233% over last summer's power prices. And electricity costs aren't the only problem. There's also the question of reliability. According to the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, Americans, particularly in the West and Midwest, should brace for potentially dangerous electricity blackouts this summer. Once again, you can credit Democrats' war on fossil fuels. It retired too many fossil fuel-powered electricity generators too quickly, while replacing them with big subsidies for less reliable sources of power. Just a few days ago, President Biden said soaring gas prices were just part of, quote, an incredible transition that will leave us less reliant on fossil fuels. Did you hear that, American workers? Democrats say your financial pain is the necessary cost to make America more to the liking of the radical environmental left. Secretary of Energy has naively suggested that green energy will leave us in a better strategic position than fossil fuels. Well, maybe she's not aware that more than 80% of the world's polysilicon is made in China, and about 80% of America's rare earth mineral needs are met by Chinese imports as well. This is why it's such a joke for the administration to misuse the Defense Production Act to prop up solar panel manufacturers. They'll just end up subsidizing Chinese suppliers upstream. Our stockpiles of actual military requirements like Javelin missiles and essential munitions are being depleted. Production of critical inputs like energetics and solid rocket motors is backed up months and even years. But instead of using the Defense Production Act for our nation's defense, the president is using it to indirectly line China's pockets. Washington Democrats are hostile to the kinds of domestic mining and drilling that we'll need to produce any kind of energy here at home, even green energy. Last year, House Democrats proposed a literal dirt tax that would crush domestic minerals and rare earth mining. They are so opposed to domestic mining, including for critical and rare earth minerals, Democrats literally tried to tax, listen to this, they wanted to tax dirt. Tax dirt. So look, Mr. President, this doesn't have to be this way. The American people know exactly what we need. An all-American domestic energy strategy. Crude oil, responsibly drilled in America, natural gas, responsibly fracked in America, and more minerals and high-tech components responsibly mined in America. Democrats have a different plan. Less production and higher prices. And Americans are paying for it literally every day. Now, on a related matter, last month, by an overwhelming bipartisan margin, the Senate approved a package of urgent assistance for Ukraine. Then, over the Memorial Day state work period, our friends on the front lines marked their 100th day of resisting the latest stab of Russian aggression. As colleagues and I can attest from our visit with President Zelensky and his team in Kyiv, the people of Ukraine continue to display incredible resilience and incredible bravery. Every day, brave Ukrainian soldiers pay the ultimate sacrifice to defend the sovereignty of their democratic country. And every day, innocent Ukrainians are suffering under Russia's brutal and indiscriminate assault. Over 100 days of war, Ukraine's resolve has remained quite firm. So can the same be said of the West. As Russia pumps more combat power to the front, Ukraine's soldiers need more weapons. They need more powerful weapons. And they need longer-range weapons to counter Russia's offensive forces from safety. We should not delay the provision of these life-saving capabilities. Our objective is not to humiliate Putin, but to help Ukraine defend itself. That is what should guide our decisions, not Vladimir Putin's ego. We should not be self-deterred by fears that Putin will escalate. Those most affected by the risk of escalation are the Ukrainians, and they are certainly not deterred. They're fighting for their lives, and Putin is already indiscriminately leveling their cities. Those concerned with escalation consider what Putin will do to their cities if he is not stopped by Ukraine.
We've been listening into full remarks with Senator Mitch McConnell there a little bit earlier today, but we want to break in for some breaking news out of Woodland Hills, California. Police chase underway for a car that's wanted for theft and evading police here. You can see at least one of these police vehicles tracking this silver Hyundai. They, again, are wanted for theft and evading. We're not sure exactly how many people are inside of the vehicle. It looks like the driver has his or her arm outside that driver window there. And we're weaving in and out of this traffic. It's almost 2:40 there in California, local time. Not quite rush hour yet, but still a lot of cars on the road, maybe going home from work or just out on the road. This is what we're learning at this time. Again, Woodland Hills, California, KTTV, Fox 11 Los Angeles. Chopper overhead here. The driver has been going in and out at erratic speeds. You can see them picking up here. It's that silver car in the middle of your screen that we are really watching here. And at least one of those police units is now tracking the car, possibly more. We just haven't really been able to see a more zoomed out view to see exactly how many officers are on right here. Especially when there's multiple cars on the road, they always want to keep in mind the safety of these other drivers. They don't want to spur on those high speeds to make this pursuit any more dangerous than it has to be. So once again, we are being told that they are wanted for theft and evading here. We're going to try to get some more details for you, but we had yet another police chase just yesterday coming out of Los Angeles. That's typically where we see them here. Whenever we get them live, raw, and unfiltered, we're hopping in as we have it. And at least one person inside of this car, possibly more. As we get a more zoomed in look, looks like tinted windows, unfortunately super dark, can't really see inside here. But we're going to stay on these live pictures as that's what we do. We're not going to back away from them. We want to stay until this comes to a resolve here. There's a car weaving into several different lanes. And still not really good indication of if there is anyone else inside. Unfortunately, right now on this shot, we don't really have the speeds of this driver, but looks like they could be getting into the 80s, 90s, possibly triple-digit speeds. And the driver, once again, putting their arm outside of the window there, making some sort of signal maybe. Looking pretty aggressive, which is never a good sign. And as we have it, this is once again a pursuit due to theft in evading here. We're pretty sure that this is probably a stolen vehicle, possibly a stolen vehicle. So as we remain overhead here, we're coming up on the 3 o'clock hour there in California in Woodland Hills on a somewhat busy highway here, passing some residential areas. No indication, though, that this driver is going to be getting off on any of these exits, mostly remaining in those fast lanes there. And we're sorry about this shot. Unfortunately, our chopper feed kind of going in and out, but when they're tracking and following as quickly as they can, this sometimes is the problem here. Live, raw, and unfiltered. That's the situation. We're going to stay on this shot here as the driver now going into that middle lane, getting dangerously close to some of these other drivers here, speeding around them. And once again, sorry about that. As we go in and out here, this is a raw feed that we are getting in from our chopper overhead, Skyfox overhead, as we track this silver car. The driver wanted for theft and evading at least one of these police cars on their tail. Pretty close, but maybe the car losing them just a little bit here as they're picking up speeds just within the past couple of minutes here. So we're going to stay on this shot as we try to get you more information. Our news desk also doing the same thing over in Los Angeles. A busy, busy day in Los Angeles as the Summit of the Americas is out there as we speak. It is primary day. We'll be getting into some of that coverage later into the evening as polls close at 8 p.m. local time. So Woodland Hills, this is a neighborhood that borders the Santa Monica Mountains and the San Fernando Valley region. So likely multiple different jurisdictions going to be handling this case. That happens often with these police chases out in Los Angeles, because they'll go from county line to county line, LAPD covering some, the Sheriff's Department covering some. It really goes back and forth. Highway Patrol also assisting in a lot of these cases. So our shot kind of going in and out here. We might lose it for just a moment. As it stays in black here, I'm Daytona Everett. This is Live Now from Fox as we are watching this police chase underway. A driver wanted for theft and evading police here and still continuing to evade police going into the 3 o'clock hour. It looks like we have lost that shot for now. If we get it back, we'll bring it to you as soon as we have it. As I was explaining, it's going to be a busy night out in California as primary coverage is underway, and it does look like we have the shot again with a little better indication of the amount of law enforcement that's there. I just saw about 4 or 5 different vehicles, and they all kind of came to a standstill, maybe thinking that the driver was officially going to pull over, but now it looks like the pursuit has ensued and will continue on in this Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening. Chopper overhead as it flies through our shot right there. This silver car is the main focus for all of these officers. Many of the drivers now aware of the situation underway, pulling off a little bit to let the authorities do what they need to do. Because it's always tough weaving in and out of this traffic. The last thing they want to do is impede on the safety of any of these other cars. And strangely enough, the driver looks like kind of signaling to some of the other cars that are now pulling off here. So again, Woodland Hills. This is near the Santa Monica Mountains in the San Fernando Valley, if you are familiar with the area here. Typically a very nice area in Southern California. And for a second time in the past 5 minutes or so, the driver really slowing down, almost seeming like they're going to pull over, but then picking up again, possibly low on gas. And you can see the 4 other cars, and here we go. Actually, a pit maneuver from law enforcement as the car has now been turned around, the driver surrendering with both hands outside of the car here. And we are now being told that it is CHP, the California Highway Patrol, that is leading this pursuit right now. Well, a pursuit that now has since come to an end here. The driver coming out, opening the door, in communication with CHP. Once again, that driver wanted for theft and evasion, according to officials. So it looks like a male getting out of the car, hands up, backing up to police. They'll have him get on hands and knees here. As they come to make the arrest. And it does look like only one person inside of that car. Of course, they'll go over and search the car to make sure no one else is in there after they make the arrest. And it looks like they may have found something as they are searching in the car. One of the officers trying to pull something out. They'll search the trunk as well. They have taken the keys out of the ignition. And no one being pulled out here, giving the all clear for at least the car itself. So one arrest being made for this police pursuit out in Woodland Hills, California. We were able to bring it to you live here on Live Now from Fox. Live, raw, and unfiltered as always. We bring you all of these top news stories and breaking news from across the country as we have it. A little bit of a traffic backup for many of these drivers in Woodland Hills now as our Sky Fox kind of backs up a little bit and shows a wider shot of all those cars that have had to pull over for the time being. They'll clear out the roads and make sure that they can allow them through here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. But one arrest being made here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back as we get more details on what's going on in California. We have primaries coming up tonight as voters are hitting the polls. Polls closing at 8 p.m. Pacific time. We'll have full coverage on that a little bit later into the evening. But just before we came out to this,
Joe, did you say you found Karen?
we were on Capitol Hill, and
No, I'm asking LA for it.
Okay.
now they have one of these officers pulling off the car here. To allow traffic to come through. Well, we'll be right back after the break as we hit on some of those other top stories of the day. Don't go away. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're coming up on the 3 o'clock hour here in Phoenix, Arizona. 3 o'clock also out in California, as we just brought you out to this police pursuit as Sky Fox heads away from the scene. They have made one arrest of that driver who was wanted for theft and evading. Luckily, none of these other passerby cars got involved, and they were able to make that arrest safely, which is always what we like to see here. But happy to bring that to you as it happened. Before that, though, we took you out to Capitol Hill with Senator Mitch McConnell as he focused primarily on the situation underway, the war between Russia and Ukraine, aid moving forward from the United States. But we like to show you both sides of the aisle. We'll be showing you Senator Schumer's remarks as he focused on something else, as lawmakers on Capitol Hill are zeroing in on the gun control debate, and an agreement on at least some things is now seeming a little more likely. Fox's Madeline Rivera has more details from Washington.
And what are you doing?
Emotional testimony on Capitol Hill from Garnell Whitfield, whose mother, Ruth Whitfield, was one of the 10 people killed in the mass shooting in Buffalo, New York last month. Whitfield now pleading for lawmakers to take action as he grieves his own loss.
I ask every one of you to imagine the faces of your mothers as you look at mine, and ask yourself, is there nothing that we can do?
His appeal during a Senate Judiciary Committee domestic terrorism hearing comes as lawmakers work to reach a narrow bipartisan deal on gun reform. On Tuesday morning, Senator Chris Murphy, one of the lead negotiators, met with President Biden.
I'm grateful that the White House is giving us the space necessary to get it.
How much time, sir? Murphy says the discussions center on key issues like background checks, mental health, and school security. But a ban on AR-15 weapons is not on the table, a measure unlikely to get Republican support.
The issues that they should be focused on is how do you keep those types of weapons out of the hands of these young, in this case male, very deranged young men.
Actor Matthew McConaughey, who was born in Uvalde, weighed in on the debate from the White House.
This should be a nonpartisan issue. This should not be a partisan issue.
On Wednesday, a House committee will hold a hearing on gun violence with testimony from an 11-year-old survivor of the Uvalde shooting who says she smeared herself in her friend's blood to avoid being shot. In Washington, Madeline Rivera, Fox News.
And we'll be taking you out live to that hearing as it happens. Tomorrow, we also have that domestic terrorism hearing, which will be playing out a little bit later into the evening as well. But we heard from Senator McConnell. Let's hear from the Democrats' side. Senator Schumer from earlier.
Mr. President, as the Senate's June work period begins, the American people have one question front of mind. After years and decades of gridlock, will the Senate do something about our nation's gun violence epidemic? Democrats are ready to take action, and soon every single member of this chamber is going to have to answer that question. Today is June 7th, 2022. It is the 158th day of the year. Already, this year we have had over 250 mass shootings. Over 250. That's more than one a day. 2 weeks ago, we saw the worst school shooting in America since the tragedy at Sandy Hook. An 18-year-old boy bought 2 assault rifles for his birthday and gunned down 19 children in Uvalde, Texas. 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds. You see the pictures of the kids with their sweatshirts, with their awards, with their trophies. Every parent has seen pictures of children that age. And to know that they are no longer, that they were wiped out, that they were brutally murdered, breaks your heart, just sends shivers down your spine. And a few hours later, these parents will never see their children. A few hours after it happened, parents were realized and told they would never see their children again. 10 days before that, 11 more people were gunned down while grocery shopping in Buffalo simply because of the color of their skin. I still can't get out of my mind the 3-year-old I met when I visited Buffalo, who lost his dad because his dad made a quick stop to the Tops supermarket to get his son a birthday cake. It was his son's birthday. Never see his dad again. Living with that his whole life, that his dad was killed going to get him a birthday cake. And for every tragedy that traumatizes the nation's collective psyche, there are countless others that take place outside the national spotlight. They happen every single day in homes and communities in every part of this country, across every neighborhood, every school, every small town, every large city. Americans of all persuasions are wondering the same thing. When is it going to be enough? When will Congress find the will to act? One party has that will, and soon will determine whether the other side on the aisle will join. That is the challenge that faces this chamber as we begin this work period. Before Memorial Day, I make clear that the Senate will vote on gun safety legislation in the near future. To that end, a handful of my Democratic colleagues, led by Senator Murphy and including the great work of Senators Blumenthal, Sinema, Manchin, Coons, Heinrich, and others, have been holding extended and substantive talks with Republicans to see what can pass this chamber that will meaningfully address our nation's gun violence epidemic. I'm encouraging my Democratic colleagues to keep talking, to see if Republicans will work with us to come up with something that will make a meaningful change in the lives of the American people and help stop gun violence. There's virtual unanimity among Senate Democrats that getting something passed through this chamber is worth pursuing if it will make a tangible difference in preventing gun violence. We know we're not going to get everything we want. We know that the push for even more meaningful gun safety will continue after this debate, but making real progress is very important. Senator Murphy has asked for some space to have the bipartisan talks continue, and I have given him that space. I look forward to discussing the status of those talks with my colleagues today. We owe it to American parents. We owe it to American kids. We owe it to every single neighborhood, every single community, every single household that has been ripped apart by gun violence. This is a tough fight. Nevertheless, we have a moral obligation to do everything conceivable to break the cycle of violence. In the wake of the tragedies in Uvalde and Buffalo, we have a chance to tell the American people that this time their anguish will not fall on deaf ears. We have a chance to tell them we hear them, that we too are angry, and we are going to do everything we can to make some real progress in the Senate, difficult as that is. But it's only going to happen if both sides keep working. Only with that will hope for a compromise translate into real, concrete legislation. We know it's a difficult hurdle to overcome, but nevertheless, we must do everything we can to try and succeed. Now, on the PACT Act, Mr. President, later this morning, the Senate will take the first vote to advance one of the most important veteran health care bills that this chamber has considered in decades. Memorial Day was a little over a week ago, the day our nation honors our war dead and rededicates itself to caring for those who've sacrificed everything to protect our country. Our veterans deserve endless thanks, not just through words, but through action. Today, toxic chemical exposure is one of the most devastating health problems impacting our nation's veterans. Since 2001, as many as 3.5 million service members, 3.5 million, have been exposed to toxic smoke, including toxic burn pits and Agent Orange. Sadly, many of them are unable to get the care they need because of outdated rules within the Veterans Administration that determine eligibility for benefits. This is long overdue for a change. It's something I've been advocating for years. And today I'm thrilled that the Senate will vote to begin consideration of the Honoring Our PACT Act, which my colleagues, Senator Tester and Senator Moran, have done a great job putting together. Every single one of us in this chamber has heard from a military service member who has struggled to afford quality health care. And this is one of the best steps the Senate can take to improve the lives of those who've given their all for our country. The Honoring Our PACT Act would be one of the largest expansions in health care benefits in VA history, and it would make sure that no military service member exposed to toxic chemicals has to endure the indignity of carrying the burden of sickness and treatment alone. I expect today's vote will yield strong bipartisan support, and once we're on this bill, because today is just a motion to proceed, not passage of the bill yet, there's no reason we can't pass it quickly and without needless distraction. Once again, I want to thank Senators Tester and Moran for their leadership on this issue. This issue has been important to me. I've encouraged them, and they have worked so well together, adroitly, so that this bill can pass. I want to thank every single VSO that has advocated for change. And I want to thank prominent voices like John Stewart and John Field, who I just met in my office, who have fiercely advocated for our veterans. We're moving forward today on this bill, and it's my hope, we can reach final passage very quickly. I yield the floor to note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
So those were remarks from Senator Schumer a little bit earlier today. Want to pull you up this podium, though, as we head out to all California news. Top of the hour, 3 o'clock. There in California, Vice President Kamala Harris in Los Angeles to be delivering remarks at the In Her Hands launch in LA there. That's as the Summit of the Americas is underway. Secretary Blinken also in this shot alongside Mayor Garcetti, which the mayoral race is top of mind tonight. For California primaries, we'll have a breakdown on who the candidates are, what you should be watching and looking for, as we'll have full coverage this evening on not only the mayor's race, but also the sheriff's race that is underway. A lot of LA residents really looking to see who their next mayor will be and who their next sheriff will be. We'll have details on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, where we're going to have full coverage on the California primary election for this year. LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva voting this morning in La Habra Heights. The incumbent sheriff has been on the job for 3.5 years. He's facing challenges from 8 other candidates. If Sheriff Villanueva doesn't receive more than 50% of the vote, the top 2 candidates will face off in the November general election. He spoke to the press directly after he cast his vote. Here's what he had to say.
Well, that was a long ballot. I thought I was back in school.
You knew all the judges, right?
Every single one of them.
So what happened in the beginning? Did they lose your address, your number? What's up?
Well, I got a ballot as a confidential voter, but then wanting to cast a ballot in person as a confidential voter is not as easy as it sounds.
You have many people running against you. This is your second term that you're opting for. And tell me, what's it going to take? Where you think the voters will turn out for you? And Because there's a lot of other people.
Well, the political establishment wants to basically take the independence of the office of sheriff and make it a political subordinate to the Board of Supervisors. So they were the ones busy recruiting everyone possible and their mother to run against me. But I think the public is seeing through that. They want to keep the office of sheriff as a constitutional office independent of the board.
Would you make it any different
You had a
from the
lot
next
of that
time?
political backing, though. 4 years
Uh-huh.
ago, you did have a lot of that political backing. Right now, it seems like you have eight opponents.
Mhm.
So what do you think happened there within those 4 years? What do you attribute it to if you had their backing?
Well, you got to remember, there's one thing is the political establishment, which includes the leadership of the Board of Supervisors and the Democratic Party. They're one and the same. That does not mean the people at all. The people that actually cast ballots, the people that are struggling about homelessness, violent crime, those are the people that count. Those are the people who are casting their ballots today. And what the political establishment wants and does really has very little to do with what the people need here in LA County.
Would you do anything different for, I mean, because the Board of Supervisors, you got a lot of people that are some for, against you. I mean, what's it's for the people. What are you going to do about it differently?
Well, remember, you got to remember that the people that are the majority of the board today took office from elections from 4 years ago. And now it's a whole new day. This is 2022. The whole defunding of law enforcement and cops are bad and let's get rid of them is not going to sell in 22. I think people want to be safe primarily, and that includes everybody. Every single zip code in LA County, every neighborhood that's struggling with all the challenges that they're facing, people running on the bus and the trains and being set on fire. I mean, that should tell you something, because the MTA board, which includes the Board of Supervisors, they've never even mentioned it. Why is this? Why is the silence on things that matter to people? The people that have to be stuck in those metal tubes every single day because they can't afford $8, for gasoline a gallon. So this is really about the struggles of everyday people, not the political establishment. I could really care less what they think. What matters to me as sheriff is to represent the needs of the community.
So
Sheriff,
you've been
based
in
off of
office
all
for
of that,
4
are you
years, I guess.
confident that you're going to end it today and win it, or is it going to a runoff in November?
Well, it's going to be up to the people. I'm cautiously optimistic that we can end it today, yes.
So you've been in office for 4 years. So what is your sales pitch to any undecided voter out there? They see the scandals, they've seen the headlines. How do you sell them 4 more years of you?
Remember this, an organization the size of ours, we're going to have issues. They're going to be employees that do the wrong thing or maybe didn't do the best job that they could do. That's true of any large organization. To somehow lift that up to a scandal that reflects my administration is just a false narrative. It's pushed by the very same political establishment. It's not pushed by the people out there. You go to any zip code, go to 106 in Budalong, go to East LA, Union Pacific and Sunol, ask them, do you want to see more deputies or less? It's resounding, they want to see more deputies. They are the people that matter.
So that was Villanueva from a little bit earlier today. He, like I said, faces challenges from 8 other candidates. We'll be profiling all of them a little bit later into the evening. But the big race, of course, is the mayoral race. The 3 candidates, Kevin De Leon, Karen Bass, and Rick Caruso, making their final push this week ahead of today's primary. Here's what they had to say.
So much excitement for the race. So now the most important thing is that people actually go and vote.
It's really not about ideology. It's about who can best clean up the city.
Angelinas want someone who's experienced, someone who's not going to just promise anything and say anything to voters to get elected.
So recent polls show that Congresswoman Karen Bass and billionaire Caruso are in a tight race, with De Leon trailing by a sizable margin. If none of the candidates receive 50% of the vote, the top 2 vote getters will face off in the November general election. Fox 11 in Los Angeles catching up with some of those voters this morning as they left the polls.
So who is this?
That's Caruso.
Right.
That is...
Karen Bass.
This lady looks like she would be in, like, a law office or something, you know?
So like an attorney, a little bit, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, sure, distinguished.
Or like a senator, something official. Karen Bass. Karen Bass.
This guy.
Okay, this guy looks like a lawyer of some sort. He kind of does.
Shark vibes?
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit. Pinstripe suit?
Yeah, very much, yeah. Yeah, very much like Prosecutor Bob. Probably like a principal or something.
Okay, so you get the gist of it there. A lot of these voters didn't even know some of the names of these candidates. So will be something to watch tonight as we'll be tracking the polls for this mayor's race and for the sheriff's race out in Los Angeles. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, also Vice President Kamala Harris, she's expected to speak here just momentarily as the Summit of the Americas is underway. There's a lot of world leaders that are coming into town for this, which means some backups for LA residents. So we'll be playing those remarks as they happen live. We're going to take another commercial break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to take you kind of a round robin to all of these live events that we are tracking. This is out in Los Angeles. Vice President Kamala Harris to be speaking here at the Summit of the Americas. Secretary Blinken has also arrived in Los Angeles. He is currently visiting the mayor's workshop. We'll be getting in some more shots out of Los Angeles here as it picks up into the rest of the night. But the VP going to be delivering remarks at the In Her Hands launch. That's what this podium is set up for. Hopefully this starts here pretty soon. We're hearing that in the next 5 minutes we'll be hearing from her. So more to come on that, but as we await her arrival there, let's take you around to some of these other live looks as we still have the shot out in Uvalde, Texas. We heard from family members of not only Uvalde victims, but also Buffalo shooting victims at a hearing today as gun control is top of mind on Capitol Hill for both Republicans and Democrats. And we'll be hearing from Republicans and Democrats into the evening here. But it does look like this event is starting here. Let's listen in live in Los Angeles, California.
The Partnership for Central America has come together, and this really in so many ways is a symbol of all of the together what we've built for Central America, Northern Central America, the families of Central America, in partnership with a collection of private sector organizations, social sector organizations, and the public sector. It's truly inspiring, and I'm so sincerely grateful to you each for being here and for everything that you've done to build this. This really together is the founding organization of the partnership that is so aptly named. As you know, the partnership was launched in May 2021 with Vice President Harris to mobilize investments and create opportunities in Northern Central America with one central aim, and that is really to create tangible hope for families in the region. In the last year, we've mobilized more than $3 billion with our partners that include Microsoft, Kate's here today, MasterCard, Mike Froman, sincere thanks to you, PriceSmart, David Price, and others, Cargill, Gap, and so many other partners among those who've built this organization over this last year. Today, we're here to launch In Her Hands, which aims to bring a gender lens to the work that we're doing, that is, investments in the region, through digital access, financial inclusion, and skilling for women and girls. This is so significant because women and girls, as we know, are the center of the economic engine and the community. They're the agents of change in Central America, in Latin America, and of course, as we are here for the Summit of the Americas, across the Americas. You know, if I can take a moment of personal privilege, you know, as we think about the impact that women, that mothers, that our sisters have played in our lives, I think about my own mother who I lost this last week. And she was, in so many ways, the guiding light to my life. She was the guiding light to all the work that I've had the sincere pleasure to contribute to with Chairman Ajay Banga of this organization, with Chair Blanca Trevino of this organization, and of course with Ray Chambers, the Vice Chair of this organization, and the heart of so many efforts of this sort. Today we're grateful to be joined by 3 remarkable women in addition to our chairs, true agents of change, to kick off what we're doing here today. Christy Turlington Burns, thank you. Lorraine Powell-Jobs, thank you. And of course, Vice President Harris, our sincere thanks to you for everything that you have done. To kick us off, I'm honored now to welcome Christy Turlington Burns. Christy is the founder and CEO of Every Mother Counts. Every Mother Counts aims to improve access to quality maternity care around the world. Among her many accomplishments, Christy is the daughter of a strong Salvadorian woman with deep ties to our mission in Northern Central America. With that, it's my sincere pleasure to welcome Christy. Christy, thank you, and thank you again, everyone, for being here today. Christy.
It is an honor to be here today with Vice President Harris and the Partnership for Central America to welcome all of you to the launch of In Her Hands. This initiative speaks to me deeply as an activist for women's health and women's empowerment, and as the proud daughter of a strong Salvadoran woman. For too long, the women of Central America have faced staggering barriers to opportunity, limited access to employment, domestic and sexual violence, high adolescent pregnancy, and insufficient education. When societies do not invest in women, they cannot truly develop. Today, we're here to talk about how, when working together across the public, private, and philanthropic sectors, we can continue to turn the tide. This event is merely the beginning of this effort. And I hope the conversations we have today will inspire even greater investments and commitments to this important cause. I want to speak to a couple of specific examples of the way this type of investment can have a transformative impact on a woman's life. Jacqueline Hernandez participated in a cloud skills education program in El Salvador, implemented by Amazon Web Services in coordination with the Ministry of Economy of El Salvador. Following graduation, Jacqueline got a job with IBM that directly applied these skills and allowed her to earn a far higher salary than she otherwise would have, and to participate fully in the digital economy. Accion is empowering women entrepreneurs and farmers in Northern Central America with financial literacy and digital tools to open and expand their own businesses. Women business owners such as Maria, Paula, and Jovita have been able to open and expand their businesses to serve themselves, their families, and communities across rural Guatemala. To date, Accion has served 145,000 individuals through their financial inclusion programs, including more than 90,000 women. Working together, we can support more women to achieve the kind of success that Jacqueline, Maria, Paula, and Jovita have achieved. However, no one group can do this alone. Every group represented here has a critical role to play. And by working together, we can do far more than any group working alone. The U.S. government and the governments of Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador will be essential to creating the policy and investment environment required to create opportunities for women. The private sector is at the heart of this effort's sustainability as companies invest in long-term job creation. And nonprofits like CARE, Acción, ProMujer, and many more are critical to providing the training, support, and resources needed to create opportunities and prepare women for jobs. I'm excited to see the role that the Partnership for Central America has been able to play to date in coordinating efforts across all these partners so that we can do more together than any one group could do independently. It is also thrilling to see the research that the Harvard School of Public Health and Gallup have done to understand the factors that make people rooted and able to thrive without leaving home. This research will shape the work going forward. As I said, today's conversation represents merely the beginning. And I hope that today, and those that follow, we will inspire those in this room and beyond to consider what each of us can do to support the women of Central America and beyond to truly thrive. Before we hear from the incredible women and men today, I am pleased to introduce a brief video where you'll hear from some of the beneficiaries of Partners' work about the impact it has had on their lives, and from some of the leaders of the Partnership for Central America about the reasons they are so inspired by this work.
I am very proud and honored to be a part of Vice President Harris' launch of In Her Hands, a women's economic empowerment initiative to advance gender equality and women's leadership. Central America is home to one of the highest rates of women-owned businesses. Startups co-founded by women are significantly better financial investments. The Partnership for Central America and the U.S. government view a coordinated strategy as a path to support the advancement of women, while communicating the opportunities to overcome these barriers to progress with the support of the U.S. government and private investment. We will have come together to prioritize the humanity of young girls and vulnerable women.
I'm Michelle Nunn, President and CEO of CARE USA. We are really proud to be joining with the Partnership for Central America in the pursuit of expanded economic opportunity for all and true equality for women and girls. If women have equal opportunity to jobs and to education and to health and to safety, they will add billions of dollars to the economy, and they'll lift up their families and communities in a rising tide of prosperity in the Northern Triangle. The solution is in our hands. Indeed it is, and we look forward to continuing this critical work hand in hand.
In the last 30 years, women participation in the labor market in Central America has increased only by 16%. The pandemic aggravated the gender gap even more as women lost jobs and income at a greater scale.
And I hope that video, in some ways represents the tangible impact of what we've been doing in our work here this last year. I think about some of our colleagues that are here from the U.S. government as well today, Ambassador Ken Salazar, Assistant Secretary Brian Nichols, and in so many ways in partnership with colleagues such as Michael Schlein at Acción and our colleague Michelle Nunn from CARE. The joint partnership that our public, private, and social sector organizations have come together really is represented in that video in such a tangible way. Christy, thank you for your comments. What I'd like to do now, if I may, is introduce another partner in this effort that has been driving so much change globally, and that is Lorraine Powell-Jobs. Lorraine is the founder and president of the Emerson Collective. Emerson is an inspiring organization dedicated to creating pathways to opportunity so people can live to their full potential. Since its founding, Emerson has taken a systems approach to social change across education, immigration, reform, the environment, and health, with at its core, justice as the goal. With that, I am sincerely honored to welcome Lorraine Powell-Jobs.
So once again, we are awaiting Vice President Kamala Harris as they have kind of taken down that shot just momentarily here as they take it away. Let's move into another shot that we are assessing right here that we'll be taking out live to you. This is the grand opening of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute's new Washington, D.C. Center. That's where House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Kevin McCarthy are going to join Reagan Foundation in giving the Freedom Award to President Zelensky of Ukraine. So this should be a pretty cool event that is going to take place here in the coming hour, and we'll bring it to you live as we have it. Doesn't look like it's getting underway anytime particularly soon as they're serving dinner and whatnot, but when we have it, we'll definitely bring it to you. This will be a bipartisan show of support for Ukraine in this moment right now where war is still underway. Russian forces still quite aggressive here. Let's go back out to Los Angeles, though, as speakers have once again taken the stage, and we'll be hearing from the Vice President shortly.
Music and an opportunity to enjoy some cultural integration into this conversation. And with that, we'll transition into our next speaker. So we'll just hold for one moment if we may. Thank you. Bill.
So as we wait here, we'll take this moment to go out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
In her hands, that
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It is 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6:30 out on the East Coast, taking you out to the West Coast now in Los Angeles, California, where Vice President Kamala Harris is set to speak at the In Her Hands launch as the Summit of the Americas is well underway. Secretary Blinken just arrived there as well. He is meeting with some of the local representatives as well as world leaders. We just saw Mayor Eric Garcetti of Los Angeles as he was right there with the secretary. It's going to be a busy night for California as we are watching not only this event, but also the primary election underway, as there are quite a few candidates for the mayor's race. There are 3 candidates, which will be profiling a little bit later into the evening. Voters still at the polls up until 8 o'clock local time. So there's just about 4.5 hours left of voting at the polls. When they do close, you know that we'll break into full coverage for that with not only our affiliates out in Los Angeles, but also in Northern California, as there's some races underway there that we want to be watching too. Also, what we are watching in Washington, D.C., the grand opening of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute's new D.C. Center. That's where House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Kevin McCarthy is going to join the Reagan Foundation in giving the Freedom Award to Ukraine's President Zelensky there. So assuming that will likely be virtual when that does take place, we'll bring it to you live here. It looks like dinner is being served, so it might be a little bit before that actually gets underway. As we await that, though, let's go out to the Senate Republicans as they held a press conference earlier today. It was quite a busy day on Capitol Hill when it comes to gun control. Uvalde victims as well as their family members, and Buffalo shooting victims too. Remember, 10 people shot dead at a Buffalo supermarket just because of their race. A devastating situation. Gun control is top of mind now for Republicans and Democrats. Let's hear from the Republicans, though, as they outlined that, as well as still pretty rough inflation numbers being released by Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen today. Take a listen.
Like Chuck left his notes.
You don't need the notes? Not those.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I, like a lot of others, had a chance to be at home last week. Won't surprise you to know that everybody's concerned about inflation, food prices, gas prices, and without exception, every employer I ran into, whether it was a large business or a small business, was having difficulty getting people to come back to work. A real dilemma, and I think all of that is a result of the $2 trillion the other guys dumped on the economy last week against the advice of Larry Summers, Jason Furman, and now the Secretary of the Treasury has basically admitted they made a mistake. That's hard to find in this town, so I commend her for admitting they made a mistake, but it was a gargantuan mistake. With regard to the ongoing issue about violence, Senator Cornyn, as you know, is representing our side in discussions with Senator Murphy. We're hoping to actually get an outcome that'll make a difference in the areas of mental health, school safety, and things that are related to the incidents that occurred in Texas and in Buffalo.
So this last week, President Biden came out with a so-called plan to deal with inflation. But what the plan consisted of basically was more blame shifting and finger pointing instead of acknowledging that what really has caused inflation, as the leader pointed out, was the $2 trillion tax and spending spree that the Democrats passed last year on a straight party line, partisan basis. And you would think that after having had that experience that they wouldn't want to double down, because even at that time, you had liberal economists. A lot of us were telling them, warning them that this was going to flood the zone with a lot of spending and dollars out there, and that it would add to the inflationary fires, which it has. And so we've seen now record inflation, the highest inflation in 40 years, record gas prices, which are hitting consumers' pocketbooks every day. And even though the president and his team may talk about job growth and wage growth isn't keeping up with inflation, meaning that people in this country are getting a de facto pay cut because of inflation. So what is the solution to that? Well, the Democrats, they're still trying to revive discussions about the so-called Build Back Better bill, the $5 trillion tax and spending spree, which would be the exact opposite prescription if you were trying to combat inflation. So I'm hopeful that there is going to be at least one wise and thoughtful Democrat out there that will put the brakes on and stop this reckless idea of spending another $5 trillion and start bringing some common sense to how we combat and deal with the issue of inflation, to include an energy policy. Gas prices are exploding, and they are driving a lot of the inflation. And if there's anything that gets the American people's attention, it's the price for a gallon of gas. And this administration ought to figure that out and realize that the way to solve this problem is to allow American energy producers to get off the sidelines, back in the game, and start producing energy right here in the United States, and all the above strategy that makes America energy independent and takes those pressures off of the gas prices that are literally crushing the pocketbooks of the American people.
In the Joe Biden economy, the American people have suffered through the most expensive Memorial Day ever. Gas prices today on average $4.92 a gallon. That's 30 cents higher a gallon than when we were here 2 weeks ago. And Joe Biden has an opportunity to try to make things differently for all of these people who are having to cancel summer plans, make changes in their life, but he's not doing it. Not at all. Tragically, he's refusing to take the steps needed to help the American people. He is so wedded to the climate extremists that he won't even mention the ideas of drilling for oil and gas in the United States. Instead, he wants to use the Defense Production Act. For what does he want to use it for? Not for pipelines, not for more oil and gas exploration, but for solar panels. Solar panels when the price of gas is approaching $5 a gallon. So today, Secretary Yellen was in the Finance Committee. She may have admitted a week ago that she had gotten it wrong. Today, she was back to the same blame game, blaming inflation on Putin and the pandemic. Families are paying $5,000 a year more this year than last year just to keep up with where they were a year ago. People don't believe the president. They believe their own two eyes and their empty wallets. And then last week, we had the Secretary of Transportation and the Secretary of Energy say, well, if you're not happy with high gas prices, buy an electric vehicle. $55,000. That's sure not working in Wyoming or anywhere across the country. These people are tone deaf, out of touch. But you know, there are Democrats who've wanted high gas prices for a long, long time. Joe Biden, when he was running for president, had said that he guaranteed you he would eliminate fossil fuels. And just last week, once again, this president has come out siding with the environmental extremists and attacking oil and gas leases. He went after them in my home state of Wyoming, a number of western states. They've frozen 2,000 leases in Wyoming with their actions just last week. And these are leases that were granted in 2015, 16, 17, 18, and 2020. So the president has once again taken an axe to American energy, as a result is chopping into the paychecks of the American people. So when Joe Biden stands up there and he says to the American people he is doing, quote, everything possible to lower the cost of gasoline, the president is lying, and there's no other way to say it.
So a few days ago in Uvalde, Texas, 19 elementary school kids are killed and 2 of their teachers are killed, and all of those families, and in a significant way, that community has changed forever. Of course, that brings the topic of the weapons used, but it also brings the topic of mental health to part of this discussion. I want to say a couple of things about that. One is the last day of October 2013, Senator Stabenow and I had a piece of mental health legislation. We went to the Senate floor and we talked about the last bill that President Kennedy had signed 50 years earlier, 50 years before that date, and it was the Community Mental Health Act. And we went through the Community Mental Health Act, and when we did that, it was obvious that that act was designed to close a lot of facilities that probably needed to be closed, but it was also designed to create a lot of alternatives that never quite got completed. And so for most of that 50 years, the local police and the emergency room have become the de facto mental health system for the country. That's beginning to change, but it can't change as quickly as we should want it to change. You know, we have 41 states now that are part of a program that we developed in legislation we were also talking about that day. 10 states fully in the certified community behavioral health clinic program. It's making a difference in those states and will make a difference to people who are thinking about harming themselves or others. And I think we ought to look at that as one of the things we figure out how to take more advantage of. But even more importantly than that, I'd want to say that everybody with a mental health problem is not dangerous. In fact, people with a mental health problem are more likely to be the victim of a crime than they are the perpetrators of a crime. And while we have this important discussion about mental health, we don't want to do anything as a society that would discourage people from stepping forward and saying, I have a mental health problem and I need help. The National Institute of Health says 1 in 5 adult Americans has a diagnosable and almost always treatable behavioral health issue. We can't give 1 in 5 adult Americans any reason in the world, or all the kids that have mental health challenges after 2 years of COVID and isolation from school, we can't create an environment where any of them are hesitant to step forward because they see themselves as becoming part of a class that's seen as dangerous. But that doesn't mean that mental health isn't also an important part of what we need to do to deal with people who are troubled. And when you deal with people, almost all of these cases involve not just somebody who's decided to do a terrible act involving the lives of other people, but it's probably also almost always purposely decided that this is a way for them to end their own life. And so whether it's suicide or homicide, we need to be stepping in there, but we also need to have a mental health system that people aren't afraid to be part of. And the balance of that in this discussion, I think, is really an important balance to be sure we try and achieve.
This week, President Biden is going to attend the Summit of the Americas out in Los Angeles. During President Biden's time as U.S. Senator, his time as a Vice President, and his time as President, he's never stood up for democracy and freedom in Latin America. It's never been important to him. In the last year and a half since he's been president, he's done nothing to get the peaceful protesters, including teenagers, out of prison. And on basically the Castro regime trying to kill them, he's done nothing to step in. He's taken sanctions off Maduro's family members, corrupt family members. He took the FARC off the list of organizations of terrorism out of Colombia. He won't stand, he doesn't talk about the importance of democracy in Colombia. He's never done anything to fight for the people of Latin America and their freedom. He has the opportunity, when he goes to the Summit of the Americas, to stand up for the first time. His appeasement policies, Obama's appeasement policies, don't work. And let me give you an example. There's a lady I know in Miami. After the Obama appeasement policy, the Castro regime came and chopped off her hand, stuck in the mud, so she would get infected and die. You know what her atrocity was? She complained that her school would be closed in her neighborhood. So this appeasement of these dictators, whether it's Castro, Ortega, Maduro, any of them, is not doing anything to help the people of those countries. We've got to get a president that believes in freedom and democracy and stands up for it. And this is the week that Biden should start doing that.
So there we have it. We've been listening in to Senate Republicans right there as they start to take some questions from reporters. Top of mind, though, the gun control debate that's underway on Capitol Hill, as well as high inflation numbers. The Secretary Janet Yellen coming out today and saying maybe they underestimated what that would look like there and possibly made a mistake. Well, we all know that inflation is an issue right now, and as our world advances and companies modernize, the need for tech workers has grown tremendously, and the pandemic put that need on hyperdrive. A prison in Missouri is looking to fill that gap by training inmates in computer programming so they can enter the tech workforce after their release. Fox's Madison Scarpino has that story from Pacific, Missouri. Madison, so interesting. Tell us more.
Hey Daytona, prison educational programs can drastically help break the cycle of people returning to prison after they're released. And the tech nonprofit who provides this training wants to give these inmates a productive skill so that they have a better chance to succeed.
We need tech workers so badly for the United States to grow, for our economy to grow, for our companies to grow.
The Technology Councils of North America, or TECNA, says nearly every company needs tech workers now, and the pandemic only raised demand.
Everybody retired to their home, and the way they communicated with the world was through technology. And so the technology workforce has just been amplified.
TECNA says the Commerce Department projects more than 1 million new tech jobs by 2025. Tech nonprofit Launch Code is training people to fill that gap at an unusual place, the Missouri Eastern Correctional Center. There, inmates can learn full-stack web development and coding through the Just Tech program, with the idea they can build skills to work in the tech industry after their release.
It's incredibly inspiring to see a group of individuals that, kind of against all odds and without the internet, has taken on the challenge of learning to code and succeeded.
David Teal has been in custody for 6 years.
This is probably the best thing that this camp has to offer, by far. So I figured I would go ahead and take advantage of that.
His father and sister were in computer programming, and he says technology has always interested him.
The opportunities are endless. The tech industry is huge, so I can pretty much do whatever I want as long as someone will, put me on board.
Teal graduated the program and is continuing to learn more as he prepares for his release in a year.
This opens a whole another door of something I thought I'd never be able to do. If it, I probably wouldn't even done it on the streets, but just the fact that I did it in prison, it's amazing.
47 people have graduated from the program so far, and Launch Code actually expanded the program to a second prison here in Missouri, and they hope to expand it to a women's institution by next year. Daytona?
Wow, that's incredible. I mean, you were able to speak with him. Were you able to speak with any of these other inmates that have, seen success from this?
Yeah, there's dozens of them, and it was so cool to see how passionate they were. They're actively trying to look to see what jobs are going to be available for them after they're released, and again, just super inspiring to see the dedication among these people just against all odds.
Yep, there you go. Worker shortage being shortened one step at a time with programs like this. Fox's Madison Scarpino, live for us in Missouri. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, we do have Vice President Kamala Harris, who just stepped up to the podium there. Again, she is in Los Angeles, California. That's where the Summit of the Americas is underway. This is the In Her Hands launch that's going on right now. Let's start it off from the beginning so we don't miss a beat.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please have a seat. Good afternoon. Laureen, thank you for that introduction and all of the work that you and Emerson have been doing over so many years that is about addressing root causes and doing it in a way that is informed by a sense of humanity and a collective sense of purpose. Thank you for that. I also want to thank Christy Turlington Burns, and I am grateful to you both and to the Partnership for Central America, the Chamber of Commerce, and everyone here today for all of your efforts. And I see the ambassador who is here. I want to thank him as well. When I began work on the root causes of migration from Northern Central America, I approached the task with a few basic principles. One, my belief, I think our shared belief, that most people don't want to leave home. And when they do, it is usually for one of two reasons. They are fleeing harm, or they cannot address the basic needs of themselves or their family. Two, I know, as a devout public servant, that to address this issue, government cannot do it alone. We must partner with the private sector and civil society to address what we know can be addressed through collaboration and coordination. So that is the spirit and the foundation of the work that we are doing in the call to action. Together, our collective expertise, resources, and vision can and already has begun to create an ecosystem of opportunity. 3, in terms of our approach, we believe that to have a meaningful impact, we must also, in addition to addressing the economic status and condition of the region, we must also address corruption. We must promote the rule of law. We must focus with a priority on reducing violence, and we must empower women. These are the guiding principles that inform our administration's root causes strategy and our engagement with our neighbors in the Western Hemisphere. A region which is more interconnected and more interdependent than ever before. So a year ago, I issued the call to action and encouraged companies and civil society to work with us to deepen a commitment in Northern Central America and to expand collaboration. This call to action is creating new jobs and opportunities for the people within those countries. These investments are also a good example of what our policies beyond our shore can do to benefit the people within the United States. Because we know the American people will benefit from stable and prosperous neighbors. And when we provide economic opportunity for people in Central America, we address an important driver of migration. Which brings me to today. I am pleased to announce that since the launch of our call to action last year, we together have generated more than $3.2 billion of investment in the region. And you applaud because we all know that is a substantial sum as the beginning of this approach. This investment is on track to generate, as a result of what we have done so far, tens of thousands of jobs, investments in sectors such as agriculture and textiles. This investment also means that more than 10 million people will have access to banking services and credit within that region, which is important if we are to fuel the capacity, the entrepreneurial vision and desires of the people in that region. In addition to all of this work, 2 million people so far have already been connected to the internet, with millions more to follow, all part of a holistic approach to what are the needs and the needs that can be met in that region. In context, when we put that $3.2 billion in context, consider that El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras have a total population size of about 30 million people. A $3.2 billion investment will then have a direct impact on the quality of life for people throughout that region. In fact, earlier today, and I see them here, I met with a group of women leaders and women entrepreneurs who have been leading in some of this work and some of whom have already benefited from our call to action initiatives. And their stories, I wish you all could have been in the room, incredible stories of self-determination, of vision, of passion, and commitment, and courage. So today, to build on that success, we are announcing the next phase of the call to action, which includes prioritizing women. A forward-looking vision for the region requires understanding that women are drivers of economic growth, wherever they are. So today, with that spirit, we are announcing an initiative that has been named In Her Hands. an initiative within our call to action that will empower, protect, and train women in Northern Central America. I think we all agree, and I strongly believe, when women succeed, all of society benefits. And that is the work that we have done, guided by that principle with our root causes strategy. As part of this, the companies and organizations who are present today have made new commitments to digitize women-owned businesses in the region, to connect women to the banking system, to help more women participate in the agriculture industry, to train women for coding and cybersecurity, and to elevate women within companies. In addition, our administration strategy includes partnering with civil society to reduce gender-based violence in the region. These two priorities must go hand in hand, because we know empowering women economically is not only about giving them a job. It's about improving their quality of life. In fact, a lot of folks here know, when women don't have financial stability, if they don't have financial stability, the data shows us that they are more likely to stay in abusive relationships. A lack of opportunity continues a cycle of violence. However, when women have economic opportunity, we see a reduction in domestic violence, a reduction in sexual violence, a reduction in gender-based violence. So today, in addition to announcing the next phase of the call to action, we will bring together the private sector, the nonprofit community, and the public sector to coordinate our strategy, to reinforce one another's work, and to ensure that collectively we are creating an ecosystem of opportunity for women in the region. In discussions over the course of this afternoon, you will hear from panelists who will speak to all of these topics. And what it all comes down to is this. When you lift up the economic status of women, you lift up the economic status of families, of her community, and of our entire hemisphere. So thank you all again for being here and for contributing to this effort. We have achieved a lot, but it is only the beginning, and we are committed to seeing this through with all of you. Thank you very much.
So once again, the Vice President speaking out at the In Her Hands launch. This is an organization that promotes the idea that women drive economic growth. She says the new focus is on Northern Central America. This is just one of the events underway at the Summit of the Americas. Secretary Blinken also there, and we'll be taking you out to some of his remarks as we get it in, but we do have Senator Mitch McConnell, who is at the Reagan Foundation event that's underway soon. They will be awarding President Zelensky of Ukraine the Freedom Award. His full remarks right here, though. Let's listen in from just minutes ago.
Good evening, everyone. Really happy to be here and to join all of you. Thank you, Roger, and the Reagan Institute for having me with you tonight. And I'm joining a lot of others and congratulating you on this exciting new chapter. We all know President Reagan reshaped our national life. His principles, his commitments, and his character did not just remake our conservative movement, they changed the very foundation beneath our politics and beneath our government. But even principles that are correct do not pass themselves on automatically. Even truths that are self-evident are not self-teaching. So I'm thrilled that the Reagan Institute will give the ideas and principles of our 40th president a new physical foothold right here in this city. So congratulations on the grand opening celebrations. Thank you for the new ways the Reagan Institute will be helping keep America the last best hope of man on earth, and to do it right here on the ground in Washington. It'll not surprise you that I could happily talk all night, as you've been hearing all day, about President Reagan's dedication to lowering taxes and expanding prosperity to cutting regulations. The Gipper applied conservative principles in creative ways to specific challenges that we faced back at that time. In one area after another, he left America stronger, safer, more confident, and a brighter beacon on the world stage. So that brings me to the subject of tonight's presentation, President Zelensky, the Ukrainian people, and America's role in the world. It's a little intimidating to follow Peggy Noonan, I must say. Yesterday was the anniversary of D-Day, which means it was also the anniversary of President Reagan's incredible 40th anniversary tribute speech to the boys of Point du Hoc. Of course, Peggy helped the president craft those remarks. Standing on the cliffs that day, President Reagan talked about the bitter lessons that isolationism had taught our country. He emphasized how it is better to be ready to protect the peace than to take blind shelter across the sea, rushing to respond only after freedom is lost. President Reagan knew global leadership was not some act of soft-headed philanthropy. It was a prudent and necessary investment in our own core interests and national security over the long haul. President Reagan knew there was no incompatibility between fiscal conservatism and strongly investing in our defense. He knew foreign policy is not some zero-sum conflict between our values and our strategic interests. Often, the most important places these things actually align. America's assistance to Ukraine is a place where our values and our interests meet. America and our allies' willingness to support Ukraine is not a distraction from long-term challenges, but rather a leading indicator. It directly affects how these contests will play out. Back in the 80s, there were voices who wanted Reagan to step back from assertive foreign policy and to cut defense spending, who believed in peace through hesitancy and relativism instead of peace through strength. The West won the Cold War because he won that argument, and those people lost that argument. It's the same argument you're hearing today, and the same argument we need to win today. Now, President Reagan had a knack for cutting through overcomplication. Here's how he famously defined the Cold War strategy: we win and they lose. Well, my friends, that is exactly the maximum that should shape our aid to Ukraine today. They win and Russia loses. Some of you may have noticed I had the opportunity to meet with President Zelensky in Kyiv just a few weeks ago and to see the brave determination of the Ukrainian people with my own eyes. It's an honor to congratulate our Ukrainian friends on the honor tonight to help welcome Ambassador Mayoral, and it will continue to be my honor to fight for the confident, muscular, moral, Reagan-esque approach to American leadership that has built a better future. First and foremost for Americans, and also for untold millions of freedom-loving people all around the world. Thank you so much.
So there you have it. We've been listening in to Senator McConnell there at the Reagan Foundation event. They are expected to award President Zelensky the Freedom Award here just momentarily. We're going to step away from that, though, to head out to another story that we really brought to you yesterday. It came breaking here out in Houston, where unfortunately a car went off a guardrail and into a bayou in Houston, Texas. We're now learning that the driver of that car, a teenage girl, died. 2 other people were inside of the car as well. Let's bring in Fox 26's Natalie Heath, who's been on this today and speaking with community members that are now mourning. These were 3 teenagers, Natalie.
That's exactly right, Daytona. So today marked the last day of classes here at Milby High School. They gathered today for a balloon release to honor the life of 16-year-old Emily. They remembered her as a girl who had big dreams to live, her life taken far too soon.
Pick up your balloon in memory of Emily. Fly with the angels, baby girl.
It was an emotional last day of classes for Milby High School students as they honored the life of sophomore 16-year-old Emily Castilleja. Through prayer and song, they helped uplift her family and commemorate her legacy.
Touching home base one last time.
Then her softball teams walked through all the bases, carrying her jersey number 3 and placing her cleats on home plate for one last time.
For her, she always wanted to have a home run, so we gave her the home run.
Her close friend Trinity Gonzalez leading the pack and sharing an emotional speech with the crowd.
She always picked my spirit up when I was always mad and sad. And she was always there for me. She was that person. She was the light of the team.
Houston police say Emily was driving with 2 of her friends around 1 p.m. Monday when her car lost control and slammed through the guardrail on Harrisburg Boulevard and crashed into Brays Bayou. Her 2 friends survived.
Layla's stable. Layla's in stable conditions. I believe she'll probably stay one more day and then she'll be released. But she's okay. She has a couple of bruises and stuff, but she's in stable conditions, and the other student is here.
Now, her friends tell me that Emily had big plans for the summer. She was supposed to join a softball league and had also just landed her first job, which she was very excited about. So far, police say they have not determined the cause of that crash. The school officials say counselors are available here on campus for any student who might need them. Daytona.
Natalie, just to get this straight, of course, the teenager that died, they remembered her today, but then there was a teenage boy and a teenage girl who also were inside of that car. Can you explain kind of the circumstances surrounding that? Because one was transported to the hospital, the other was able to swim to the edge and kind of rescue himself, right?
That's exactly our understanding from investigators. The female teenager, both of the other students were 17 years old. The male was able to swim out. He was okay. He actually attended that balloon release, that vigil today. We were not able to speak with him, but we are told that he's doing just fine. As for the other girl, you heard the principal kind of mention her name there. Her name is Layla. Our understanding is that she is in stable condition, but remains in the hospital tonight. Daytona.
That's incredible that he was able to make it to that balloon release. I'm sure dealing with a lot because that was just yesterday when all of this happened. Well, the investigation's still underway, so we'll be tracking this story alongside you. Fox 26's Natalie He in Houston, Texas tonight. Thank you so much. And so we'll be keeping you updated on not only that story, but the other stories that we are following across the country here as we were showing you live some of those remarks from Senator Mitch McConnell as they are at the Reagan Foundation event at the new location in Washington, D.C. They are going to award President Zelensky of Ukraine the Freedom Award here, and we'll be taking that live for you. Also underway is the Summit of the Americas, and Secretary Blinken is taking part in a roundtable. We'll play out some of that for you live on Unfiltered after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. The Summit of the Americas is underway in Los Angeles, California right now. That's where world leaders come together to talk about these key topics, including migration, climate change, and inflation. That's not only hitting the United States, but hitting nations across the world. Well, we have Secretary Blinken, who is a part of a roundtable. He's speaking here right now. We'll listen in to what he has to say at the summit.
So my apologies, but I really did want to stop by. This is the very beginning of the Summit of the Americas, and it seems that this is a very important way to start. And Jose, thank you for bringing everyone together this afternoon. Not only am I pleased to be here, I'm just pleased to see so much solidarity among all of our colleagues and all of our neighbors for what is, I think, a very important initiative. To state the obvious, we all know the devastating impact that COVID-19 has had on virtually all of our communities. No part of the world has been harder hit than our own, and this is something that we have had to experience together. We've been committed in the United States to doing everything we can to help get through COVID and get to a better place. We've had the opportunity to provide nearly 70 million vaccine doses in our own hemisphere through COVAX, making sure that there was appropriate and equitable distribution. We're on our way globally over time to providing 1.2 billion doses of vaccines. Again, mostly through COVAX to make sure that this is done in the most effective, equitable way possible. But I think we also know, as we're dealing with what remains of COVID, that we have a big challenge, not with vaccine production anymore, but with getting shots into arms. And so all of us together are working on ways to make sure that we can deal with those challenges, what we call in the United States the last mile, or maybe the last kilometer, where we have issues of cold chain storage, where we have issues of distribution, we have issues of making sure that our healthcare workers are supported. All of this we're working on together. But as we do that, I think what's so important is that we together learn from this experience and make sure that we strengthen our healthcare systems going forward. One of the other things that COVID has revealed in our own country, as well as in our own hemisphere, are serious inequities in the way healthcare is provided, is distributed, is made available to people. So we want to take that lesson to heart as well. I know, Jose, you were starting to discuss, or maybe you already have, the initiative that brings us together, the Economic and Health Dialogue of the Americas. But I think our ability to exchange experiences, exchange ideas, and work together on strengthening our capacity to deliver basic health care to all of our citizens is one of the most important things we can do. And as with anything in our shared hemisphere, we know that we're going to be more effective and stronger if we're doing it together. And so I really applaud this initiative. I think it will help build a greater political group to making sure that we're addressing some of the gaps that exist in all of our societies when it comes to the provision of health care going forward. I know President Biden is going to have a chance to speak to this in the coming days. He very much looks forward to that and talking about how we can deepen partnerships across the board in our hemisphere. But I think in this particular instance, simply put, having a platform to share the lessons that we've learned together, having a platform where we can come together to strengthen our health systems, that is going to have a dramatic and powerful impact on the lives of all of our citizens. So we know, as with some of the other things, disease has no respect for borders, and so we have to deal with this together, and I'm glad that with this initiative, that's what we're doing. So thank you, and thank you for letting me parachute into the meeting.
You're always welcome. Great to have you. Thank you so much for your support.
Secretary Blinken, alongside world leaders at just one of the events, a roundtable focusing on health care around the world with COVID-19 pandemic being top of mind there. He says that we've learned so much, and President Biden will be speaking more to what to take from the pandemic moving forward here. That's as the pandemic, some say there's still concern over that, possibly a new surge, but there's also new developments when it comes to vaccines for our kids. Fox's Jonathan Seri brings us that story.
We could have another vaccine option in the fight against COVID-19. Today, the FDA's vaccine advisors reviewed data on the Novavax formula, voting to recommend the shots for Americans 18 years and older. The two-dose series uses traditional protein technology that is different from Pfizer's and Moderna's mRNA shots.
We make it into a little particle about the size of the virus. When an immune cell sees that, it becomes quite activated.
The panel weighed the vaccine's possible side effects, including rare cases of heart inflammation. Novavax says may be coincidental and not caused by the shots. The FDA's advisors also considered whether a fourth vaccine option is needed. The drug maker confident its formula can play a role in the pandemic, especially among those skeptical of mRNA vaccines.
Anything we can do to get people more comfortable to be able to accept these potentially life-saving medical products is something that we feel we are compelled to do.
Next week, federal regulators will consider recommending Pfizer's and Moderna's vaccines for children as young as 6 months old. A green light would open up vaccinations to more than 19 million Americans.
If you look at the already existing population immunity and the low efficacy of these vaccines in children, a lot of people are going to say, no, thank you.
Novavax says it will soon ask the FDA to authorize its shots for Americans as young as 12 years old. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And a beautiful shot of New York City right there. That's as researchers at a major cancer hospital in New York announce a potential breakthrough in the ongoing fight against rectal cancer. They say a recent drug trial administered to a small group of patients with rectal cancer wiped out the disease in every single patient. Fox's Anna Eliopoulos has more on that story.
A potential breakthrough for the thousands of people across the globe suffering from rectal cancer. A team of researchers at New York's Memorial Sloan Kettering conducted a trial on 18 rectal cancer patients. All the patients took an experimental drug made by GlaxoSmithKline every 3 weeks for 6 months. After 6 months, researchers were astonished to discover that the cancer had vanished in every single patient.
What's particularly really exciting about this is the potential for, immunotherapy by itself to be given to patients in a way that they may never need, chemotherapy.
Researchers described the news as, quote, unheard of, and said this is the first time a drug had an effect like this on a particular cancer. There was also no evidence of cancer during follow-up appointments 6 to 25 months after the trial concluded. Doctors were surprised to find that no further treatment was needed and none of the patients had significant complications during the trial.
It's really a remarkable difference, and it really could dramatically impact, obviously the quality of life and the survival of patients with rectal cancer.
Doctors cautioned that more research will need to be done on a larger study group to determine the effectiveness of the treatment.
Obviously, it's very small and much longer follow-up will be needed. It's only 12 patients, but hey, we're oncologists. We have to be optimists, right?
And the treatment is not cheap. The New York Times reports that the price tag is $11,000 per dose. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
So great to be reporting stories like that where there is promising news on the medical care front here. Well, let's go out to New York as we have a live event underway. This is Mayor Adams, who is speaking out as it is Pride Month here. This is a reception that he's delivering remarks at. This is live. Let's listen in.
And enjoy yourselves. And the rule was clear. You have to have a short program, because you are not trying to let anyone get in the way of enjoying yourselves, and we know that. We got the message. We got it clear. Just want to bring up two of our electeds that's here and have them bring greetings. My good friend, brother, my senator from the Bronx, Senator Sepulveda. Senator?
Are we having a good time? Come on, are we having a good time? Thank you so much. I bring you greetings from the Boogie Down Bronx. Who's from the Bronx over here? To me, it's an honor to be here. working with this mayor, who we know has been a staunch defender of our rights for everyone, and he will continue to do so because I know, working with him this year, I see his interest in defending the rights of everyone, especially the LGBTQ plus community. So let's give him a big hand of applause for the work that he's doing. To me, it's critically important that this community gets representation, and I will continue to work with everyone, especially those that are working for the rights of everyone to be treated equal in this state. We see what's happening in the rest of the nation. We see what's happening with Florida. We see what's happening with Governor DeSantis. And we've made it clear in New York, you leave that nonsense down here, you can't come into New York, you cannot come into New York City. Our motto here, our motto for the mayor is equality for everyone. Thank you all. God bless you all.
And my good friend, Assemblyman Weprin.
I represent a district in Queens. Anybody from Queens here? Queens is in the house. I know Eric Adams way before he was mayor. He was a partner with all of us in the legislature, fighting for LGBTQ plus rights at each and every step of the way. And I am so proud that he is our mayor. And I'm just so proud to be here, participating with everybody, celebrating Gay Pride Month. And let's hear it for Mayor Eric Adams.
Thank you, brother. And in my brevity, I want to thank just a real friend who has been with me throughout this entire journey. Stephen has been a friend, a partner, a person, not that type of partner, Stephen. You know, but let me tell you this. 18 years old, one of the most significant moments in my life was when I was 18. And I stood there traumatized, and it planted the seed of everything that I did. When I learned about Harvey Milk, when I learned an elected official in San Francisco was assassinated merely because of his lifestyle, I did not understand it. And it was a different time when you go back then in 1978. 1978, you were targeted, you were attacked. You could not state who you were. And the death of Harvey Milk had such an impact on my life that I did not understand why would someone have that much hate just because a person wanted to express themselves. Just because they wanted to express themselves. And I went on this lifelong journey, being with gold in the police department, disrupting roll calls, fighting on behalf of those who targeted LGBT community members, harassed in different parts of the city, standing up on behalf of that, assigned to the 6th Precinct, and watched young people on Christopher Street who their family members threw them out because they were trans or because they decided to live who they felt they should have been. And I used to talk with them, go down to the park. When people used to try to harass them, I would sit there as an officer and communicate with them and tell them you always had a friend in the 6th Precinct. And then sit down with Lambda, Stonewall, Jim Owls, and stated that when I go to Albany, you're not going to have a more dedicated fighter, and I promise you, we will get marriage passed when I get to Albany.
So there we have it, Mayor Adams, the mayor out in New York City at this Pride reception, talking about protecting people in the LGBTQ community as assaults have been rampant in the past and even now. We do want to alert you of another story we are tracking out of Phoenix here, as we are hearing a suspect has been arrested in a brutal attack of a Cricket Wireless employee during a Phoenix robbery. Phoenix PD releasing the video of that suspect. We are going to show it to you, but this is extremely disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. We'll be speaking with one of our reporters after this commercial break and after the video.
How can I help you? Oh, did you have...
So once again, we have since learned that suspect has been arrested. We'll be speaking with our reporters after this break about the arrest. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are just getting into the station that police have caught the man on video brutally attacking a Cricket Wireless employee before getting away with phones and cash from a store in Phoenix. He's been caught a few days later. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia has been following this the entire time. Nicole, what are we learning tonight from investigators?
Well, this violent beating happened over the weekend, and just today around noon, Phoenix police released surveillance video and asked the public for help in identifying the suspect. And just about 4 hours later, another announcement from Phoenix police saying they have made an arrest and believe they have caught the man responsible for robbing and beating that woman in the store. So a manager of a Cricket Wireless store was by herself in West Phoenix working, and as you can see you'll see from the video, the suspect walks in and then unprovokingly starts attacking this woman. Again, an arrest has been made hours after the surveillance video was released. But before we show it to you, we want to warn you that this video is really graphic and it could be very difficult to watch. This woman apparently had no warning before a man inside her store walked behind the counter and brutally beat her, repeatedly stomping, hitting, and kicking her while she was on the ground. After nearly a minute of non-stop assault, the man then walks into the back room, where police say he took cash and phones, while the woman got up and ran for help.
She ran next door and they had the cops on the line already because she was screaming. So, I mean, they responded and took her to the hospital.
The store is located near 42nd Avenue and Bethany Home Road. Police say the suspect was last seen running westbound on Bethany Home.
She said that he was a regular.
He says the suspect might be a current Cricket Wireless customer.
I couldn't believe it. I couldn't finish watching the video when I saw that. I mean, it's awful what she had to go through, and like I said, our prayers are with her right now. Hopefully she gets better. She's feeling scared, obviously. We're trying to do all we can as Cricket to get this guy caught.
And again, an arrest has just been made hours after Phoenix police released that very graphic surveillance video. They haven't released the name of this suspect yet, but the co-worker of the victim tells us that she was hospitalized and is recovering at home and is expected to make a full recovery. Meanwhile, Phoenix police thanking the public for all the tips that help lead them to the suspect. Back to you guys.
Nicole, any indication of when we will learn the identity of that suspect and possibly the background too? As that worker said, this guy was a regular.
Yeah, Phoenix police just made that announcement of the arrest less than an hour ago. So I'm assuming they are talking to him and interviewing him. And once they officially, get his side of the story and have everything in line, then that's usually when they make the official arrest. And then he gets booked and then his mugshot and name are released. But again, this arrest just happened within the hour. So hopefully by the end of the day or early tomorrow.
Wow. Well, Fox 10's Nicole Garcia, again, really difficult video to watch there. Now that suspect in custody. We appreciate your reporting. We'll talk to you soon. And so it's hard to transition from a story like that, especially with police releasing the entire video, the raw footage there, but they want the public to know what's going on and be able to get that person into custody as quickly as possible, and they were able to achieve that by releasing it. But we want to move on to some of the other stories that are going on right now as we speak. We have House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who is speaking right now at the Ronald Reagan Foundation event. They are going to be awarding President Zelensky the Freedom Award, the president of Ukraine, who has really become a household name. Pelosi speaking with him, actually going out to Ukraine and speaking with him in person, has a pretty close relationship and tie with him. We'll also be hearing from Kevin McCarthy as he has had a close relationship through this time as war is still underway with Russia and Ukraine. Let's go to the top of her remarks, though, as we were recording on them. We'll start it off from the beginning.
Madam Ambassador. Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for your kind words, Roger, and for the warm welcome. It's a wonderful honor to be here, to finally, despite COVID for 2 years, be able to celebrate the grand opening of the Ronald Reagan D.C. footprint. Thank you, Roger, again, and to Fred Ryan also, and all the trustees for your tireless leadership to make today possible. The Congress salutes you for carrying on forward the visions and values of our 40th president, now from sea to shining sea. We take great pride in President Reagan as a Californian. As Speaker, it is my official honor to pay tribute to this towering statesman whose legacy is now returned to the nation's capital more fully. It's always been here. We are in California, as I said, take pride in his patriotism and his optimism. And we're honored that his statue was one of the two representing the state of California in the Capitol. It was my special blessing to host the unveiling of the statue in 2009 when we welcomed to the Capitol Nancy Reagan, half of the great American love story, and a tireless leader in stem cell research. I had the privilege, when she was still with us, to sing her praises for her courage in that regard and in so many other regards. How touching it was to see her commemorated with the new Forever stamp unveiled yesterday at the White House. That was pretty exciting. It might come as a surprise to some of you to know that the president I quote most often is President Reagan. I love his speech, that it was the final speech he made as President of the United States. This is the last speech I will make as President of the United States. And I want to communicate a message to a country I love, he began. I could never do justice to his delivery or say the whole speech the way he would have. So I refer you to Google it. But here's what it did say. He said, he made clear his unwavering faith in America springs from the invigoration of newcomers to our country. He begins by talking about the Statue of Liberty and the beacon of hope that it is to the world in a way that only he could convey. And he says, we lead the world because unique among nations, we draw our people, our strength from every country and every corner of the world. Thanks to each wave of new arrivals to this land of opportunity, we are forever a nation young, forever bursting with energy and new ideas. If we ever close the door to new Americans, our leadership in the world would soon be lost. Ronald Reagan. I wish you would read the rest of the speech. It's very invigorating. And I was reminded when he said this, and some of you may have been there. It's been a while. Maybe some of you weren't even born yet, but it's been a while. We were at the Gridiron Club dinner, and President Reagan got up to speak, and he said, while I was getting ready to come here tonight, Nancy said to me, what is the great communicator going to say tonight? And he said, I don't know, we'll just have to wait until Mario Cuomo speaks. He was, they have a Democrat and a Republican to speak there. The good humor of our president was really a tonic for our nation. His optimism, his humor, the gentleman that he was, and the couple that they were. I love Nancy Reagan. I think any of you who know us know that I did, and it was my privilege to work with her to plan how the statue would come to be in the ceremony. We wanted it to be perfect. As you know, she was very perfectionist in those regards. So this may amuse you. I don't know. It's sad. It was the day of her funeral, and she had, you know how she planned everything, I assume. She planned that I would be invited to the funeral. And so when we got there, they said, go in this room. So we go in the room, and in the room are these families of presidents, the families of each of the former presidents. And then when I paid my respects and started to leave, they said, no, you have to go out with the group. So it's time to go out with the group, so they asked me to lead the group out to the crowd, and so many people were there were like, what is this? How did this ever happen? But again, she always was so gracious, so lovely, and I was so honored and so proud to be included. As we celebrate the Institute's work to promote Reagan's inspiring vision, let us strive to heed his warning and to safeguard this vital source of American greatness. President Reagan taught us that freedom is a fragile thing. It must be fought for and defended constantly by each generation. It is fitting that in his memory, we honor those on the front lines of this fight. Tonight, President Zelensky and the Ukrainian people represented tonight by the wonderful Ambassador Oksana Makarova. Indeed, when I had the privilege of visiting Kyiv recently, I saw firsthand the unyielding determination there to defend democracy, not just their own, but democracy writ large for the world, in their nation and for the world. We are endlessly grateful to them for making this fight, and we're with them until victory is won. I've been to many... Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to share some personal stories and remembrances and the pride of Californians in our great 40th President of the United States. And again, just to you, Madam Ambassador, I had the privilege of speaking to your speaker earlier today about where we go from here. And his message to me was, you have to help us get into the European Union. So, well, we're not members of the European Union, but without being too, shall we say, pushy, let us see how we can be helpful in that regard, because your fight is our fight, the fight for democracy, what Ronald Reagan stood for. I know he would be happy to hear me say, Slava Ukraini. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker Pelosi. And as was mentioned here at the Ronald Reagan Foundation, Presidential Foundation Institute, we're proud that the most senior Democrat and Republican in the U.S. House of Representatives hail from California. We affectionately call Reagan country. And we're so pleased they've both joined us this evening. And so to conclude this piece of congressional leadership from California, please join me in welcoming the House Republican leader, Kevin McCarthy.
Well, thank you so very much. If I was to title what I should talk about tonight, I would think it would be deja vu. If there was any time we would crave Ronald Reagan, it would be right now. I was not old enough to vote for him the first time, but my very first ballot I ever cast for president was for his re-election. But like Reagan, I was not born into a Republican family. I was born into a Democrat family. If anyone ever questions my beliefs, I'm always proud of my conservatism because I chose to reject what I heard at home, and I moved to what I heard abroad. I can tell you the moment that I understood what party I wanted to belong to. I was young, it was the 70s, and I remember listening to a president give a fireside chat and tell me the best days that were behind us, that I should put a sweater on and turn the heater down. But I remember listening to another man that grabbed a podium, said, "No pastels, fly the bold colors and go to that shiny city on the hill." That's the man I chose to follow. I'm proud to say in my office today, I keep some portraits. One is of Abraham Lincoln. It's in black and white. And it hangs underneath my couch. And I believe the greatest challenge ever to our Constitution was the Civil War. And the other hangs right behind my desk, and it's in color and it's smiling, and it's Ronald Reagan. And I'll be honest, there's nights I sit in my office and I wonder, what would these two men tell us today? I believe both would say one thing: believe in the exceptionalism of this country. One that Abraham Lincoln would say, I believe he would say it because of the Gettysburg Address 77 years ago. Our forefathers brought forth a new continent, a new nation on this continent, conceived in liberty but dedicated to the proposition that we are all equal. He goes on to say, but if we fail, government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from earth. He said that when we were not the world power, but he understood that America was more than a country, America was an idea. When I look to Ronald Reagan, the reason why I asked that painting to be in color and smiling is that is how he spoke to me. I believe if Ronald Reagan was here today, he might say deja vu all over again, but not to give up hope. He would say, if you believe in the principles, in the morals, in the freedoms, that these principles bring people more freedom, you should be a happy conservative. For too long, our party thinks we have to be angry to prove we're conservative. Reagan proved that you could believe and understand your why, so more people want to know what you're drinking and join with you. You know, when I look to history, I think about what Ronald Reagan had to go through. He challenged to run for president when inflation was high, like it is today. When Americans were held hostage in Iran, we still have Americans in Afghanistan. When there was a gas crisis where you couldn't get fuel if your license plate ended in an even number when it was an odd day. And today, your credit card probably doesn't go high enough to even fill it up. When Americans wondered, were the best days behind us? Till today, we ask goats in Australia to bring us baby food to America. For the same reason that Reagan believed in his philosophy that could stand up to a Soviet Union that tried to push that philosophy someplace else, to today Russia taking the same action. Would the world understand that America is more than a country, that America is an idea? Reagan knew it, but he taught it to the rest of the world. That's why Lech Wałęsa would quote and say, their liberty and freedom and destiny belongs to Reagan. I think Zelensky looks to America and the idea of America and the idea of Reagan, of what you could stand up to, and showing the rest of the world what it's like. As Ronald Reagan told us, it's the responsibility of each generation to keep our freedoms. At no other time should we double our effort to study his beliefs, to study his freedom, to study his speeches, and repeat it so America could lead, just as we did in 1980, not just America, but the world. I think 154 days from now, that will come. And just as others had said, America will be freer, America will be stronger, because Reagan's beliefs have not died. They've only doubled down to lead us one more time to the promised land and to that shiny city on the hill. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, so we've been listening in here to lawmakers at the grand opening of the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation and Institute's new D.C. Center. We heard from Speaker Pelosi. We heard there from Kevin McCarthy. We also heard from Peggy Noonan, one of former President Reagan's speechwriters, as they are about to bestow the Freedom Award to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. We're going to move away from this event right now. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more left to get to. There are lots of stories on this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. When we come back, though, we'll be talking to one of our reporters at one of the nation's busiest airports about how travel demand is very high this summer, but how airports, how airline carriers are trying to grapple with that demand. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, as I was saying, travel demand is high this summer, and some airlines are preparing for the challenge by cutting flights. This comes after thousands of flight delays happened over the Memorial Day weekend. Joining me now from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta to talk about some of these shortages that travelers are experiencing, Fox's Austin Westfall. Austin, what have you learned and what are they saying to you?
So between July 1st and August 7th, Delta is going to be cutting about 100 flights per day, primarily going to be affecting flights in the U.S. and in Latin America. The reason for this is because of unpredictable weather patterns, staffing shortages, and increased COVID rates, which oftentimes lead to more staffing shortages. Delta is not the only airline facing these staffing problems, though. American Airlines says that it had to park about 100 smaller planes because there just weren't enough pilots to fly them. Travel app Hopper says it's normal to see airlines making changes like this during peak seasons or when there's instability in their staffing.
What the airlines are doing is actually trying to proactively reduce disruption by eliminating the flights now ahead of time for travelers. It should actually reduce the number of travelers who are impacted by delays, major schedule changes, or not meeting their connections.
Hopper says so far the number of people flying this year is outpacing 2019. However, flight capacity is at 93%, of what it was in 2019, which basically means that airlines are still not offering quite as many seats as they were before the pandemic. Flights are also about 23% more expensive than they were in 2019. Now, if you're looking for the cheapest possible way to fly somewhere this summer, Hopper recommends that you book a flight sometime in the back half of August or in early September. Andrew, back to you.
Austin, that's so interesting. You know, I have a lot of travel this summer, and the flights are just so expensive. So I guess the experts you were talking to saying don't wait too long to book them. Is that right?
Don't wait too long, because in all likelihood, the longer you wait, the more expensive stuff is going to get. And I remember doing a similar story 3-4 months ago about prices, and I was looking at prices myself, going back and forth between the East Coast and West Coast. Some of those flights went from as much as $500 to north of $700-800. Obviously, every destination is going to differ, but in the end, the advice is not only book early, but when you do book a flight, try to book it early in the day because there's less possibility of there being a delay or a cancellation. A lot of times, those delays and cancellations, they mount up as the day progresses.
All right, good to note there. Good advice. Austin Westfall live for us outside of Atlanta's airport. We usually see you at Charlotte's airport, so good to see you, and we'll talk again.
Andrew, thank you.
All right, good travel advice there for so many of you probably who are booking flights as we get well into these summer months here. Live Now look at the White House at the moment. Looks to be a little cloudy, a little rainy there in the nation's capital. We're coming up on 8 o'clock there, almost 5 o'clock here. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll go out to the White House. We heard from actor Matthew McConaughey today from the White House briefing podium talking about gun reform, talking about gun violence. We'll have the full remarks in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to show you an event we weren't able to show you live. This from Vice President Kamala Harris. She was in, of course, L.A. for the Summit of the Americas. She just had a round table where she was meeting with business executives as part of her call to action for Northern Central America, the initiative she launched back in May of last year to bring together the private sector and social enterprises to invest and support the long-term development of the region. Many administration officials traveling to Los Angeles. We just heard from Secretary of State Blinken. President Biden will be there tomorrow as the Summit of the Americas takes place for the first time in quite a long time here in the U.S. Let's listen to what Vice President Harris had to say just moments ago at this roundtable.
The way that we are approaching it in terms of the work that we are doing with the call to action and our administration's focus is also with an understanding that government cannot do this work alone. And if we are to actually have impact in a way that is lasting, and that is about the work that we are doing that is about depth but also about longevity. To do that successfully, we must engage with the private sector and our friends who are leading in that sector to work with us, to think about how we will maximize our collective capacity in terms of our focus. And our focus is, yes, about improving the economic condition of the individuals in that region, but it is also a focus that includes an understanding of the connection between that and prioritizing the need to combat corruption, the need to reduce violence, the need to empower women, the need to respect and uphold rule of law. So these are some of the priorities for us in terms of our call to action and the work that we are doing together. I particularly want to thank Ajay Banga for your leadership as a chair, along with Blanca, who was in a previous meeting with me, and then Vice Chair Ray Chambers. But we have 40 companies and organizations that are a part of this effort thus far, an effort that only began a year ago. And as we announced earlier, we have seen the success already when we announced that together we have brought together $3.2 billion to focus on this region. And when we look at the data about the numbers in terms of the size of the population and the benefit and the return on investment, we know that already we can have a great impact, much less because of the work that we will do as part of our commitment going forward. So with that, I thank all the leaders who are here. Ajay, thank you. And I look forward to our discussion, and I thank the press for joining this part of the discussion, and I'll see you later.
Madam Vice President, can you still have a successful summit without the President of Mexico?
Let's go.
Okay, so we heard from Vice President Harris there just briefly in those remarks at this roundtable. One of the reporter questions was, of course, can you still have a successful Summit of the Americas without the Mexican president? And we know the administration has been having to answer a lot of those questions in the last couple of days about why the Mexican president will be skipping the summit, the first time in quite some time, over the disinvitation, or lack of invitation, I should say, of the leaders of Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. So we'll be tracking all the latest developments out of the Summit of the Americas as they work towards these mutual and shared obligations and priorities out there in Los Angeles. Well, our next story takes us to Los Angeles, of course. The midterm primary elections are going on all across the state in California, and we're going to be focusing on some key races there in the state of California, including the L.A. mayoral primary, the race there, also the race for L.A. sheriff, and of course, this big recall election that is going on in Northern California in San Francisco to oust the district attorney, Chesa Boudin. So a lot happening in California, but let's talk about some of the issues as well that matter to California voters, including the outrageously high gas prices. Let's head out to Fox 11 for a look at if they could get even higher as we get into the summer months.
Today, LA County hit a record high average of $6.17 per gallon. But there's one station in downtown LA that is charging more than $8 a gallon. Why? Well, Fox 11's Christina Gonzalez went there to try and find out.
$140
fill up my van. That's crazy.
Crazy, but not unexpected. At over $8 a gallon, that's at this Chevron off Alameda in downtown L.A.
I didn't want to come to the station, but I kind of ran out of gas, so I thought I had to.
These prices are way higher than the going average of $6.17 in L.A. County. When we tried to ask why, we were asked to leave.
Is this a private property?
I understand, but is there somebody from the station that I could talk to about gas prices?
No.
You guys don't want to talk?
No, we don't have to.
They don't have to talk to us, but they might end up having to talk to the California Attorney General's office, which in March sent a letter to the CEOs of refineries operating in California, warning them against illegal market manipulation. As to this particular station, Chevron sent us a statement saying, quote, along with the majority of our branded stations in California, they're owned by independent business people who make their own decisions about the prices to charge at their stations.
This is just an orgy for the oil industry, and the legislators have absolutely no answer for it. But $8 a gallon is just beyond outrageous, and and people have to stay away from gas stations like that because they're predatory.
We're from Florida. We're here on vacation.
Oh, okay.
This is like, I printed it out, posted it on social media. This is like crazy.
And the state price gouging law cannot go into effect unless someone like the governor declares a state of emergency, which he has not done at this point. In downtown Los Angeles, I'm Christina Gonzalez, Fox 11 News.
Christina, thanks so much. Of course, we know high gas prices are among the issues top of mind as California voters head to the polls today. Polls close at 8 p.m. local time there. We'll have special live coverage, bringing on experts, talking to reporters about how they think these races will go, including in San Francisco, as voters will head to the polls to possibly recall, oust the district attorney there, Chesa Boudin. Remember, the issue of homelessness, the issue of crime. These are many of the high polling issues that voters care about for these primary elections. We'll get into that a little bit later on. In the meantime, we do want to get the latest update from Fox 13 in Tampa. Remember, we've been covering all the latest out of the gun reform and gun legislation discussion. Will Congress do anything about it? This, as actor Matthew McConaughey visited Capitol Hill yesterday, visited the White House today. Of course, he's a native of Uvalde, Texas. Let's listen in to see where this legislation might go.
I got to tell you, even from the inside of our vehicle, you could feel the shock in the town. You could feel the pain, the denial, the disillusion, anger, blame, sadness, loss of lives, dreams halted.
And that, of course, is actor Matthew McConaughey, and he's describing the moment that he and his family drove to Uvalde, Texas, after news of the school massacre. McConaughey is from Uvalde. He grew up there. And today at the White House, he took it upon himself to demand change following the deaths of those 19 school children. Now, how to prevent another school shooting is on everybody's mind, of course.
And in Congress, the House and Senate have two very different plans. And joining us now is our political editor, Craig Patrick. So it appears as if the bipartisan plan in the Senate has a better chance of passing simply because of the makeup of Congress. But what do you know about that plan so far?
Well, we're learning more and more about it because there are 9 senators who are putting it together, and with each passing day, really within each passing hour, they're releasing tiny little bits and pieces here and there, probably as trial balloons to see how they play to determine what in the end to cut in, what to take out. But as you take these little pieces in, it gives you a sense of how to fit them all together, and therefore we now have a much better idea of what this attempted compromise will include.
We don't really want thoughts and prayers. We need votes. We need action.
While the Senate Majority Leader is pressing for votes, he is not part of the bipartisan team crafting the Senate's plan. The senators who are writing it say they expect to release the framework within a couple of days.
Hopefully by the end of the week.
It will include federal money for states that add red flag laws like the one Florida already has. Red flag laws give government a way to take people's guns through due process if they pose a threat to themselves or others. This Senate plan will also include federal grants for schools to add more security features to make them harder to break into, and additional grants for mental health screening and treatment. There's also been some talk of raising the legal age for purchasing a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21. But that point has already faced strong opposition from Republican lawmakers who say that would violate the Second Amendment.
it happens to be unconstitutional.
That provision may not make the final cut, but sources say the plan could still enhance background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds by including access to juvenile records in those checks. The plan could also include a revised waiting period to purchase a gun.
And we have to be realistic about what can pass both chambers of Congress and get the president's signature. And we know it's not easy.
This afternoon, the lead Republican negotiator, Texas Senator John Cornyn, is sharing the proposals with other Republicans to see if there are at least 10 out of 50 who may be willing to vote for them. The plan would need at least 10 Republican votes in the Senate to advance. And that's where Florida senators could cast deciding votes on this, and they've both said or done things that suggest they might be receptive. Senator Marco Rubio strongly supports expanding red flag laws, and Senator Rick Scott signed a reform bill in Florida that the senators are using as a model for their plan. So you have two possible votes right in Florida and several other Republican senators who also are possibilities, who have said things that may suggest they could be receptive but not necessarily embrace the plan pending the details. That's why this meeting this afternoon between Cornyn and the other Republican senators is crucial to the 9 senators putting this together to determine what may ultimately make the cut, because they're making decisions based on how they can get to 60 votes. You need 60 votes to get anything or most anything through the Senate. There's no guarantees you've got all 50 Democrats, but today's indications are that you do, in fact, have those 50, with Joe Manchin saying he would be receptive. That means, are there 10 out of 50 Republicans? We may have a much better idea of that perhaps within a couple of hours, and then we may see the framework shortly thereafter.
Craig, has Senator Cornyn given us any sense of how Republicans reacted to the proposals that he shared with them this afternoon?
He did, yeah, he didn't get into specifics, but he said that he did not get a standing ovation after presenting it to his fellow Republicans, but at the same time, he did not get any specific pushback either. He said there was a lot of chin stroking, a lot of pondering at this point, taking in what he had to say. So we may see, therefore, how they respond to it, if not right away, perhaps later tonight and tomorrow.
They're thinking it through. All right. Thank you, Craig.
Yep.
Okay, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there for a look back and forward. If lawmakers on Capitol Hill will succeed in pushing some incremental change forward when it comes to gun legislation. Of course, we've been hearing from senators all day, including Republicans, that first a framework needs to be reached and then they can go from there. In the meantime, though, we want to take it back out to California, where we are going to be focusing on some of these key primary races up and down the state today. Let's talk about San Francisco. Joining me now is Fox 2 reporter Christian Cafton. He's joining us live at San Francisco's election center and headquarters. Christian, what races should we be looking out for today?
Yeah, the big issue in San Francisco is Proposition H, which is a proposition which would recall San Francisco's district attorney. It is the issue that has a lot of San Franciscans turning in their ballots. Now, this is a local race, and as you can tell, there's a lot of national attention focused on this race.
San Francisco's Department of Elections says as of Tuesday morning, about 25% of ballots had been returned, well on the way to the 39% voter turnout in previous primary elections. Voters agree, even with Senate and gubernatorial races on the ballot, there is one issue driving San Franciscans to vote this time.
Prop H, Prop H, Prop H.
I think one of the biggest issues is probably the district attorney recall.
Supporters of District Attorney Chesa Boudin taking to the streets, and the DA himself making his case to voters, saying the recall campaign is the work of Republican donors who don't like the idea of criminal justice reform.
What's absolutely clear is the recall will not make us safer. It has not advanced a single idea or policy proposal, despite spending more than $7 million in attacks. The recall is a massive gamble with public safety. We have no idea who or what would replace me.
The Yes on H campaign says there are plenty of Democrats who support ousting the district attorney. Former prosecutor Brooke Jenkins says the DA simply isn't doing his job.
It is nonsense that this is a pushback against criminal justice reform. We all support criminal justice reform in this system, but Chesa is failing at that and failing to keep us safe as well. We want a DA who's going to do both competently.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Recall supporters spent the day calling and texting voters, urging them to cast their ballots.
this is a very targeted list. These are people that we know are our supporters, and as far as we know, as of last Friday, their ballot had not been turned in yet.
But some voters, without saying exactly how they voted on Prop H, said the idea of recalls feels undemocratic.
I have mixed feelings, really. I sort of am a firm believer that if you don't like an elected official, then vote them out next time. That's my position.
Now, previous polling had shown the pro-recall side with a strong lead, but more recent polling touted by the DA showed a tightening race with voters split evenly on the recall. We're continuing to monitor events here in San Francisco, and we'll keep you appraised as they develop. Back to you.
You know, Christian, California voters up and down the state already went through a recall last November as the governor, Newsom, faced his own recall now there in San Francisco. Chesa Boudin facing his own. What, like hypothetically speaking, if he does lose this recall, who would take his place? Is all of that set up, ready to go? And, you know, when would that take effect, essentially?
Well, so here's a timeline. We just recently had several of our school board members recalled as well. So it's going to follow a similar timeline. First, the vote has to be certified. That comes about 10 days or so after Election Day. And then 10 days after that, there's certified results get approved by the Board of Supervisors here in San Francisco. So the timeline for a replacement would be somewhere around 3 weeks. That replacement would be somebody appointed by San Francisco's Mayor, London Breed. And if she knows who she wants to pick, she's playing those cards very close to her vest. So far, no word on who a replacement for DA Boudin would be. But if he does lose, and if the mayor does get to place somebody, that would be somewhere in about 3 or 3.5 weeks.
And Christian, just lastly for you, kind of take our viewers back. When did this start, percolating in the Bay Area that Boudin was going to face a recall? Who are the organizers of this very large kind of petition and signature movement now on the ballot here?
Yeah, this effort goes back more than a year with people who have opposed the policies of Chesa Boudin. A big complaint among a lot of San Franciscans is perception that there is a great deal of crime in the city and that the DA is not doing anything about it. Now, the district attorney points to data saying that, in fact, crime is down in the city, but by that time, that recall effort had already gotten underway. The DA is saying that that's an effort that's being pushed by Republicans with deep pockets. And as you heard in the story there just a moment ago, a lot of people in San Francisco saying, hey, wait, we're Democrats and we support that recall. So I think we're really going to have to look at those results to parse exactly what happened here in San Francisco when it comes to the recall attempt for District Attorney Chesa Boudin.
All right, Fox 2's Christian Kaftan there, live for us at the San Francisco Election Center. Christian, polls close at 8 p.m. local time, correct?
That's right. Polls close at 8 o'clock, and at that time, they'll have tabulated some of the ballots which have already been mailed in. So we might get a sense on how voters in San Francisco are leaning shortly after 8 o'clock. Of course, it'll take a couple of days to get all of the ballots in and tabulate all those final results.
All right, Christian, thanks so much. We will be watching here on Live Now for Fox. We'll talk to you again. All right, and right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be providing updates on the war in Ukraine. What does it look like down on the battlefield? We're also showing you remarks out of the Reagan Center's grand opening of their D.C. Center. That is the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States. She is accepting this award, the Freedom Award, on behalf of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. That's Oksana Markarova. We'll have those remarks in just a moment. We'll also be showing you the full remarks of actor Matthew McConaughey in the briefing room today, talking about the need for gun reform legislation, meeting with the families of victims in the Uvalde massacre. He himself is from Uvalde, Texas, and so much more. He also appeared with Fox News' Brett Baer on Special Report tonight. We'll have that interview in full as well after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Like I said before the break, we want to get an update from our team at Fox 13 Tampa as they provide just excellent summaries of where the war stands in Ukraine. Here's this segment.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Linda Hurtado.
And I'm Chris Cato. Thanks for staying with us here. Latest now on the war in Ukraine. Russia's war is continuing to devastate parts of that country. It's also disrupting world food supplies and straining economies all over the world. The World Bank just released a grim new forecast in terms of the financial fallout. Let's get more on that now. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick is here with a closer look at the damage, Craig, and the projections of what's yet to come.
Well, to put it in context, you start with the timing. Of course, we had the pandemic and all of the disruptions that go along with it that wounded the economies of the United States and so many other nations around the world. That was followed by the war on Ukraine. That's no coincidence, because it looks as if Vladimir Putin timed the start of his war to follow the disruptions from the pandemic, to inflict and build upon the pain that so many had already endured, to maximize that pain in such a way to try to break world resistance to his war and what he's trying to do. And we have been told there would be and will be financial pain as a result of sanctions and all of the actions on Russia's behalf. And now, based on this World Bank report, we're getting a better forecast of where exactly this is leading. COVID flare-ups and the supply chain disruptions they cause, plus Russia's war, are weighing us down. Russia's war has disrupted global oil supply while it's plundering Ukraine's grain, which feeds much of the world. And with that, the World Bank, which aids low-income and developing nations, is warning of a widespread global recession that will be difficult for many nations to avoid. Its forecast calls for global inflation to settle next year, but still remain higher than normal in many countries. And with COVID's resurgence, plus Russia stealing, destroying, or blocking millions of tons of grain in Ukraine, the World Bank projects 75 million more people will face extreme poverty. And the war in Ukraine has no end in sight. U.S. intelligence has projected Putin will expand his invasion after he conquers Donbass. And this map shows how Russia is now close to seizing all of the Donbass region. It already had the areas in dark red, and it's taken the areas in bright red through battles the past 2 months. Ukraine is still defending these remaining slivers.
We are keeping the situation under control. There are more of them, they are more powerful, but we have every chance to fight in every direction.
If Ukraine withdraws from these areas, it says it would be because there's nothing left to defend, meaning the cities and towns are destroyed, and nearly all the civilians who are living there have either fled or died. At this point, Russia controls 20% of Ukraine. More than 40,000 Ukrainian civilians have been injured or killed, and 3 million Ukrainians are now living under Russian occupation. At the same time, most of the population of Ukraine is not under Russian domination or occupation at this time. And that's because the population belt is to the north of the country. And at this point, Russia is concentrated on the southeast and parts of the southern part of Ukraine. But the strategy in doing that is to control much of the agricultural sector and farmland that Ukraine depends on economically and, of course, supplies much of the world.
Yeah, the greed of Russia becoming more apparent by the day when we see what they're taking from that country. Craig, but why is Ukraine still defending those towns in that eastern Donbass region, the ones that they say are already destroyed? Why are they still defending those instead of pulling back and protecting the population centers?
It's a good question. It's one that Ukraine is grappling with right now. On one hand, they say they could save the lives of Ukrainian troops, not exhaust its forces as much by pulling out of defending areas that are lost, destroyed, with no civilian population there anyway. The reason they're looking at for staying there at this time is that it would be much harder to reclaim those territories if they withdraw at this time. And if Russia gets all of Donbass, as it's close to doing, it could then move in batteries, turn the fields into artillery, and with that continue to blast into central Ukraine and inflict much more damage. That's the calculus Ukraine is looking at this point, but acknowledging at this point they are effectively defending what they describe as ghost towns.
Yeah, okay, well, it has been just unbelievable what Russia continues to do there, and still commendable how hard Ukraine has fought to save its homeland. Sure. We'll see where the battle goes in the coming days. Thank you, Craig.
All right, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there. Right now, let's go back to this event we've been showing you bits and pieces of in Washington, D.C. At the Ronald Reagan Foundation, their dinner as they open a new center for the foundation and institute in Washington, D.C., along with bestowing the Freedom Award on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Accepting on his behalf is the Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Markarova. She accepted the award. She just gave remarks. Let's listen in.
Which I think is very important for us and very important for President Zelensky. The greatest leader, President Reagan once said, is not necessarily the one who does the greatest things. He is the one that gets the people to do the greatest things. And today, our President Zelensky is doing exactly that. He has united all Ukrainians, but also all freedom-loving people, in defending everything we all together hold sacred. And I feel that these values are, our joint values for Americans and for Ukrainians. Human rights, justice, dignity, freedom, democracy. And I would like to thank the U.S. for being with us in this fight. This is very important for us. There was a mention of the D-Day yesterday. U.S. has always been on the right side of every battle. And we're very grateful for all the support to President Biden, to Congress, on a very strong bipartisan basis. It means a lot to us, and we will eternally remember who were the friends who helped us to save our freedom and democracy. So on behalf of the people of Ukraine, let me thank you for recognizing the President Zelensky, and with him millions of Ukrainians who for 104 days today, of course, and for 8 years, because Russia attacked us in 2014, fights day and night to bring the victory closer. Thank you for supporting our brave soldiers, defendants on the front lines. The battle on the east and south is more difficult than anything you saw on TV, but you will not see it, because this artillery duel making almost impossible for any journalist to come close to it. But believe me, it's a non-stop fight which cost us a lot. But we will win this fight as we won the battle for Kyiv and as we won the first couple of days when everyone thought we would fall in 3 days. I also would like to thank you for supporting our doctors and paramedics, our resilient women, our volunteers, remarkable journalists, also our children, for opening your homes also. There are so many Ukrainians who temporarily came here to the U.S., and I'm positive all of them would want and quickly come back as soon as it's possible. My mother didn't even want to come. So just... As President Zelensky put it, and again, the situation is very difficult. And, we're doing everything possible and impossible, and we will win. But as President Zelensky said, no chains or shackles can bind our free spirit. No occupier can take root in our free land. And no invader can rule over the free and the brave. And every time I hear American anthem about the rockets and our flag is still there, I feel that it's a little bit my anthem as well. So we will win. We will win because Ukraine is a very real country, and because Ukrainians are very real people. The people who stand united today around our great President, Volodymyr Zelensky, whose leadership and remarkable courage we celebrate today. And I would like to thank the Foundation for this award, because as we inspire the world with our fight, you inspire us by noticing the fight and being together with us in this fight. Glory to Ukraine, and God bless America.
All right. right, we were just listening in to the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, Oksana Markarova, as she accepted the Freedom Award given by the Reagan Foundation to Volodymyr Zelensky, the Ukrainian leader, as the war continues on there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. A Live Now look at the U.S. Capitol, where negotiations are still underway as far as what a possible gun reform legislation package might look like. Remember, senators are quite far away. They're still trying to agree on a framework for moving forward. Of course, the House, at least one committee, has passed a set of reform packages that has made its way out of committee, not yet to a full vote on the House floor. So it's kind of trickling along here very, very slowly. We'll be making sure we cover each and every development. But right now, this is one of the biggest stories of the day. A lot of people were watching live when we showed you it live, and that, of course, is actor Matthew McConaughey speaking from the White House briefing room today at the podium about his experience meeting with the victims' families in the Uvalde massacre. He himself is a native of Uvalde, Texas, and he was on Capitol Hill just yesterday talking about the need for common sense gun reform. Let's play out those full remarks for you right now, in case you might have missed them.
So I'd like to welcome Matthew and Camilla McConaughey to the White House today to speak on an urgent issue our nation is currently facing. You may know Matthew as an actor, but more importantly, he is a father, a native of Uvalde, Texas, and a gun owner. He is here today to use his platform to call on leaders to take bipartisan action to end the senseless killing and pass reasonable gun responsibility measures that we know will save lives. Just a few minutes ago, Matthew met briefly with the president to talk about the importance of taking action, keeping our communities safe. But without further ado, I would like to bring up Matthew.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Camilla. To make the loss of these lives matter. My wife and I, Camilla, we spent most of last week on the ground with the families in Uvalde, Texas. We shared stories, tears, and memories. The common thread, independent of the anger and the confusion and the sadness, it was the same. How can these families continue to honor these deaths by keeping the dreams of these children and teachers alive? Again, how can the loss of these lives matter? So while we honor and acknowledge the victims, we need to recognize that this time, it seems that something is different. There is a sense that perhaps there's a viable path forward. Responsible parties in this debate seem to at least be committed to sitting down and having a real conversation about a new and improved path forward. A path that can bring us closer together and make us safer as a country. A path that can actually get something done this time. Camilla and I came here to share my stories from my hometown, Uvalde. We came here to take meetings with elected officials on both sides of the aisle. We came here to speak to them, to speak with them, and to urge them to speak with each other. To remind and inspire them that the American people will continue to drive forward the mission of keeping our children safe, because it's more than our right to do so. It's our responsibility to do so. I'm here today in the hopes of applying what energy, reason, and passion that I have into trying to turn this moment into a reality. Because as I said, this moment is different. We are in a window of opportunity right now that we have not been in before. A window where it seems like real change can happen. Uvalde, Texas is where I was born. It's where my mom taught kindergarten less than a mile from Robb Elementary. Uvalde is where I learned to master a Daisy BB gun. That took 2 years before I graduated to a .410 shotgun. Uvalde is where I was taught to revere the power and the capability of the tool that we call a gun. Uvalde is where I learned responsible gun ownership. Now, Uvalde called me on May 24th when I learned the news of this devastating tragedy. I had been out of cellular range, working in the studio all day when I emerged, and messages about a mass shooting in the town I was born in began flooding my inbox. In a bit of shock, I drove home, hugged my children a bit tighter and longer than the night before, and then the reality of what had happened that day in the town I was born in set in. So the next morning, Camilla, myself, and the kids would load up the truck and we drove to Uvalde. When we arrived a few hours later, I gotta tell you, even from the inside of our vehicle, you could feel the shock in the town. You could feel the pain, the denial, the disillusion, anger, blame, sadness, loss of lives, dreams halted. We saw ministries, we saw first responders, counselors, cooks, families trying to grieve without it being on the front page news. We met with the local funeral director and countless morticians who hadn't slept since the massacre the day before, because they've been working 24/7 trying to handle so many bodies at once, so many little innocent bodies who had their entire lives still yet to live. And that is there that we met two of the grieving parents, Ryan and Jessica Ramirez. Their 10-year-old daughter, Alethea. She was one of the 19 children that were killed the day before. Now, Alethea, her dream was to go to art school in Paris and one day share her art with the world. Ryan and Jessica were eager to share Alethea's art with us and said if we could share it, that somehow, maybe that would make Alethea smile in heaven. They told us that showing someone else Alethea's art would in some way keep her alive. Now, this particular drawing is a self-portrait, all right, of Alethea drawing with her friend in heaven looking down on her, drawing the very same picture. Her mother said of this drawing, she said, you know, we never really talked to her about heaven before, but somehow she knew. Alethea was 10 years old. Her father, Ryan, this man was steady. He was uncommonly together and calm. When a frazzled friend of his came up and said, how are you so calm? I'd be going crazy. Ryan told him, he said, no, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. You'd be strong for your wife and kids because if they see you go crazy, that will not help them. Just a week prior, Ryan got a full-time line job, stringing power lines from pole to pole. And every day since landing that well-paying full-time job, he reminded his daughter Alethea, he said, girl, Daddy gonna spoil you now. Told her every single night, he said, Daddy's gonna take you to SeaWorld one day. But he didn't get to spoil his daughter. Alethea, she did not get to go to SeaWorld. We also met Anna and Danila, the mom and the stepdad of 9-year-old Maite Rodriguez. Now, Maite wanted to be a marine biologist. She was already in contact with Corpus Christi University of A&M for her future college enrollment. 9 years old. Maite cared for the environment so strongly that when the city asked her mother if they could release some balloons into the sky in her memory, her mom said, oh no, Maite wouldn't want to litter. Maite wore green high-top Converse with a heart she had hand-drawn on the right toe because they represented her love of nature. Camilla's got these shoes. Can you show these shoes, please? Wore these every day. Green Converse with a heart on the right toe. These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting. How about that? Maite wrote a letter. Her mom said if Maite's letter could help someone accomplish her dream, that then her death would have an impact, and it would mean her dying had a point and wasn't pointless, that it would make the loss of her life matter. The letter reads, Marine biologist, I want to pass school to get to my dream college. My dream college is in Corpus Christi by the ocean. I need to live next to the ocean because I want to be a marine biologist. Marine biologists study animals and the water. Most of the time I will be in a lab. Sometimes I will be on TV. Then there was Ellie Garcia, a 10-year-old, and her parents, Stephen and Jennifer. Ellie loved to dance and she loved church. She even knew how to drive tractors and was already working with her dad and her uncle mowing yards. Ellie was always giving of her gifts, her time, even half-eaten food on her plate. They said around the house, we called her the Great Regifter. Smiling through tears, her family told us how Ellie loved to embrace, said she was the biggest hugger in the family. Now, Ellie was born Catholic, but had been going to Baptist church with her uncle for the last couple of years. Her mom and dad were proud of her because they said she was learning to love God no matter where. The week prior to her passing, she'd been preparing to read a verse from the Bible for the next Wednesday night's church service. The verse was from Deuteronomy 6:5. And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, and with all thy might. That's who Ellie was becoming. But she never got to read it. Service on that Wednesday night. Then there was a fairy tale love story of a teacher named Irma and her husband Joe. What a great family this was. This was an amazing family. Camilla and I, we sat with about 20 of their family members in their living room, along with their 4 kids. Kids were 23, 19, 15, and 13. They shared all these stories about how Irma and Joe served the community and would host all these parties, and how Irma and Joe were planning on getting a food truck together when they soon retired. They were humble, hard-working people. Irma was a teacher who her family said went above and beyond and just couldn't say no to any kind of teaching. Joe had been commuting to and from work 70 miles away in Del Rio for years. Together they were the glue of the family. Both worked overtime to support their 4 kids. Irma even worked every summer when school was out. The money she had made 2 summers ago paid to paint the front of the house. The money she made last summer paid to paint the sides of the house. This summer's work was going to pay to paint the back of the house. Because Irma was one of the teachers who was gunned down in the classroom. Joe, her husband, literally died of heartache the very next day when he had a heart attack. They never got to paint the back of their house. They never got to retire. And they never got to get that food truck together. We also met a cosmetologist. She was well-versed in mortuary makeup. That's the task of making the victims appear as peaceful and natural as possible for their open casket viewings. These bodies were very different. They needed much more than makeup to be presentable. They needed extensive restoration. Why? Due to the exceptionally large exit wounds of an AR-15 rifle. Most of the body so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify them. Many children were left not only dead, but hollow. So yes, counselors are going to be needed in Uvalde for a long time. Counselors are needed in all these places where these mass shooters have been for a long time. I was told by many that it takes a good year before people even understand what to do next. And even then, when they become secure enough to take the first step forward, a lifetime is not going to heal those wounds. But again, you know what every one of these parents wanted, what they asked us for? What every parent separately expressed in their own way to Camilla and me? That they want their children's dreams to live on. That they want their children's dreams to continue to accomplish something after they are gone. They want to make their loss of life matter. Look, we heard from so many people, right? Families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns. So, we know it's on the table. We need to invest in mental health care. We need safer schools. We need to restrain sensationalized media coverage. We need to restore our family values. We need to restore our American values. And we need responsible gun ownership. Responsible gun ownership. We need background checks. We need to raise the minimum age to purchase an AR-15 rifle to 21. We need a waiting period for those rifles. We need red flag laws and consequences for those who abuse them. These are reasonable, practical, tactical regulations to our nation, states, communities, schools, and homes. Responsible gun owners are fed up with the Second Amendment being abused and hijacked by some deranged individuals. These regulations are not a step back. They're a step forward for a civil society and the Second Amendment. Look, is this cure-all? Hell no. But people are hurting. Families are, parents are. And look, as divided as our country is, this gun responsibility issue is one that we agree on more than we don't. It really is. Look, this should be a nonpartisan issue. This should not be a partisan issue. There is not a Democratic or Republican value in one single act of these shooters. It's not. But people in power have failed to act. So we're asking you. And I'm asking you, will you please ask yourselves, can both sides rise above? Can both sides see beyond the political problem at hand and admit that we have a life preservation problem on our hands? Because we got a chance right now to reach for and to grasp a higher ground above our political affiliations. A chance to make a choice that does more than protect your party. A chance to make a choice that protects our country now and for the next generation. We've got to take a sober, humble, and honest look in the mirror and rebrand ourselves based on what we truly value. What we truly value. We've got to get some real courage and honor our immortal obligations instead of our party affiliations. Enough with the counterpunching. Enough of the invalidation of the other side. Let's come to the common table that represents the American people. Find a middle ground, the place where most of us Americans live anyway, especially on this issue. Because I promise you, America, you and me, we are not as divided as we were being told we are. No. How about we get inspired? Give ourselves just cause to revere our future again. Maybe set an example for our children. Give us reason to tell them, hey, listen and watch these men and women. These are great American leaders right here. Hope you grow up to be like them. And let's admit it. We can't truly be leaders if we're only living for re-election. Let's be knowledgeable and wise and act on what we truly believe. Again, we got to look in the mirror, lead with humility, and acknowledge the values that are inherent to, but also above politics. We got to make choices, make stands, embrace new ideas, and preserve the traditions that can create true progress for the next generation. With real leadership, let's start giving us, all of us with real leadership, let's start giving all of us good reason to believe that the American dream is not an illusion. So where do we start? We start by making the right choices on the issue that is in front of us today. We start by making laws that save innocent lives and don't infringe on our Second Amendment rights. We start right now by voting to pass policies that can keep us from having as many Columbine, Sandy Hooks, Parklands, Las Vegases, Buffaloes, and Uvaldes from here on. We start by giving Alethea a chance to be spoiled by her dad. We start by giving Mayday a chance to become a marine biologist. We start by giving Ellie a chance to read her Bible verse at the Wednesday night service. We start by giving Irma and Joe a chance to finish painting their house. Maybe retire, get that food truck. We start by giving McKenna, Layla, Miranda, Nevaeh, Jose, Javier, Tess, Rogelio, Eliana, Annabelle, Jackie, Azuya, JC, Jayla, Ava, Amory, and Lexi. We start by giving all of them our promise that their dreams are not going to be forgotten. We start by making the loss of these lives matter. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, the actor Matthew McConaughey taking some time there, speaking at the White House briefing podium, talking about the Uvalde massacre, saying, how can we make the loss of these lives matter? He said, we need to invest in mental health care. We need safer schools. We need to restrain sensationalized media coverage. We need to restore our family values. We need to restore our American values, and we need responsible gun ownership. He says we are not as divided as we are being told we are. It is almost the 6 o'clock hour here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We have a lot more left to get to on this Tuesday night, including Secretary of State Antony Blinken there at this panel discussion as he is in Los Angeles for the Summit of the Americas. He's meeting with journalists, talking about freedom of the press when it comes to not only here at home, but in other Latin American countries as well. We're also going to be providing all the latest when it comes to some of these primary elections happening in states all across the country. New Mexico, New Jersey, South Dakota, and of course, California. We were just speaking with our reporter in the Bay Area as San Francisco voters are headed to the polls to decide whether or not to recall their district attorney, Chesa Boudin. Polls close at 8 p.m. We'll have special live coverage, bringing on experts, speaking with more of our reporters in the field. We'll also be speaking with our folks out of Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Many key races there, including for mayor and for sheriff. We'll have more on that in just a moment. When we come back from the commercial break, Fox's own Bret Baier tonight on his special report program interviewed the actor Matthew McConaughey about his visit to Capitol Hill, about his remarks at the White House, and what the shooting in Uvalde meant to him. We'll have that and more in 2 minutes.
Studio actor and Uvalde, Texas native Matthew McConaughey. Thanks for being here. Good to see you.
Good to be here, Brett.
In person. You know, before we get into specifics and what you're talking about up on the Hill and at the White House, you know, I've covered Washington for a long time. I was a White House correspondent 4 administrations ago. I talked to some of my colleagues, and they agreed that that was the best, most authentic, most complete presentation delivered from the White House podium in many administrations. I'm not blowing smoke here. So with that said, I want to start with this. Do you have political ambitions?
I am not running for political office. I'm here because on the 24th of May, I got the news that there was a mass shooting in the town that I was born in, Uvalde, Texas. As I said earlier, went home that night, hugged the kids, held on to them a little bit longer and tighter than usual. The next morning we loaded up and we went down to Uvalde, and we got there, and it was about 6 days later that we got out of there. And you know, I talked about what I saw down there and what Camilla and I saw. But the main thing that we got out of it was every single family that lost a loved one or a child said, you know what, I just want some way for the loss of my loved one's life to matter. And I think that's what we are talking about on the cusp here in D.C. today. How can we make it matter?
I mean, you talked emotionally about interacting with those families, and you went down the day after and then spent 4 days going back down there. And that was what, life-changing for you?
Penetrating. I mean, through my body and soul, all of us. It's, you know, you see things, you spend time with people, you have memories sometimes, you have to remember some things. I have some knowledge and was able to receive some people's pain and anguish and had some hugs that they were not letting go. And enough of them where I'm a different man now. My wife's a different woman now. My children, I believe, are different children now. And our hope is that we come out of this, especially for my children, can we come out of this valuing our own life and valuing life more than we did before? and appreciate the things that we do have and the opportunities we have to in our life and to change things for the better.
All right, so speaking of changing things, to get to the specifics, you've had a number of talks on Capitol Hill. Do you think that this is the time? Do you think that this is somehow different? Because we've been through this before.
Yes.
I've
Yes,
covered
sir.
a lot of them.
Yes, sir. So, look, I don't have anything to compare it to up here on the Hill, but the consensus word that I'm hearing and phrase is that this time is different, that there is some more momentum, that on the right there are some things that they're willing to not staunchly say no to and consider, that on the left they're willing to say, you know what, we may want the whole loaf, but we'll take a slice of bread. So I'm told that this is a novel thing happening right now, and this is a novel and special time happening right now where actually something may change instead of just talking about it and nothing changes again for another 30 years.
All right, so talk about the specifics of what you're specifically calling for. You wrote an op-ed in the Statesman, USA Today picked it up, where you laid out 4 basic things. One of them is raising the age
18 to 21
for AR-15s.
Yes, sir.
And the like.
Yes, sir.
And here's the op-ed. What else in there?
Oh, well, we talk about background, we talk about red flag, and I also a waiting period, just to call it a pause after purchase, I think could be a good idea. I know it's gonna be a tough one to push across, but I just know of so many. It's true that so many of the people that don't need a gun in their hands are committing crimes of passion, and that sometimes a pause, hey, get your mind off it. Let your intentions be intercepted by something else over a period of time could stop quite a few of these kind of crimes.
It polls very well, but when you hear Republicans and they push back on some of the specifics, concerns about red flag laws, or concerns about that laws currently are not being enforced, what do you say to them?
It's a great point, because look, to start with, let's go back to where the right and where the Republicans, what they're staunch on is, hey, mental health, we got a problem with the people, not the tool, okay? We're hearing that. We're in values, family values, parenting, well, all these different things that we got to restore those.
School safety.
School safety. You know, all these things make sense. That's the root of the problem, is the mentally ill people that are committing the crimes. We fix people, we're probably not having this conversation, and we're not up here for the reason we're up here. We're not gonna fix people. That's gonna be a lifetime job after we're here and after we're gone for our kids and their kids after. I do think there's some things we can do to keep the guns out of the bad guys' hands, make it harder for them to get them. So what does the right say when I say I think some of these guardrails are good to keep the gun out of the hand? Look, it seems to be a balance. Right says, if they have the gun and we find out they're a bad guy, then we have the right to go get it from them. I'm saying I think we also need to lean into, let's not allow the bad guy to get it before we have to catch him.
All right, we want to show you part 2 of that conversation that aired tonight on Special Report with Bret Baier with the actor Matthew McConaughey.
You know, we're close to an election, a midterm election. We always seem to be one election away from solving big problems. Because the closer we get, usually, the more apart parties get.
Yes, sir.
But when you get up to Capitol Hill, these conversations, you start with what you saw and the emotion of it?
I start with the why I'm here. Start with the why it's now personal. And I also understand that needs to, they need to see that's important. I'm not, you know, I'm not some other, someone from in the entertainment industry that decided to swing by for an open cause. This landed on I got the calling. It happened in the town I was born in. All right, so it got very personal for me. So I go in and they ask and I tell them my personal story. And then after that, though, it's time to get past, or at least parcel and parlay my message, past emotion and talk about, well, now let's talk about what's reasonable. Let's talk about is there something that we really can change that's not emotional, that can help.
And you know Texas gun owners, you talk to them all the time.
All the time.
And what do they say to you?
Well, here's the thing, Red. Look, I've been talking to so many that are gun owners, that own AR-15s, that are responsible gun owners. And
I hear so many of them saying, yeah, pause after purchase. I like that idea. Hey, 18 to 21 for that AR-15 style rifle? Yeah, because you know what the difference is, and the argument would be, well, at 18 you can go in the military. Well, they're going to the military with a intent and purpose. All right, and even going to the military, it's like over a week of training before they're ever putting a live round into that semi-automatic. All right, that's with intention and purpose. We're talking about it here in the civil society, to be able to go purchase that kind of weapon, and then that afternoon do what you will with it. I think we could be more responsible than that. Yes, sir, I do.
Last time we talked, it was via video stream. It was during the beginning of COVID, and you had a different message. It was about you being united to fight COVID. Take a listen.
So this created a false divide, sort of two wars in America, an us versus them war and an us versus the virus war. And, you know, if we try to fight both of those wars, we're going to lose both of them. But if we try to fight the one against the virus, which is the one we should be fighting, then we're going to beat it.
You said, and you know, over time, I think, you know, the parties went their own ways on coronavirus. As a country, we seem to be getting past that as a country, hopefully.
Do you think so?
Well, I mean, at least we're getting past it on the scientific side.
Right.
Hopefully the deaths and the numbers are going down, but not the political divide over it.
That's what I'm talking about,
But, yeah.
political divide in general.
But you spoke today about how most of the country is kind of in the middle, one way or the other.
Damn right, I believe that. I believe that. I think we're being told we're more divided than we are. I think that the veil over the masses' eyes, I think we got the numbers. And we got to pull that veil off, quit drinking that Kool-Aid, because we're hearing it from both sides, the extreme right and the extreme left, and they have the microphone. And I believe we have the numbers, the masses have the numbers, that when we got to take the mic back, kick them off democracy's boat. And say, no, you're not steering this boat. I'm much more aggressively centrist like that, and I believe that the people I talk to on both sides are much more reasonable about things than we're being told we are.
So what contributes to that? Social media?
Sure.
Coverage of the splits between the two parties?
Well, hey, drama makes better news. All right, we love to rubberneck. You know what I mean? We're still having arguments in the world every day about what a fact is. Because a fact and the truth? Oh, man, I'm bored of that. I don't want to know that. Come on, give me some sensation. Well, we got to be more than entertainment. And when we're talking about issues we're talking about and the way we move forward in the world and as Americans, it's supposed to be hard work. And we're a little stuck on this invalidation right now of the other side to give our own selves identity. We're a little stuck on that. As I said today, I think we've become a little bit too much of a nation of counterpunchers. Well, I'm not sure what I'm about, but I'm telling you what, I'm against you. I'm against you, whatever he's about. Anyway, what's he about? Oh, I don't know, but I'm against it. That's not a way forward. It's not a vision. That's not going, hey, we disagree on this issue, but you, Father?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, me
Two
too.
boys.
Me too.
Yeah.
Now, I bet you and I can get something done talking about being dads and giving a damn about our kids and their futures. I bet we can come to agreement on that. On some issues as well. And we walk away sometimes and go, we disagree on that. But Brett, good dad. Here's why. And we're both after the same thing, aren't we? Those are places, values that I call them. Those are values that are above politics. They should be inherent in our politics, but they're above politics. And that's the stuff I think we should be reaching for.
President Dwight D. Eisenhower, one of our most bipartisan presidents, if not the most, said we as a country should get the things that we agree on done first.
Okay.
Then we can argue about the stuff that we don't agree on.
Compare before contrast. Come on, let's find out. Let's be affirmative before we disaffirm and disavow. And our eyes, again, the affirmative and what we agree on, too many of us see that as being too boring. Well, I say tough. Let's get on with that. Double down on that. Put gas on that fire, on what we agree on. And let's fly forward.
Matthew McConaughey, we appreciate you coming by and in studio and for all you're doing.
Well, my pleasure to be here. Thanks for having me, Brett.
You bet.
All right, such a great conversation there with the actor Matthew McConaughey, Fox's Brett Baer on Special Report tonight. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more headlines left to get to. Of course, we're following all the primary elections in several states across the country. Live Now look here at the White House. Speaking of gun control, gun legislation, Senator Chris Murphy, the Democrat from Connecticut, met with President Biden. They spoke for about 30 minutes today. Murphy says, quote, "We had a good conversation. Obviously, we've still got work to do in the Senate, and I'm grateful that the White House is giving us the space necessary to get a deal done." Of course, McConaughey also met with President Biden today. When we come back, we'll have a live report out of Los Angeles. A heated mayoral primary is underway. Voters still at the ballot box casting their vote today. Polls close at around 8 p.m. local time. We'll have a report on who the candidates are and what this means for Los Angeles in 2 minutes. All right, Live Now look there at the U.S. Capitol. Well, we've been covering many of these primary elections on Tuesdays throughout the month of May, now into June. Of course, we just spoke to one of our reporters in the Bay Area, Christian Captain, talking about the recall election. Voters have to decide whether or not to keep Chesa Boudin in power. Let's head out to Fox 2 in the Bay Area with some coverage of what to expect tonight.
Election night in California, and we are now just 2 hours away from the polls closing. Voters stand to make some big decisions on which candidates advance to the general election. But the question is, How low will turnout be? Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Meeback.
And I'm Julie Hayner. Several important decisions are in front of voters today, including whether Governor Newsom should be eligible for another term, who they want to send to Congress, and whether to remove San Francisco's district attorney from office. The governor faces another vote on his political future less than 9 months after he defeated the attempt to recall him. This time around, he faces none of the challengers from that recall election, nor any other prominent names from either major party. Recent polling shows Republican State Senator Brian Dahl or unaffiliated activist Michael Schellenberger could challenge Newsom in the general election. A reminder, in the majority of elections in California, the top 2 candidates in the primary advance to the general election.
And in the race for Attorney General, incumbent Rob Bonta is asking voters for his first full term. It's his first statewide election after Governor Newsom appointed him when Javier Becerra was named Health and Human Services Secretary in Washington, D.C. Some of his most prominent challengers include former federal prosecutor Nathan Hochman and Eric Early, the legal counsel for the campaign to recall Governor Newsom. Sacramento District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert is also in that race.
Voters have 2 Senate races on their ballots, one on whether Senator Alex Padilla should fill the remainder of Kamala Harris's term, which expires in January. He faces another race on whether he should get his own 6-year term. Republican attorney Mark Mosier is among those challenging Padilla for re-election.
And voters will also be deciding who to send to Congress. Arguably, the biggest race to watch will be who will eventually fill Congresswoman Jackie Spear's seat. Spear announced in November that she would not seek re-election after representing the peninsula since 2008.
One key race that received nationwide attention is Proposition H, the effort to recall San Francisco District Attorney Chesa Boudin. KTVU's Christian Captain has a look at how the district attorney is trying to keep his job, as well as the voter turnout in San Francisco.
San Francisco's Department of Elections says as of Tuesday morning, about 25% of ballots had been returned, well on the way to the 39% voter turnout in previous primary elections. Voters agree, even with Senate and gubernatorial races on the ballot, there is one issue driving San Franciscans to vote this time.
Prop H, Prop H, Prop H.
I think one of the biggest issues is probably the district attorney recall.
Supporters of District Attorney Chesa Boudin taking to the streets, and the DA himself making his case to voters, saying the recall campaign is the work of Republican donors who don't like the idea of criminal justice reform.
What's absolutely clear is the recall will not make us safer. It has not advanced a single idea or policy proposal, despite spending more than $7 million in attacks. The recall is a massive gamble with public safety. We have no idea who or what would replace me.
The Yes on H campaign says there are plenty of Democrats who support ousting the district attorney. Former prosecutor Brooke Jenkins says the DA simply isn't doing his job.
It is nonsense that this is a pushback against criminal justice reform. We all support criminal justice reform in this system, but Chesa is failing at that and failing to keep us safe as well. We want a DA who's going to do both competently.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Recall supporters spent the day calling and texting voters, urging them to cast their ballots.
This is a very targeted list. These are people that we know are our supporters, and as far as we know, as of last Friday, their ballot had not been turned in yet.
But some voters, without saying exactly how they voted on Prop H, said the idea of recalls feels undemocratic.
I have mixed feelings, really. I sort of am a firm believer that if you don't like an elected official, then vote him out next time. That's my position.
And polling places in San Francisco close down at 8 o'clock tonight. We expect our first peek at what some of the results may be from those ballots which were already mailed in to give us our first indication on how voters are leaning when it comes to Prop H. The previous polling showed the pro-recall side was leading, but more recent polling touted by the DA showed a tightening race with voters evenly split. In San Francisco, Christian Captain, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
All right, and we were going to rely on Fox 2 there in the Bay Area for a lot of the coverage tonight as we continue to follow all of these elections, specifically the recall there in San Francisco, whether or not Chesa Boudin will be able to keep his job. We want to go a little further south to Los Angeles. LA County and the city writ large is going to the polls tonight to decide who they want for their next mayor in the primary and, of course, for their sheriff. Joining me now from one of those key candidates election night watch party, Fox 11's Phil Schuman. Phil, so good to see you. It looks like we do have him right there. Phil, you're at Caruso's watch party. What is happening there, and what do you make of the race so far?
Well, you're talking about Rick Caruso. The second line that's usually associated with his name, Andrew, is billionaire developer. We're at the Grove Shopping Center, which if you visited Los Angeles, one of the top tourist attractions. This is Caruso's signature property. He's a first-time mayoral candidate. He has spent literally $30 to $40 million of his own money saturating the airwaves and online with his ads here in Southern California since he decided to enter the race. His main opponent, at least the two front runners, is longtime Congresswoman Karen Bass, who represents the Los Angeles area in Congress. And it's expected that those two, Andrew, will get the majority of the votes, or actually 12 names on the ballot. But if nobody gets more than 50% of the vote, then the top two will face off in November as they test the sound system getting ready for tonight's party here at the Grove. Earlier today, Rick Caruso cast his vote in person in an area of LA known as Boyle Heights, heavily Latino. He said where his grandfather emigrated to and where his father was raised. And I got a chance to talk with Caruso earlier today.
For those who are still undecided, going down to the wire, your message is what?
Vote for change, vote for hope, vote for a better city, vote for a city that has less crime, less encampments, less homelessness, is giving people a path to a better life. Don't vote for the same career politicians that just continue to have everything get worse under us. And we've been doing that for the last decade, and here we are.
Andrew, Rick Caruso says his is a vote for change. Now, Karen Bass stresses her relationships built at the local, the state, and the federal level. As I mentioned, she's been in Congress for 10 years now. She had the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development visit her district last week. She says being mayor is about working with people. There are 15 members of the Los Angeles City Council. You have to work with them. It's not an autocracy. Rick Caruso wouldn't be the king of Los Angeles, as interesting and as thought-provoking as some of his ideas are. The big themes here in the Los Angeles area: crime, public safety, homelessness, and then it's not just the mayor's race. As you mentioned, we're electing county supervisors. Each county supervisor has a constituency of like 2 million, bigger than the population of some states. The district attorney is not on the ballot. He's the subject of another recall, similar to what's happening in San Fran. Sheriff Alex Villanueva is on the ballot. So it's going to be an interesting night here in Southern California. Again, if no mayoral candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, then the top two candidates run off in the November election. So chances are we'll be hearing a lot more going forward about Rick Caruso and Karen Bass. Andrew?
Yeah, Phil, I think Rick Caruso is so interesting, of course. Before the election, he would have called himself a Republican. He's running as a Democrat. I was in LA last weekend, and I saw so many Rick Caruso signs just everywhere. He's gotten a lot of celebrity endorsements. When are we expected to hear from him tonight, and what's his message going to be as the polls are about to close in about an hour and a half?
Well, we expect to hear from about 8:45 California time. They set up the podium behind me. You see the logo for the Love of LA. And, his message is the same as he's been saying from day one. Homeless encampments will not be tolerated. He can clean up the city. He's going to focus on public safety. He plans to hire 1,500 additional LAPD officers in his first term. Karen Bass says that's easier said than done. There are budgetary concerns. There are concerns about having enough qualified people. She says her plan to get more police on the streets is something we've heard from other candidates, which is get officers in uniform out from behind desk jobs. So Caruso's message is he has the skill set as a chief executive to get things done, that what we've done in the past hasn't worked, that LA is in serious trouble. If you were here last week, in addition to the Caruso signs, you probably saw or got a sense of the extent of the homelessness problem here. And that is one of the top issues, no matter what part of Los Angeles you're in. That's one of the key issues for voters.
And Phil, just while we have you, just briefly, can we talk a little bit about the sheriff's race? We're going to put up just some video that we have of Sheriff Villanueva voting today. Is he facing some stiff competition? What is his race looking like?
Well, there are several candidates, and no one really has emerged as the clear sort of challenger to him. He's in his first term. He's been controversial, very outspoken, allegations of cover-up of a couple of incidents of deputies abusing inmates, feuds with the County Board of Supervisors, whom he technically works for. So he has his detractors. He has his supporters. It is an elected position, unlike the police chief in the city of Los Angeles, which is appointed. So it's really likely that he's going to be reelected. There are, as I mentioned, several candidates. One of them, the former police chief in Long Beach, Robert Luna. There's Cecil Rambo, who's the chief of the LAX Police Department. There's probably 8 different candidates challenging him, but no one has emerged as the clear challenger to Villanueva.
All right, Fox 11's Phil Schuman there, live for us at the Grove in Los Angeles. Phil, I could talk to you about LA politics all night, but we'll let you go. We'll be following all the results here on LiveNOW from Fox as well. Thanks, Phil.
Okay.
All right, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we're still tracking all the events today about gun violence, gun reform. So many lawmakers speaking out. There was an event outside of the Washington Monument today talking about the action needed, the action that's necessary when it comes to guns. We'll have that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to LiveNOW from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, we want to take you out to an event that was held right outside of the Washington Monument on the National Mall today with lawmakers, with gun control activists talking about the need for change. We also are going to be hearing from some of survivors of mass shootings, including, of course, Gabby Giffords. This all ahead of this major hearing taking place tomorrow at the House Committee on Oversight and Reform, where survivors of the Buffalo mass shooting, survivors of the Uvalde mass shooting will be asked to testify. We'll be hearing their stories and their trauma. But first, out to this event from earlier today in Washington.
Being here with us today at the National Gun Violence Memorial. My name is Sheila E. Esong, and I am the engagement director at Giffords, the gun safety organization that was founded by the former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, who's standing right behind me. Today we are joined by policymakers, partners, advocates, and everyday Americans from all walks of life who are here demanding that we take action when it comes to gun violence. We were all here at the mall just over a year ago with the same exact installation, calling attention to honor the 40,000 Americans who die every single year from gun violence. They are represented with the white flowers in the vases that you see right behind me here. Unfortunately, today, we are also here to call attention to the now 45,000 Americans who lost their lives to gun violence last year. That is a devastating increase in gun violence deaths in just 1 year. The difference is represented by the 5,000 orange flowers that you see on the other side behind me. Now, the recent tragedies like the massacre at the elementary school in Uvalde and the targeted attack in Buffalo are despicable, but unfortunately, they are not isolated incidents. There were at least 13 mass shootings over this past weekend alone. They left 17 people dead and dozens injured. Communities in Philadelphia, Chattanooga, Phoenix, and many more cities and communities have been torn apart. Families are never going to be the same again. And while mass shootings tend to capture most of the media attention, over 100 people are killed by guns in America every single day. These are preventable deaths, preventable. Gun suicides, domestic violence, community violence, unintentional shootings. We know what will stop the crisis, but leaders in Washington must take action. That is why we're here today. The Senate needs to pass universal background checks, a foundational gun safety policy that is broadly popular. It must also swiftly confirm Steve Dettelbeck as the next director of the ATF so that the agency is better equipped to enforce the gun laws that are already on the books. The House and the Senate must also pass legislation related to extreme risk protection orders, as well as a law to ban large capacity magazines. We must protect families and intimate partners by keeping guns out of the hands of those who commit abuse. There is so little that Congress has done to prevent gun violence, and now is the chance to change that. Today is the day. President Biden led the gun violence prevention efforts after the 2012 Sandy Hook shooting, and as president, he has cracked down on ghost guns and pushed intervention solutions to cycles of gun violence. He must continue to have his administration address gun violence with bold leadership and effective solutions. So we have a very robust speaking program here today, so I'm going to do my very best to move us through this program efficiently. Robust, that's a good word, right?
Yeah, really good.
To that end, I'm going to begin the program by introducing someone who needs no introduction, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Speaker Pelosi, just one second. Speaker Pelosi, who has been a stalwart champion for gun violence prevention over the course of her career in Congress. As Speaker, she has touched the lives of millions through the passage of major legislation, including the Bipartisan Background Checks Act. As a loyal, dedicated friend to our founder, former Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords, she has been with us every step of the way. And as an advocate for gun violence prevention, she has no equal. Ladies and gentlemen, Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you, Sheila, very much for your very generous introduction. I accept that compliment on behalf of the House Democrats who have all been champions, many of whom are here with me this morning. It's my honor to be with you, but it is a sad, heartbreaking time when we see these beautiful flowers symbolizing beautiful lives lost to gun violence, and that the number has increased from last year. We must act. I want to thank Giffords for your leadership, but all of the groups who have participated and are represented today. My colleagues hear me say all the time that President Lincoln said public sentiment is everything. With it, you can accomplish almost anything. Without it, practically nothing. I say that to all the groups here because your outside mobilization is essential to our success in saving lives and passing gun violence protection legislation. Behind me here you see champions, every single one of them having made the case, every single one of them making a difference. And their inside maneuvering can just take us so far. It's the outside mobilization. So give yourselves a hand for what you are doing on the outside. I have a lot to tell you today, but we have a great number of speakers, so I will just focus on Gabby Giffords. Gabby is, many of us had the privilege of serving with her in Congress, and when we had the sad news of the assault on her life, it struck us in a way that we had never really felt before. To watch her come back with physical speech and all kinds of therapies, the strength she had to come back to make this fight. Somebody asked me the other day, what are some of your brightest moments on the floor of the House? I said the brightest moment was the day Gabby Giffords came back to the floor of the House. And I never saw an ovation like that. She is someone who is respected and across the country, an inspiration to so many. An inspiration that is, again, making a difference, but again, more needs to be done. I just do want to point out one of my colleagues, Lucy McBath, who is a constant, everyday inspiration. She's turned her own personal grief into action to save lives. And while many of our members are here, I want her legislation. Sheila mentioned the extreme risk protection order legislation, which will be passed, and hopefully will be passed in the Senate. Again, she's a part of so much other legislation, and some of that is, again, what we intend to do. Raise the age to buy weapons of war, restrict access to ghost guns, outlaw high-capacity magazines, ban civilian bump stock sales, crack down on gun trafficking, and advance safe gun storage. My colleagues here will speak to that. Many of them are the authors of this legislation. I want to just talk about Haley, my constituent. We had such an event in not this large, in San Francisco the other day. Haley came and talked to us. She lost both of her parents to gun violence, both of her parents. But here she is, a little girl, speaking out against gun violence from personal experience, but with great wisdom. We owe the children of our country so much more than excuses for why we don't have legislation. To our representatives of the teachers, Becky Pringle and Randy Weingarten, who are here, we also want to salute our teachers for their courage in all of this. But it is a message that I send to elected officials all the time. You can't vote for these bills because it's a problem for you politically. Understand this. Your political survival is nothing compared to the survival of our children. We must protect them. So now it is my privilege to yield the floor of them all to a great leader, a dear friend and former colleague of many of us, an inspiration to millions of Americans, an absolute force in the fight against gun violence, our former colleague, Congresswoman Gabby Giffords.
Stopping gun violence takes courage. The courage to do what's right. The courage to new ideas. I've seen great courage when my life was on the line. Now is the time to come together. Be responsible. Democrats, Republicans, everyone. We must never stop fighting. Fight, fight, fight. Be bold. Be courageous. The nation's counting on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Gabby. At this time, I would like to introduce Senator Murphy to the podium.
Very much. Well, thank you all for being here. There's no words to express my gratitude to my great friend Gabby for what she has done to lead this movement, to grow an organization that is making a difference. Gabby and I were next door neighbors our freshman year in the House of Representatives. We learned a lot together, and I'm just so proud of what she has done to be able to speak truth to power. Speaker Pelosi, thank you for bringing a difference-making piece of legislation before the House of Representatives this week. It is going to save lives. It is going to put pressure on the United States Senate to do the right thing, and we are deeply grateful for your leadership. Listen, there are a lot of very scared parents and kids out there today. They are scared for their lives. They are scared for their safety. But they're also scared that democracy is so fundamentally broken that it can't step up and answer the most fundamental concern that any parent has, the physical safety of your children. Now, the world is paying attention because of what happened in Uvalde and what happened in Buffalo, and there's good reason for that. There's something deeply psychologically cataclysmic about that number of children, that number of adults losing their lives all at one time. But there's a slaughter every night in this country. Only in America do you wake up in the morning to 110 people having been killed the day before from guns. And so it's incumbent upon us to address the real story of American gun violence, which is the mass shootings, but also the daily homicides, the suicides, the accidental shootings. That's what this House bill does, and I'm grateful to my friend Lucy McBath for her leadership as well. But the Senate needs to act now. Right. Yeah. The Senate can't wait any longer. And so we are this week extending a hand of partnership to our Republican colleagues, but we are not going to settle for a piece of legislation that just checks a box. Right? We are only going to move forward with a piece of legislation that saves lives. And we would not be in a position today to be able to have serious negotiations about life-saving anti-gun violence legislation if not for the movement that you are all a part of, if not for the organization that Gabby helped found, if not for many of the other organizations that are represented here. We have built a movement, right, that is making clear to members of the Senate and the House that if you don't do the right thing and support 90% of your constituents, then you're not coming back to the House of Representatives of the United States Senate. And so I'm grateful to this memorial. This is incredibly moving to look out over these vases. Important to remember that this represents those whose lives were lost. But if you look at the mass shootings since Uvalde, well, 25 people died, over 100 were injured, and those are life-altering injuries as well. The scope, the breadth of American gun violence is really hard to calculate and imagine. And this just gives you a small window into the horror that we have decided to live with. Hopefully we make a different decision this week, and that will be in part thanks to the movement that Gabby has helped to build and the action of the House of Representatives. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to call up Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you to Giffords, all of you for being here, bringing us together at this critical, really historic moment, a moment of opportunity that we must seize. Now, I want to begin with a story about Gabby Giffords. In the days after Sandy Hook, and it was the beginning of the time that Chris Murphy and I worked together as a team, and in the 10 years since, in those first days, literally 24, 48 hours, Gabby Giffords came to Connecticut. She came to Newtown. She came to one of the homes of relatives who lost loved ones. No cameras, no reporters, no public attention. Gabby Giffords came there to give heart and hope to those families that gathered, their lives broken, literally most of them still raw with the tears and the grief of that moment. And Gabby Giffords, by her presence, by her words, by the force of her personal story, gave them heart and hope, and they have been champions. The Sandy Hook survivors and families have been champions of gun violence prevention. And I want to pay tribute today to all of the survivors who continue to come forward, continue to relive their stories of horror and heartbreak. And Gabby Giffords gives them, all of them, the role model and the mentor and the example of personal courage, grace under pressure, that inspires us all. So if you take nothing else away from today, it is her message: fight, fight, fight. Never, ever give up. And we know, and I'll be very blunt, we know that the gun lobby is still out there. They are continuing to intimidate and threaten our colleagues. Republicans have yet to stand up to them. We still have an uphill battle, but we are determined to seize this moment and save lives, because we have a responsibility to the American people and to our own conscience. And you have created the movement. Giffords, all of these organizations have changed the political face of America in these 10 years. I've seen it happen. We were crying in the wilderness 10 years ago. You have changed the political dynamic and landscape, and Gabby Giffords has been our leader. And now we need to fulfill the promise of this moment. Not with window dressing or face saving, not with checking the box, but with real and meaningful action. And if we can do it on red flag laws and improving the background check system, and yes, mental health, school security, why not raise the age that's required to purchase guns? Seems to make such simple sense. All of these measures are common sense, sensible measures. And I've been privileged to partner with many of the House colleagues who are here today, Debbie Wasserman Schultz on background checks for ammunition, Adam Schiff for repeal of PLCA, the sweetheart deal that gives gun manufacturers absolute immunity. We need to continue to be angry and unsatisfied, because if we reach a compromise, and I'm very clear-eyed about the uphill battle and the work still to be done, but if we manage to reach an agreement, we will still have work to do. We will still have a lot of work to do on these common sense measures, and we will continue to be in this fight. So I want to thank you for being here today, but more important, for your continuing struggle. And it will be a struggle, and especially to those survivors who are here, because it is painful, it is grief-stricken, but it matters. Thank you so much.
We've been listening into this event a little bit earlier today, as we heard from Gabby Giffords. Just so emotional to be hearing from her about something so close to her heart, gun legislation, as that is top of mind on Capitol Hill, not only today, but tomorrow also. There's going to be a hearing, a House hearing, with many of these Uvalde and Buffalo shooting victims and family members speaking out about what needs to be, what the conversations need to be between Republicans and Democrats. Many saying this is not a partisan issue. This should be a bipartisan compromise for them together and make changes. Well, we are taking a look at some of this voting video from earlier today, as it is primary election day in California, and polls are going to be closing at 8 o'clock local time, so we're about an hour away from that. We are about 10 minutes out from full coverage with Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as we'll be Learning more about the sheriff race underway, the mayor race underway, LA supervisor, all very, very substantial primary elections that are going to be taking place through the rest of the evening. So we'll have full coverage on that and more when we come back after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are coming up on the 7 o'clock hour out here in Phoenix, 7 o'clock also out in California, which is going to be our primary coverage for the rest of the evening as we are watching the primary elections. Polls about to close in just about an hour here, and there's many tight races that we are going to be following, including the LA Sheriff's race. Want to pull up a little bit of video for you from earlier today as LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva voting this morning. The incumbent sheriff has been on the job for 3.5 years. He's facing challenges from 8 other candidates. If Sheriff Villanueva doesn't receive more than 50% of the vote, the top 2 candidates will face off in the November general election. Here's a breakdown of what to be looking for in these other candidates.
Wearing an LA Dodger polo shirt, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva arrives with his wife Vivian to cast his vote in La Habra Heights. How does he feel about tonight's election?
Well, it's going to be up to the people. I'm cautiously optimistic that we can end it today, yes.
It may not be so easy. Villanueva has 8 challengers: Eli Vera, Robert Luna, Eric Strong, Matt Rodriguez, Britta Steinbrenner, Cecil Rambo, Carla Carranza, and April Saucedo Hood, all law enforcement veterans.
Well, the political establishment wants to basically take the independence of the office of sheriff and make it a political subordinate to the Board of Supervisors. So they were the ones busy recruiting everyone possible and their mother to run against me.
Okay, so very quick breakdown there. Let's start with some of these other candidates as they were able to feature them throughout the past couple of weeks here ahead of today's primary election. We'll go out first to a breakdown of Eli Vera, who's running against Villanueva.
What you'll see out of me is a professional sheriff that won't be on the news every day, that's not going to be looking for the spotlight.
After 33.5 years with the LA County Sheriff's Department, working his way from patrol to SWAT commander to division chief, Eli Vera retired a month ago. Now he's running for sheriff.
You retired. Why did you decide, I'm going to run for sheriff?
Actually, I'm embarrassed by the fact that I supported the current sheriff and that I thought that he was going to carry out some of the things that he talked about when he ran for office, number one. Number two, I've never seen Los Angeles as divided as it is today.
Vera says Villanueva's combative personality makes it impossible to work with other elected officials.
The sheriff has refused to work with anyone who doesn't pretty much agree with what he's doing across the board. How many times do we have to see that he's being less than truthful with the public to realize there's a problem?
Vera points to an alleged cover-up by the sheriff involving this video that shows a deputy kneeling on the head of an inmate for 3 minutes.
This is the first time in the history of the Sheriff's Department, and I'm talking in the history of the Sheriff's Department, where you've seen a captain, 2 commanders, a chief, an assistant sheriff, all say publicly, yeah, the sheriff's lying. That's never happened in the history of the Sheriff's Department.
How different will you be from Alex Villanueva?
Night and day. Night and day.
Earning public trust, ridding the department of deputy gangs, and having an open-door policy for oversight is what Vera is promising.
What we need is a professional sheriff, somebody that can very much keep Los Angeles safe, but can build the coalitions that are necessary.
During his career, Vera was involved in 5 shootings while on the job, including one where a 16-year-old boy was killed. Vera was cleared in all the shootings, but it's something that changed him forever. He and his wife, who also worked for the Sheriff's Department, began fostering youth.
We were foster parents because what a great opportunity to change the direction of someone's life.
With the recent endorsement from the Professional Peace Officers Association, Vera says he feels confident voters will choose him for LA County Sheriff.
If we are in the runoff, you're going to see a new sheriff.
Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
Meanwhile, Lieutenant Eric Strong, he's been with the Sheriff's Department for 21 years. He says that the department needs accountability and oversight, unlike what the current sheriff is giving. Here's a breakdown of his background as well.
I'm Eric Strong, candidate for Los Angeles County Sheriff.
Lieutenant Eric Strong has been with the Sheriff's Department for over 21 years, serving in various capacities, including lead investigator of internal affairs.
So you can expect me to be deliberate, bold, blatant about making change.
He says the reason he wants to be the next LA County Sheriff is because the department desperately needs help.
It's divided on the inside. There's turmoil on the inside. There's no consistency.
Is there a problem right now with deputy gangs in the department?
Yes, it does. It's had one for 40 years. It hasn't changed. We've been talking about this. And inside the department, from the very top down, I have never heard not one leader say plain and simply, it's going to stop.
Strong says he'll fire all deputies involved in gangs.
When you're involved in a deputy gang, that's what you're doing. You do not deserve a badge and a gun.
What are some of the things you will change right away?
We have to get rid of the us versus them mentality. I can tell you inside the Sheriff's Department for decades, the message on the inside from the leadership down has never been simply treat people how you want to be treated. It's never been simply treat people with respect, dignity, and compassion. It's been go take people to jail and we'll figure it out.
Changing the culture of policing and providing full transparency is what Strong says he will deliver if voters elect him LA County Sheriff. He also says as a black man who's faced adversity, he would bring a unique understanding to this position.
And that's an understanding from personal experience, having been profiled by law enforcement, having been roughed up by law enforcement, having family members that have suffered from addiction, been incarcerated and victims of violent crime. I'm bringing a 360-degree perspective to what's needed.
Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
And once again, we're 1 hour out from polls closing for the primary election out in California. Let's go to Fox 11 in Los Angeles for full coverage.
Welcome to my favorite night of the year, election night. The Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson. We got the red, white, and blue on. It's a good night to be an American. Marla Tejas is off tonight. Let's talk about the election. We have continuing team coverage tonight. Coco McAvoy, Phil Schumann, Gina Silva, all at the headquarters of major candidates tonight. On the ballot, of course, the hotly contested and expensive race for L.A. mayor. Just like other Angelenos, mayoral frontrunners Karen Bass and Rick Caruso taking to the polls today to cast their ballots. Let's start with Coco McAvoy, live at Congresswoman Karen Bass's Election Day party at the W in Hollywood. Coco.
Yes, good evening, Alex. That's right. Setup is still getting underway here at the hotel where Congresswoman Bass will have her event tonight. You can see the stage behind me. That's where Congresswoman Bass is hoping to give a victory speech tonight. Let's take a look at some of the video we have from earlier. Bass voted today with her daughter and grandson at the Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Mall in South L.A. The Congresswoman is running for L.A. mayor. There are 9 candidates vying for the job, but it's seen primarily as a 2-person race between Bass and billionaire Rick Caruso. And here's what she had to say in South LA today about crime. Take a listen.
In terms of crime, there are some neighborhoods that want to see an increased presence of police, and they should do that. And the way I would get officers on the street quickly would be to move them from behind the desk and administrative duties and have them on the street.
And we don't know yet what time Karen Bass will take the stage to speak. We know that the doors open to this event at 8 o'clock. And again, that's also when the polls close. Back to you.
Yeah, I think when she speaks will be determined on how she's doing. Coco McAvoy, thank you. Now to the other big candidate in this race, front runner Rick Caruso. He is live. Phil Schuman is with him in the Fairtax District at where else? The Grove, right, Phil?
Of course, his signature development, the Grove, being transformed amidst tight security into an election watch party. Will it be an outright victory, or will it be a celebration to a runoff in November? Earlier today, though, the candidate decided to cast his official vote in Boyle Heights.
Fuck you.
Don't wait. Thank you so much.
I vote for you. I need change.
I need change, that voter said. This is Caruso at the Boyle Heights Senior Center. He said he came there partly because that's where his father grew up after his grandfather immigrated from Italy. Also, of course, he is in search of the Latino vote, crucial to success should they move on to the runoff in November. But Caruso said no matter where he goes in this sprawling city of some 4 million, it's the same issues: crime, public safety, homelessness. We spoke after Caruso voted.
For those who are still undecided, going down to the wire, your message is what?
Vote for change, vote for hope, vote for a better city, vote for a city that has less crime, less encampments, less homelessness, is giving people a path to a better life. Don't vote for the same career politicians that just continue to have everything get worse under us. And we've been doing that for the last decade, and here we are.
With Caruso, 2 of his 4 adult children, that's Greg and Alex, with him, a hug after he voted. You remember Caruso, Alex, as we've been reporting, flirted with the idea of running for mayor. 2 previous campaigns, decided he couldn't do it. His children were young. Now he said this is a family affair. They're all fully committed. The other children were working. He said his wife Tina was working the phone. So we expect to hear from Rick Caruso in person tonight about 8:45. We, of course, will be here and we'll have it for you live. Alex?
Phil Schuman, thank you. We'll be checking in with you all night long. Now to one of the most heated races on the ballot, the race for L.A. County Sheriff. The current sheriff, Alex Villanueva, has 8 challengers. Gina Silva has spoken to all of them recently. She joins us live tonight with a look at this race. Gina.
Well, Alex, we are in East LA at City's Restaurant. This is where the sheriff will be having his viewing party. It's already packed. It's a very small location. Now, we caught up with the sheriff earlier today. Take a look.
Morning.
Wearing an LA Dodger polo shirt, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva arrives with his wife Vivian to cast his vote in La Habra Heights. How does he feel about tonight's election?
Well, it's going to be up to the people. I'm cautiously optimistic that we can end it today, yes.
It may not be so easy. Villanueva has 8 challengers: Eli Vera, Robert Luna, Eric Strong, Matt Rodriguez, Britta Steinbrenner, Cecil Rambo, Carla Carranza, and April Saucedo Hood, all law enforcement veterans.
Well, the political establishment wants to basically take the independence of the office of sheriff and make it a political subordinate to the Board of Supervisors. So they were the ones busy recruiting everyone possible and their mother to run against me.
And back here live, right over there is where the stage is. That is where
Sheriff Alex Villanueva will be talking to his supporters, and I've been told around 9 p.m. tonight. Now, this place here in East LA is well known, but it is a very small space, and a lot of his supporters are here, a lot of journalists, TV reporters, the LA Times, Gustavo Arellano, you all know him.
What's up?
What's up? All right. So I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio. We'll be here throughout the night giving you live updates.
Gustavo's always a good time, and the two of them have quite a dynamic, so that'll be interesting to watch in that small a space, Gina. Thank you so much. We'll see you a little bit later on tonight. Meanwhile, Governor Newsom, who is technically up for re-election, filled out his ballot at an in-person polling center. He's so confident in this election, he's not even having a watch party tonight, kind of pretending like the election isn't even happening. You might have seen something unique about the Senate race in your sample ballot. You are seeing the race for U.S. Senate is actually on twice. It's not a mistake. So here's what that's all about. The seat became vacant when Senator Kamala Harris became Vice President Kamala Harris. Governor Newsom filled the appointment with Alex Padilla, but that appointment was only temporary. The term technically ends on January 3rd, 2023, literally days before the next Congress begins. So you are voting for a several-day term and a 6-year term. You can vote for many of the same people for both. Still to come, LA County Board Supervisor Catherine Barger is with us live. Talk about voter enthusiasm, potentially lack thereof, what that says about politics, what we can do about some of these big issues. Then, the First Lady of the United States in LA. This is a live picture of that to deliver a big commencement address at LA City College. Her message to those students next.
So we've been listening in to coverage from Fox 11 in Los Angeles, although up north in the Bay Area, we have Fox 2 that is covering a very different race. Let's listen to some of their coverage.
And some ideas on how to approach on these issues. The biggest thing is a lot of the culture has changed from when I used to hang out here on South Street, and even for
election night in California, and we are now just 2 hours away from the polls closing. Voters stand to make some big decisions on which candidates advance to the general election. But the question is, how low will turnout be? Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Meeback.
And I'm Julie Hainer. Several important decisions are in front of voters today, including whether Governor Newsom should be eligible for another term, who they want to send to Congress, and whether to remove San Francisco's district attorney from office. The governor faces another vote on his political future less than 9 months after he defeated the attempt to recall him. This time around, he faces none of the challengers from that recall election, nor any other prominent names from either major party. Recent polling shows Republican State Senator Brian Dahl or unaffiliated activist Michael Schellenberger could challenge Newsom in the general election. A reminder, in the majority of elections in California, the top 2 candidates in the primary advance to the general election.
And in the race for Attorney General, incumbent Rob Bonta is asking voters for his first full term. It's his first statewide election after Governor Newsom appointed him when Javier Becerra was named Health and Human Services Secretary in Washington, D.C. Some of his most prominent challengers include former federal prosecutor Nathan Hochman and Eric Early, the legal counsel for the campaign to recall Governor Newsom. Sacramento District Attorney Anne Marie Schubert is also in that race.
Voters have 2 Senate races on their ballots, one on whether Senator Alex Padilla should fill the remainder of Kamala Harris's term, which expires in January. He faces another race on whether he should get his own 6-year term. Republican attorney Mark Mosier is among those challenging Padilla for re-election.
And voters will also be deciding who to send to Congress. Arguably, the biggest race to watch will be who will eventually fill Congresswoman Jackie Spear's seat. Spear announced in November that she would not seek re-election after representing the peninsula since 2008.
One key race that received nationwide attention is Proposition H, the effort to recall San Francisco District Attorney Chesa Boudin. KTVU's Christian Cafton has a look at how the district attorney is trying to keep his job, as well as the voter turnout in San Francisco.
San Francisco's Department of Elections says as of Tuesday morning, about 25% of ballots had been returned, well on the way to the 39% voter turnout in previous primary elections. Voters agree, even with Senate and gubernatorial races on the ballot, there is one issue driving San Franciscans to vote this time.
Prop H, Prop H, Prop H.
I think one of the biggest issues is probably the district attorney recall.
Supporters of District Attorney Chesa Boudin taking to the streets, and the DA himself making his case to voters, saying the recall campaign is the work of Republican donors who don't like the idea of criminal justice reform.
What's absolutely clear is the recall will not make us safer. It has not advanced a single idea or policy proposal, despite spending more than $7 million in attacks. The recall is a massive gamble with public safety. We have no idea who or what would replace me.
The Yes on H campaign says there are plenty of Democrats who support ousting the district attorney. Former prosecutor Brooke Jenkins says the DA simply isn't doing his job.
It is nonsense that this is a pushback against criminal justice reform. We all support criminal justice reform in this system, but Chesa is failing at that and failing to keep us safe as well. We want a DA who's going to do both competently.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Recall supporters spent the day calling and texting voters, urging them to cast their ballots.
This is a very targeted list. These are people that we know are our supporters, and as far as we know, as of last Friday, their ballot had not been turned in yet.
But some voters, without saying exactly how they voted on Prop H, said the idea of recalls feels undemocratic.
I have mixed feelings, really. I sort of am a firm believer that if you don't like an elected official, then vote them out next time. That's my position.
And polling places in San Francisco closed down at 8 o'clock tonight. We expect our first peek at what some of the results may be from those ballots, which were already mailed in, to give us our first indication on how voters are leaning when it comes to Prop H. And previous polling showed the pro-recall side was leading, but more recent polling touted by the DA showed a tightening race with voters evenly split. In San Francisco, Christian Cafton, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
And in San Francisco, the Chesa Boudin recall election is really spotlighting issues that are on the top of mind for California voters, and that's crime and homelessness.
That's right. Our political reporter Greg Lee joins us now to explain the impact it's having on the ballot and insight on another closely watched race.
Yeah, Julie, Mike, crime and homelessness are two issues that California voters have repeatedly said are of concern as we head into today's primary. We often point to a poll from February in which voters gave low marks to Governor Newsom on those topics. In addition to the Chesa Boudin recall vote, it will be the key factor in the race for state attorney general. This will likely be the most contentious race we'll see at the state level. This very well may tell us where voters' views on crime and law and order stand. Incumbent and progressive Democrat Rob Bonta faces two Republicans in Nathan Hochman and Eric Early. Early further to the right, and Hochman looking to find the middle ground between tough on crime and reform. Also in the mix, Sacramento County DA Anne Marie Schubert, who dropped her Republican status to run as an independent. Both major state parties heavily invested in this race.
When you're running for governor or you're running for dog catcher, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for you to run with that D behind your name. It is very clear what Democrats' one-party rule has done to our state, both at the statewide level and the local level. California voters are sick and tired of these soft on crime policies. They want to bring their streets back to a safe place where not only they can live and thrive, but they can build their families and grow their communities.
California has continued to lead the way when it comes to law and order and protecting all Californians, whether they're Republicans, Democrats, or independents. And you mentioned, our Attorney General. He is leading the way, ensuring that we are protecting a person's right to an abortion or pushing back on senseless gun violence that we're seeing rampant across the nation. And so, I think our statewide lineup is ensuring that we're keeping Californians safe.
Political analysts say tonight's results could cement what we see from campaigns moving forward into November. As Democrats focus on the actions of the Supreme Court, abortion rights, and gun control, Republicans may focus on inflation and crime.
On July 4th, over the summer into Labor Day, voters are cementing their impression about Democrats, about Joe Biden, about how Democrats are doing on gas, the economy, and on crime and homelessness, and what's going on, say, in terms of governing Los Angeles or governing San Francisco. All of that means that these tabletop, kitchen table, pocketbook issues, what's happening in terms of how you feel about the future, about your job, your household financial situation, your assessment there, is going to be key.
Now going back to the AG's race, to give you an idea of some of the gamesmanship here in these campaigns, two pro-Bonta groups have bought ads on conservative media pumping Eric early as a Trump supporter and true conservative. The calculus that if he comes in second, Bonta could face an easier path in November in a very blue state. We will see how voters react tonight.
All right, we are watching. Greg, thank you.
Greg, thank you again. The debate over criminal justice reform is front and center for voters in Contra Costa and Alameda counties. Specifically in Contra Costa County, incumbent DA Dinah Becton faces a re-election challenge. Her prosecution of a Danville police officer over a deadly shooting more than 3 years ago got the attention of many in law enforcement. Becton's colleague, Deputy District Attorney Mary Knox, is trying to unseat her. And voters in Alameda County will vote for candidates in their district attorney race. Current DA Nancy O'Malley is retiring. The 4 candidates include civil rights attorney Pamela Price, former prosecutor Seth Stewart, longtime DA's office veteran Terry Wiley, and prosecutor Jimmy Wilson.
Well, early data shows that despite the best efforts from recall or election officials, turnout for this election is lower than expected, but there's still some time for people to get in their votes. KTVU's Brooks Giroux live now at the Registrar of Voters in Contra Costa County. So, Brooks, are you still seeing a steady stream of voters?
Well, so far, elections officials have said about 8,000 people have shown up across the county to vote, but we've moved about a block away to a large warehouse, and you see vans like this showing up here. And I want to take you inside because 95% of voters that are in Contra Costa County are voting by mail. So all of those mail-in ballots are coming in here. Excuse us, folks. So what they do is they come in here, they pull a van up, they have these large bins and boxes that all the ballots are delivered in, and they're brought over here where they're sorted and also put in the right order. That's what these people over here are doing right now. Then they load them up into those USPS boxes right here. You see all these envelopes of mail-in ballots. They bring them one by one over to this room. Come on over here. And right over here is a large machine that is processing all those mail-in ballots. So take a look at this. This is where they're actually scanning for signatures and making sure everything goes smoothly so all those votes are counted. I want to talk to Tommy Gong, who is the Chief Deputy Clerk Recorder, who joins us now. Tommy, tell me a little bit about what this machine is doing and how critical it is here in Contra Costa County specifically.
Yeah, exactly. This is the equipment that we use in order to keep up with the volume. You know, when we're processing up to 500,000 ballots, we have to have technology to help us keep up with the volume. So what this machine does is it images the envelope, it reads the barcode, and it matches it to the voter record. It's for the staff to be able to do the side-by-side signature comparison.
And I understand you've had to make some adjustments to this machine just to handle the load of mail-in ballots versus those who are showing up on Election Day.
Absolutely, yes. As we get more and more vote-by-mail ballots received, then we're needing to utilize equipment to be able to do so. In fact, we enhanced this equipment to be able to actually open the envelopes as well, so that it takes the time away from having to spend the time on that.
Let's talk a little bit about voter turnout. Specifically, it looks like it's going to be a lot lower this time around. What do you think is the reasoning behind that?
Oh, certainly. You know, compared to a presidential general election, the gubernatorial primary traditionally is always the lowest turnout of all the statewide elections. So that's why we're hoping for a 30% turnout for this election. That would be a respectable turnout for this type of election.
I know you have a lot of workers showing up now, getting ready for a big night ahead. What will they be doing, not just specifically in here as mail-in ballots, but also across the way in the tallying room?
Yes, so here for sure we'll be receiving the materials from the polling place and getting them all ready for the canvass. But next door in our office, that's where we'll be tabulating the ballots. And so that's where the people will be dropping off ballots there. We take all of the chain of custody and security procedures in mind and very seriously in order to maintain the integrity of the election.
With so much counting already happening now or has happened in the weeks before now, what do you anticipate in terms of results? How long is it going to take?
Oh, you know, we're actually counting our ballots centrally now instead of having the ballot counters out at the polling place. That's for increased security in our way. And so with that in mind, then we're expecting a little bit more of a delay, but probably about a half hour to 40 minutes, so hoping to be done by 12:30.
Great. Tommy Gong, thanks so much for your time. And again, if you haven't gotten out and voted yet, you have until 8 o'clock. That's when the polls close. Also, if you did submit a vote by mail ballot, as long as it's postmarked by today, you have up to 7 days for it to get here and be counted. We'll send it back to you, but for now, live in Martinez, I'm Brooks DeRose, KTVU Fox 2 News.
Yeah, Brooks watching those ballots come in. All right, thank you.
And in San Francisco, COVID-19 is impacting precincts citywide.
Since yesterday, we've had about 100 poll workers cancel their assignments due to COVID-related issues. And so this morning we were scrambling a bit we had standby poll workers ready to go out, about that number. So we were scrambling to get people reassigned to those precincts and transport them from City Hall out to the polling places.
San Francisco Elections Director John Arndt said the sick poll workers today did account for roughly 5% of total poll workers on the job this election day. And a reminder here that polls close at 8 o'clock tonight. You can follow our election live blog at ktvu.com/election. You'll also find election results there as they come in. And be sure to stick with us for complete coverage and analysis tonight on the 10 and 11 o'clock news, as well as tomorrow on Mornings on 2.
And of course, we have full coverage here on Live Now from Fox, as well as we are about 40 minutes out from polls closing, 8 p.m. there in California. We're also going to take you back out to Southern California, Fox 11 in Los Angeles, with not only primary elections today, but also the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. We'll tell you some of the big names that were there. Vice President Kamala Harris hosting a roundtable and so much more. So details on that after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are coming up on the 8 o'clock hour in California. It's about 7:30, so 30 minutes left of voting until polls close for all those Californians getting out for all these major races in Southern and Northern California. Let's go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles, as not only today is it the primary election, but also the Summit of the Americas. President Biden to be heading to town tomorrow and speaking about some of these key issues, including migration, including climate change, and so much more, inflation, COVID-19. But Vice President Kamala Harris speaking out in a roundtable with world leaders. Here's what she had to say.
Kicking off our national news tonight, the First Lady is in town. We've got a live picture right now at the college commencement ceremony at LA City College. Of course, the First Lady of the United States is herself a community college teacher. She stayed in that job during the entire time that Joe Biden was vice president. She's still in that job now. The First Lady will leave the White House and go teach kids just like these. We've got some video of the First Lady from a short time ago at the commencement address. You see her right there speaking. Here's a little bit of what she told them at the Greek Theater tonight.
When we make college affordable, community college, it opens up a world of possibilities. And it tells students the same thing that I said, that day. And that is, we believe in you.
The First Lady will join President Biden tomorrow for the Summit of the Americas here in L.A., where they will host the inaugural ceremony tomorrow around 5 o'clock our time. Vice President Kamala Harris, she's already in downtown L.A. today, announcing more than $3 billion in investments to northern Central America. That news a day before the president gets here tomorrow. He'll arrive around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. All this at the Summit of the Americas. A little earlier today, I was in downtown L.A. at the summit with the Assistant Secretary of State, Brian Nichols. When people think of this summit and they look back on this, what do you hope is sort of the big takeaway from this week?
That leaders took steps to improve the day-to-day lives of the people in our hemisphere and responding to the concerns that they have.
The Hemisphere Summit expected to produce new pledges on climate change and immigration. So, world leaders in town for the Summit of the Americas, they're trying to talk about democracy, how to help democracy around the world. They're getting to see some democracy in action during tonight's primary. Unfortunately, a lot of Californians are sitting this election out. Political researchers project around 6 million Californians will ultimately cast a ballot by the time polls close tonight. Unfortunately, that's less than a third of California's electorate of 22 million. For reference, some 17 million voted in the 2020 general election when a guy like Donald Trump was on the race. That may have animated some people on both sides. So what is bringing people out to the polls this time around? 49% of voters say it's homelessness. 40% say it's crime and public safety. 25% say it is housing. Those are all issues that our next guest talks about all the time, which is why she got elected. L.A. County Board of Supervisors member Catherine Barger represents the 5th District. She's not on the ballot this time around because it's not her term up yet. So she's getting to sit this one out as an interested observer who may be working with future people.
We should all be.
Yeah, we all should be interested. Supervisor, we know people are angry about all of those issues that we just talked about. You hear it all the time. Why are more people not voting?
Well, I think it's a combination of voter fatigue. We're coming on the heels of the recall for the governor. I think that Dean Logan, our rhetoric reporter, talked about how there are many that have voter fatigue. But I have to believe there's a bit of apathy and a bit of frustration and hopelessness in terms of, is my vote going to really matter? You get a lot of lip service, but the problems are getting worse. And what I tell people is, if you don't use your vote, you lose your voice. And I think in LA County, what I'm hearing is that our percentage is about 15%. We can and should do a lot better than that, especially since it's open prior to Election Day to get your ballot in. We've made it as easy as possible for people to vote. So I'm hoping that the apathy that people feel, they can channel it into a vote and really make effective change and get people in office that are going to listen. And you're right, homelessness, public safety, and housing affordability, things that impact each and every one of us every day, quality of life issues.
I mean, do you think the message that some voters are sending is we think that this is all sort of a waste of time, that there's no value in that? And how do you guys as elected officials change that?
Well, I think we have to put our words into actions. And when you look at the homeless issue, with the Blue Ribbon Commission, I am an all hands on deck. Accountability is going to start with the board. And I'm hoping that whoever becomes the mayor, we can actually work together, because people don't care whether it's the city of LA or the county of Los Angeles. We have a crisis at hand that we have to fix. So I'm hoping that our actions will lead people to know that it is important that you vote, because when you vote someone into office, or if you don't vote someone or you don't use your vote, you lose your right to really complain because a lot of the people that are voted in by small numbers compared to the overall number of voters that are registered in LA County.
Now, one of the most interesting races in LA County, of course, is the sheriff's race. Alex Villanueva, who has had a, let's say, complicated relationship with the Board of Supervisors over the years. I think he likes you the best of all of them. This is a live look at his watch party tonight. What do you make of him, of the state of the race, and is there somebody you're especially excited about in the race?
Well, Sheriff Villanueva has harnessed the frustration that people have about public safety and the fact that they felt that we were going down the wrong road in politics by defunding law enforcement when you see the number of smash and grabs, the number of robberies, follow home robberies going up. And he really did harness that frustration and use his voice to say, as the sheriff, while I am representing the unincorporated area, I'm going to represent the county as a whole on Metro, and he's used that, and he's really channeled a lot of the frustration that people have, which I think is why when I go out there, people want us to support law enforcement. So no matter who wins, I will support the sheriff because I support the men and women of the department that go and put their uniform each and every day and risk their lives to keep us safe.
And another couple seats are on the Board of Supervisors are up. Yours aren't, but just to encourage people to vote, I mean, the Board of Supervisors has extraordinary power. Huge budget, some like $40 billion, right? Oversees so many different aspects of what happens in our life, and it's hardly ever talked about. Maybe your pitch, even without endorsing any of the candidates here, we know you like Bob Hertzberg in that race, but of why people should care about the board.
People should care because, again, it's quality of life issue. When you look at the housing crisis, we at this board can put together plans and really get rid of the red tape to allow development and get housing in place. I believe it is a supply and demand, and that is what's dictating the increased cost. We don't have a supply, therefore the demand is greater. When you look at homelessness, mental health, healthcare as a whole, COVID has shined a light on LA County in terms of public health and the ability that public health has as a public health officer to mandate things to individuals, whether it be the mask, the vaccine, on down the line. And so, you know, this is an important office, and I hope that people will become more engaged. I go out, I encourage my constituents to get involved. I welcome the feedback.
Right. And lastly, you're a moderate Republican. You're the only moderate Republican that's on the board. But it's interesting, in the two biggest races in LA mayor and sheriff, you've got essentially, you know, Alex Villanueva, who's technically a Democrat, but is on Tucker Carlson every other week and is basically running a Republican campaign, and Rick Caruso, who's became a Democrat 19 days before he got in the race, but is essentially, you know, been a moderate Republican for most of his life. And the fact that they're doing pretty well in one of the bluest counties of all, do you think that Democrats themselves are sort of frustrated by the state of the party and maybe sending a message with their votes tonight?
I don't think it's just the Democrats. I think everyone is frustrated by the state of their party. And quite frankly, at both the county board of supervisors as well as the mayor's race, it's nonpartisan, and it should be nonpartisan. The party should not dictate how we lead. It should be based on the issues that are in front of us. And that's why, you know, when people talk to me, believe it or not, if people didn't tell, you know, Catherine Barger, Republican, they wouldn't know what party I'm with. That's what I want. I want to vote based on what the right thing to do for my constituents is, not based on party politics.
All right. That sounds like somebody who's a pretty smart politician running in LA County. Catherine.
I walk it and I talk and I know I can't change. I'm too old.
Yeah, well, we appreciate your perspective on a big night. So everybody, you got 40 minutes left to get out there and have your say, and then come join us right afterwards for some results throughout the night. Always great to see you, Supervisor.
I'll be watching.
All right, still to come. Matthew McConaughey delivering a powerful speech at the White House briefing room about gun safety reform. We'll show it to you when we come back.
So Once again, we've been listening into Fox 11 Los Angeles coverage there as we're getting now some of these watch parties that was recorded just a little bit ago. So there's only 25 minutes left for all of those California voters until polls close. This is the Rick Caruso watch party that we spoke to Phil Schumann at. We'll be playing out that conversation after the break as well. And then Karen Bass, who is also a competitor for that mayor's seat out in Los Angeles. Here's her watch party. So we are fully staffed at all of these locations, and we'll be bringing you all of the coverage later on here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. It is 7:40 here in Phoenix, 7:40 also in California as we are in full primary election coverage. I've got a couple of the live looks at these watch parties that are underway right now. This one for Rick Caruso, one of the candidates for mayor. This is a watch party that will be really picking up here in the next 30 minutes as polls close. Also, Karen Bass watch party. Our reporters are staged at both of them. We spoke to Fox 11's Phil Schumann just within the hour. He is at the Rick Caruso watch party. Here's what he had to say about the mayoral race as well as some of these other races underway in Los Angeles.
You're at Caruso's watch party. What is happening there, and what do you make of the race so far?
Well, you're talking about Rick Caruso. The second line that's usually associated with his name, Andrew, is billionaire developer. We're at the Grove Shopping Center, which if you visited Los Angeles, one of the top tourist attractions. This is Caruso's signature property. He's a first-time mayoral candidate. He has spent literally $30 to $40 million of his own money saturating the airwaves and online with his ads here in Southern California since he decided to enter the race. His main opponent, at least the two front runners, is longtime Congresswoman Karen Bass, who represents the Los Angeles area in Congress. And it's expected that those two, Andrew, will get the majority of the votes, or actually 12 names on the ballot. But if nobody gets more than 50% of the vote, then the top two will face off in November as they test the sound system getting ready for tonight's party here at the Grove. Earlier today, Rick Caruso cast his vote in person in an area of LA known as Boyle Heights, heavily Latino. He said where his grandfather emigrated to and where his father was raised. And I got a chance to talk with Caruso earlier today. For those who are still undecided, going down to the wire, your message is what?
Vote for change, vote for hope, vote for a better city,
Vote for a city that has less crime, less encampments, less homelessness, is giving people a path to a better life. Don't vote for the same career politicians that just continue to have everything get worse under us. And we've been doing that for the last decade, and here we are.
Andrew, Rick Caruso says his is a vote for change. Now, Karen Bass stresses her relationships built at the local, the state, and the federal level. As I mentioned, she's been in Congress for 10 years now. She had the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development visit her district last week. She says being mayor is about working with people. There are 15 members of the Los Angeles City Council. You have to work with them. It's not an autocracy. Rick Caruso wouldn't be the king of Los Angeles, as interesting and as thought-provoking as some of his ideas are. The big themes here in the Los Angeles area: crime, public safety, homelessness, and then it's not just the mayor's race. As you mentioned, we're electing county supervisors. Each county supervisor has a constituency of like 2 million, bigger than the population of some states. The district attorney is not on the ballot. He's the subject of another recall, similar to what's happening in San Fran. Sheriff Alex Villanueva is on the ballot. So it's going to be an interesting night here in Southern California. Again, if no mayoral candidate gets more than 50% of the vote, then the top two candidates run off in the November election. So chances are we'll be hearing a lot more going forward about Rick Caruso and Karen Bass. Andrew?
Yeah, Phil, I think Rick Caruso is so interesting, of course. Before the election, he would have called himself a Republican. He's running as a Democrat. I was in L.A. last weekend, and I saw so many Rick Caruso signs just everywhere. He's gotten a lot of celebrity endorsements. When are we expected to hear from him tonight, and what's his message going to be as the polls are about to close in about an hour and a half?
Well, we expect to hear from about 8:45 California time. They set up the podium behind me. You see the logo for the Love of L.A. And, his message is the same as he's been saying from day one. Homeless encampments will not be tolerated. He can clean up the city. He's going to focus on public safety. He plans to hire 1,500 additional LAPD officers in his first term. Karen Bass says that's easier said than done. There are budgetary concerns. There are concerns about having enough qualified people. She says her plan to get more police on the streets is something we've heard from other candidates, which is get officers in uniform out from behind desk jobs. So Caruso's message is he has the skill set as a chief executive to get things done, that what we've done in the past hasn't worked, that LA is in serious trouble. If you were here last week, in addition to the Caruso signs, you probably saw or got a sense of the extent of the homelessness problem here. And that is one of the top issues, no matter what part of Los Angeles you're in. That's one of the key issues for voters.
And Phil, just while we have you, just briefly, can we talk a little bit about the sheriff's race? We're going to put up just some video that we have of Sheriff Villanueva voting today. Is he facing some stiff competition? What is his race looking like?
Well, there are several candidates, and no one really has emerged as the clear sort of challenger to him. He's in his first term. He's been controversial, very outspoken, allegations of cover-up of a couple of incidents of deputies abusing inmates, feuds with the County Board of Supervisors, whom he technically works for. So he has his detractors. He has his supporters. It is an elected position, unlike the police chief in the city of Los Angeles, which is appointed. So it's really likely that he's going to be reelected. There are, as I mentioned, several candidates. One of them, the former police chief in Long Beach, Robert Luna. There's Cecil Rambo, who's the chief of the LAX Police Department. There's probably 8 different candidates challenging him, but no one has emerged as the clear challenger to Villanueva.
All right, Fox 11's Phil Schuman there, live for us at the Grove in Los Angeles. Phil, I could talk to you about LA politics all night, but we'll let you go. We'll be following all the results here on LiveNOW from Fox as well. Thanks, Phil.
So obviously that was within the last hour here, as polls are coming to a close in just about 15 minutes. This is a live look from Rick Caruso's watch party. We also have a live look at Karen Bass's watch party. We'll be taking you out to all of this coverage through the rest of the evening. If either of them take the podium, we'll of course bring those remarks to you live. It's likely though that we won't get full results from these elections across the board by this evening, but we'll see them as they trickle in here. Again, you're watching Live Now from Fox, where we take you out to breaking news and top stories across the country as they happen, live, raw, and unfiltered. Well, they were talking about some of the things that people would be voting on the ballot tonight, and this is a larger issue, a national issue. Is gun control at the Capitol level, at the White House specifically. Today, we heard from movie star Matthew McConaughey. We'll tell you what he had to say in the briefing room after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We are about 10 minutes out from polls closing out there in California for the primary election underway today, and some of these watch parties already getting started. This is for Karen Bass, one of the mayoral candidates for mayor of Los Angeles, and Rick Caruso, as his watch party is said to get underway within the next hour or so here. But in the meantime, let's go into some national news. As we know, gun control is top of mind on Capitol Hill and at the White House briefing today, with movie star Matthew McConaughey sharing some emotional words as he grew up in Uvalde, Texas, so that community close to his heart. Fox 13 in Tampa with a breakdown.
I gotta tell you, even from the inside of our vehicle, you could feel the shock in the town. You could feel the pain, the denial, the disillusion, anger, blame, sadness, loss of lives, dreams halted.
And that, of course, is actor Matthew McConaughey, and he's describing the moment that he and his family drove to Uvalde, Texas, after news of the school massacre. McConaughey is from Uvalde. He grew up there. And today at the White House, he took it upon himself to demand change following the deaths of those 19 school children. Now, how to prevent another school shooting is on everybody's mind, of course.
And in Congress, the House and Senate have two very different plans. And joining us now is our political editor, Craig Patrick. So it appears as if the bipartisan plan in the Senate has a better chance of passing simply because of the makeup of Congress. But what do you know about that plan so far?
Well, we're learning more and more about it because there are 9 senators who are putting it together, and with each passing day, really within each passing hour, they're releasing tiny little bits and pieces here and there. probably as trial balloons to see how they play, to determine what in the end to cut in, what to take out. But as you take these little pieces in, it gives you a sense of how to fit them all together, and therefore we now have a much better idea of what this attempt at compromise will include.
We don't really want thoughts and prayers. We need votes. We need action.
While the Senate Majority Leader is pressing for votes, he is not part of the bipartisan team crafting the Senate's plan. The senators who are writing it say they expect to release the framework within a couple of days.
Hopefully by the end of the week.
It will include federal money for states that add red flag laws like the one Florida already has. Red flag laws give government a way to take people's guns through due process if they pose a threat to themselves or others. The Senate plan will also include federal grants for schools to add more security features to make them harder to break into, and additional grants for mental health screening and treatment. There's also been some talk of raising the legal age for purchasing a semi-automatic rifle from 18 to 21. But that point has already faced strong opposition from Republican lawmakers who say that would violate the Second Amendment.
It happens to be unconstitutional.
That provision may not make the final cut, but sources say the plan could still enhance background checks for 18 to 21-year-olds by including access to juvenile records in those checks. The plan could also include a revised waiting period to purchase a gun.
And we have to be realistic about what can pass both chambers of Congress and get the president's signature. And we know it's not easy.
This afternoon, the lead Republican negotiator, Texas Senator John Cornyn, is sharing the proposals with other Republicans to see if there are at least 10 out of 50 who may be willing to vote for them. The plan would need at least 10 Republican votes in the Senate to advance. And that's where Florida senators could cast deciding votes on this, and they've both said or done things that suggest they might be receptive. Senator Marco Rubio strongly supports expanding red flag laws, and Senator Rick Scott signed a reform bill in Florida that the senators are using as a model for their plan. So you have two possible votes right in Florida and several other Republican senators who also are possibilities, who have said things that may suggest they could be receptive but not necessarily embrace the plan pending the details. That's why this meeting this afternoon between Cornyn and the other Republican senators is crucial to the 9 senators putting this together to determine what may ultimately make the cut, because they're making decisions based on how they can get to 60 votes. You need 60 votes to get anything or most anything through the Senate. There's no guarantees you've got all 50 Democrats, but today's indications are that you do, in fact, have those 50, with Joe Manchin saying he would be receptive. That means, are there 10 out of 50 Republicans? We may have a much better idea of that perhaps within a couple of hours, and then we may see the framework shortly thereafter.
Craig, has Senator Cornyn given us any sense of how Republicans reacted to the proposals that he shared with them this afternoon?
He did, yeah, he didn't get into specifics, but he said that he did not get a standing ovation after presenting it to his fellow Republicans, but at the same time, he did not get any specific pushback either. He said there was a lot of chin stroking, a lot of pondering at this point, taking in what he had to say. So we may see, therefore, how they respond to it, if not right away, perhaps later tonight and tomorrow.
They're thinking it through. All right. Thank you, Craig.
Fox 13 in Tampa right there. Back into California primary coverage as we are less than 10 minutes away from polls closing. And in San Francisco, supporters and opponents for the recall for District Attorney Chesa Bowden will have last-minute events to turn out the vote. Only voters in San Francisco can weigh in on Measure H. This recall election, though, for the city's district attorney is being watched closely across the country, and especially by our affiliate out in the Bay Area. We spoke with one of the reporters a little bit earlier about what this recall election means for San Francisco.
Joining me now is Fox 2 reporter Christian Captain. He's joining us live at San Francisco's election center and headquarters. Christian, what races should we be looking out for today?
Yeah, the big issue in San Francisco is Proposition H, which is a proposition which would recall San Francisco's district attorney. It is the issue that has a lot of San Franciscans turning in their ballots. Now, this is a local race, and as you can tell, there's a lot of national attention focused on this race. San Francisco's Department of Elections says as of Tuesday morning, about 25% of ballots had been returned, well on the way to the 39% voter turnout in previous primary elections. Voters agree, even with Senate and gubernatorial races on the ballot, there is one issue driving San Franciscans to vote this time.
Prop H, Prop H, Prop H.
I think one of the biggest issues is probably the district attorney recall.
Supporters of District Attorney Chesa Boudin taking to the streets, and the DA himself making his case to voters, saying the recall campaign is the work of Republican donors who don't like the idea of criminal justice reform.
What's absolutely clear is the recall will not make us safer. It has not advanced a single idea or policy proposal, despite spending more than $7 million in attacks. The recall is a massive gamble with public safety. We have no idea who or what would replace me.
The Yes on H campaign says there are plenty of Democrats who support ousting the district attorney. Former prosecutor Brooke Jenkins says the DA simply isn't doing his job.
It is nonsense that this is a pushback against criminal justice reform. We all support criminal justice reform in this system, but Chesa is failing at that and failing to keep us safe as well. We want a DA who's going to do both competently.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day. Bye-bye.
Recall supporters spent the day calling and texting voters, urging them to cast their ballots.
This is a very targeted list. These are people that we know are our supporters, and as far as we know, as of last Friday, their ballot had not been turned in yet.
But some voters, without saying exactly how they voted on Prop H, said the idea of recalls feels undemocratic.
I have mixed feelings, really. I sort of am a firm believer that if you don't like an elected official, then vote him out next time. That's my position.
Now, previous polling had shown the pro-recall side with a strong lead, but more recent polling touted by the DA showed a tightening race with voters split evenly on the recall. We're continuing to monitor events here in San Francisco, and we'll keep you appraised as they develop. Back to you.
You know, Christian, California voters up and down the state already went through a recall last November as the governor, Newsom, faced his own recall now there in San Francisco. Chesa Boudin facing his own. What, like hypothetically speaking, if he does lose this recall, who would take his place? Is all of that set up, ready to go? And, you know, when would that take effect, essentially?
Well, so here's a timeline. We just recently had several of our school board members recalled as well. So it's going to follow a similar timeline. First, the vote has to be certified. That comes about 10 days or so after Election Day. And then 10 days after that, those certified results get approved by the Board of Supervisors here in San Francisco. So the timeline for a replacement would be somewhere around 3 weeks. That replacement would be somebody appointed by San Francisco's Mayor, London Breed. And if she knows who she wants to pick, she's playing those cards very close to her vest. So far, no word on who a replacement for D.A. Boudin would be. But if he does lose, and if the mayor does get to place somebody, that would be somewhere in about 3 or 3.5 weeks.
And Christian, just lastly for you, kind of take our viewers back. When did this start, you know, percolating in the Bay Area that Boudin was going to face a recall? You know, who are the organizers of this very large kind of petition and signature movement now on the ballot here?
Yeah, this effort goes back more than a year with people who have opposed the policies of Chesa Boudin. A big complaint among a lot of San Franciscans is perception that there is a great deal of crime in the city and that the DA is not doing anything about it. Now, the district attorney points to data saying that, in fact, crime is down in the city, but by that time, that recall effort had already gotten underway. The DA is saying that that's an effort that's being pushed by Republicans with deep pockets. And as you heard in the story there just a moment ago, a lot of people in San Francisco saying, hey, wait, we're Democrats and we support that recall. So I think we're really going to have to look at those results to parse exactly what happened here in San Francisco when it comes to the recall attempt for District Attorney Chesa Boudin.
All right, Fox 2's Christian Kaftan there, live for us at the San Francisco Election Center. Christian, polls close at 8 p.m. local time, correct?
That's right. Polls close at 8 o'clock, and at that time, they'll have tabulated some of the ballots which have already been mailed in. So we might get a sense on how voters in San Francisco are leaning shortly after 8 o'clock. Of course, it'll take a couple of days to get all of the ballots in and tabulate all those final results.
All right, Christian, thanks so much. We will be watching here on Live Now for Fox. We'll talk to you again. Joining me.
Well, speaking of 8 o'clock, it is officially 8 o'clock in California for primary day. This is a live look from San Francisco, a beautiful shot there. We also have some other live looks from these watch parties that are underway out in Los Angeles for this mayor's race specifically. This is for Karen Bass, as we have reporters down on the ground there, and we'll be taking her remarks if she steps up there as these results start to slowly trickle in. And then, of course, we are monitoring everything at the White House reaction as President Biden has been closely watching what's going on in Los Angeles, even for these sheriff's races too, which we'll get into in a moment. But Rick Caruso, also one of those candidates for mayor here. We spoke with Fox 11's Phil Schuman, who is there and is going to be speaking with a lot of these supporters of Caruso. Again, a very wealthy individual out in Los Angeles, a very well-known individual who's been putting his name out there to try to get voters to turn out for him, although we are hearing voter turnout is quite low this year. But the major thing on the ballot as well, the sheriff's race, which is underway, which there's quite a few candidates that are coming up against Alex Villanueva, the well-known Los Angeles sheriff that appears quite often on Fox News. We hear from him about large national issues, including homelessness, including the border, and so much more. But he faces several other candidates here. Here's a breakdown of what to expect from this race through the rest of the evening.
Wearing an LA Dodger polo shirt, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva arrives with his wife Vivian to cast his vote in La Habra Heights. How does he feel about tonight's election?
Well, it's going to be up to the people. I'm cautiously optimistic that we can end it today, yes.
It may not be so easy. Villanueva has 8 challengers: Eli Vera, Robert Luna, Eric Strong, Matt Rodriguez, Britta Steinbrenner, Cecil Rambo, Carla Carranza, and April Saucedo Hood, all law enforcement veterans.
Well, the political establishment wants to basically take the independence of the office of sheriff and make it a political subordinate to the Board of Supervisors. So they were the ones busy recruiting everyone possible and their mother to run against me.
And we have profiles of some of these candidates that are coming up against Villanueva. As you just heard, they all are law enforcement officials and have been in enforcement for varying amounts of time. First off, Eli Vera.
What you'll see out of me is a professional sheriff that won't be on the news every day, that's not going to be looking for the spotlight.
After 33.5 years with the LA County Sheriff's Department, working his way from patrol to SWAT commander to division chief, Eli Vera retired a month ago. Now he's running for sheriff.
You retired. Why did you decide, I'm going to run for sheriff?
Actually, I'm embarrassed by the fact that I supported the current sheriff, and that I thought that he was going to carry out some of the things that he talked about when he ran for office, number one. Number two, I've never seen Los Angeles as divided as it is today.
Vera says Villanueva's combative personality makes it impossible to work with other elected officials.
The sheriff has refused to work with anyone who doesn't pretty much agree with what he's doing across the board. How many times do we have to see that he's being less than truthful with the public to realize there's a problem?
Vera points to an alleged cover-up by the sheriff involving this video that shows a deputy kneeling on the head of an inmate for 3 minutes.
This is the first time in the history of the Sheriff's Department, and I'm talking in the history of the Sheriff's Department, where you've seen a captain, 2 commanders, a chief, an assistant sheriff, all say publicly, yeah, the sheriff's lying. That's never happened in the history of the Sheriff's Department.
How different will you be from Alex Villanueva?
Night and day. Night and day.
Earning public trust, ridding the Department of Deputy Gangs, and having an open-door policy for oversight is what Vera is promising.
What we need is a professional sheriff, somebody that can very much keep Los Angeles safe, but can build the coalitions that are necessary.
During his career, Vera was involved in 5 shootings while on the job, including one where a 16-year-old boy was killed. Vera was cleared in all the shootings, but it's something that changed him forever. He and his wife, who also worked for the Sheriff's Department, began fostering youth.
We were foster parents because What a great opportunity to change the direction of someone's life.
With the recent endorsement from the Professional Peace Officers Association, Vera says he feels confident voters will choose him for LA County Sheriff.
If we are in the runoff, you're going to see a new sheriff.
Gina Silva, Fox 11 News.
I believe that I will be the best sheriff to lead this county moving forward.
Robert Luna is a law enforcement veteran with 36 years of experience, mostly in leadership positions. The most recent, Long Beach Police Chief. Luna retired to run for LA County Sheriff.
I was a very effective law enforcement executive in Long Beach for 7 years, and I want to carry that on and do the same at a bigger scale for the County of Los Angeles.
Unlike most of the other candidates, Luna has never worked for the Sheriff's Department. He believes being an outsider is an asset.
If you are elected sheriff, what can people expect from you?
A sheriff that is going to be to have integrity, to have competence, to have a lot of executive and governance experience. But my strongest point is I'm a bridge builder. You're going to see somebody who governs well, who gets along with the Board of Supervisors, who can communicate with the district attorney, who can communicate with other law enforcement executives across the country.
Under Villanueva's leadership, Luna says the department has two big problems: lack of public trust and legitimacy.
People need to trust their law enforcement agency. The fact that he basically sticks his middle finger at everybody and anybody, we don't want our law enforcement to behave that way.
Luna promises to allow outside agencies to investigate the department when needed, especially when it comes to deputy gangs.
As the sheriff, I'm going to bring in the Federal Bureau of Investigation, federal DOJ, state DOJ. It's time that we pull back the curtain.
With a long list of endorsements that include the LA Times.
I believe this is the most important sheriff's race we've ever had.
Luna says if voters do their research, they'll know he's the right man for the job.
And I believe that the residents of LA County are going to make the right choice and vote Alex Villanueva out of office and vote for Robert Luna as their new sheriff so we can do things completely different than they've been done for the last 3 years.
I'm Chief Cecil Rambo, and I'm running to clean up the Sheriff's Department.
63-year-old Cecil Rambo comes with a wealth of experience in public service. Currently, he's the chief of police at LAX. Rambo served as city manager for Compton and assistant city manager for Carson. In 2014, he retired from the LA County Sheriff's Department after serving 33 years.
Joined the Sheriff's Department in the early 80s. And worked everything from patrol to custody to undercover narcotics for the FBI during the 80s.
Now, Rambo wants to be the next LA County Sheriff.
If you were to be elected sheriff, what would be the first thing that you would change?
First thing I would change is really start moving and changing the entire culture. So deputy gangs, the way we treat people in the field, and not only the field, but also in custody. Setting the tone right off the bat is the first thing we have to change, and then reaching out an olive branch to those elected officials that have been, really plagued with this divisive behavior from the current sheriff. So working with the Civilian Oversight Commission as well as Inspector Generals. Sheriff Alex Villanueva is the Donald Trump of LA County. Instead of reducing crime, he's eroded public trust.
Rambo is no fan of the current sheriff. He thinks Alex Villanueva is corrupt and points to the alleged cover-up that has resulted in lawsuits against LA County.
The incident itself is never as bad as the cover-up. It's important for him to understand, what he's in for, and to set his ego aside and to really be a man and accept, the truth of what's going on.
Honesty and integrity is something Rambo says he's learned from his hardworking parents, who adopted him from an orphanage in Korea.
My parents were both born before 1920, African Americans, and lived in Compton. Selected me literally out of a photo album, flew me over. Shortly after I arrived here, we moved to South Central Los Angeles, where I went to Washington High in South LA. I graduated from Humboldt State University after putting myself through college.
Rambo believes the most serious problems plaguing LA County can be solved, but only if all forces come together.
The time is now for a person like me to lead the Sheriff's Department.
I'm not into power, money, or greed. This is into public service, not self-service, and I'm all about keeping people safe.
As the only Republican candidate running for LA County Sheriff, Matt Rodriguez is not concerned. Most voters in LA County are registered Democrats.
Everybody wants the same thing, law and order and peace in their community, and we currently don't have that. But under this sheriff, #1 priority is to uphold the law.
Rodriguez is a law enforcement veteran who served 25 years in the Sheriff's Department, retiring as a captain in 2013.
In your opinion, what is wrong with LASD right now?
Leadership starts at the top. What you see is a very defiant, angry sheriff who's divisive. You know, he's at odds with just about every political entity in LA County, starting with the Board of Supervisors who hold the purse strings to the organization. He's at it with the district attorney, the Civilian Oversight Commission, the Inspector General. I've seen him go after the mayor, local council members. It's terrible, and it's actually causing a lot of problems.
Problems that Rodriguez says trickle down to different communities.
What we're seeing is a lot of fallout. 100% increase in violent crime, 100% increase in homicides, explosion in homelessness, and just a lot of problems. This is not the LA County that I grew up in.
What can people expect from you if they elect you as the sheriff?
Well, they can expect me to treat everybody respectfully, and I don't care where you come from, what country you're from, whether you're here legally or illegally, how much money you have in your bank account, or what race or religion you practice. Everybody under Matt Rodriguez's leadership gets treated with the respect and dignity they deserve.
His campaign promises include getting rid of deputy gangs, having complete transparency, and changing the culture of policing.
I want to take law enforcement from a gladiator mentality to a guardian mentality, one where we're peacekeepers of the community as opposed to just enforcers of the law.
I really believe that it's now time to change the culture, and you can do that by putting a woman in office, a female in office.
Britta Steinbrenner wants to be the first female LA County Sheriff, a woman running the largest sheriff's department in the country.
What makes you qualified for this position?
I'm a professional law enforcement officer. I have my 35 years. I have an exemplary record, which means I have no discipline, no force, no shootings. I have my bachelor's and my MBA in business administration.
Steinbrenner worked her way up from deputy to sergeant to lieutenant to captain. She retired this year to focus on running for LA County Sheriff, mainly because
I don't like the direction that this department is going. I've seen it over my 35 years. I have seen the good and the bad of this department, and never has it been in such disarray. Everywhere you look, there's all this negativity, and everything's focusing on the sheriff.
Her main focus would be on jail reform, crime reduction, and eliminating deputy gangs. If elected, she plans to demolish the East LA Sheriff's Station.
As part of the healing process, I want to take East LA Station, because that is the station that gets the most notoriety with the banditos and the cavemen. I want to build a new station that's going to be environmentally and community friendly. And that is an artist rendering of what the new station would look like. This would be the front of it on 3rd Street.
Regarding the homeless crisis, Steinbrenner has an idea.
I want to convert some of our county facilities into mental health and drug and alcohol rehabilitation centers, so that we can treat the mentally ill and others who suffer from those same illnesses.
How differently will her management style be compared to the current sheriff's?
I don't have arrogance, I'm not retaliatory, I'm not revengeful, and I enjoy people, and I enjoy and love being able to help others.
Steinbrenner says the time is right to end the good old boy system and put a woman in charge.
And if you look, we've had 33 male sheriffs. I would be the 34th. But by putting in a female, a woman, and giving us the opportunity to lead, it will definitely change the entire culture. So I ask for you to trust, I ask for you to believe, and we'll do it. But we'll do it together.
So once again, we are tracking these primary race results. Los Angeles County Registrar tweeting out and saying polls have closed. However, all voters who were in line to vote at 8 p.m. will be processed until they have the chance to cast their ballot. We also have some live looks at these results coming in for the LA County Sheriff's race. So far, nothing being reported, but we'll be on it as it continues through the rest of the evening here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with more of these updates out of California for California Primary Election Day 2022.
Voters have been going to the ballot box all day, specifically in San Francisco, for a few key races. Joining me right now to talk about some of them is Fox 2 political reporter Greg Lee. Greg, good to see you. Thanks for making some time. Greg, let's get to one of these, really the most interesting race in the Bay Area, the recall election for the district attorney, Chesa Boudin. Who is Chesa Boudin and why is this happening?
Yeah, so Chesa Boudin, Andrew, good to see you. You know, Chesa Boudin was a former defense attorney that is recently won election as a reform progressive in a city that is very blue and very progressive. And he had promised a lot of things, ending cash bail, as well as, sort of looking towards recouping and changing the criminal justice system and reforming it. And he was part of a big movement sort of nationwide. And this is happening because former prosecutors in his office were unhappy with how he was handling the office. That extended to people in the city that signed this petition to get behind this recall. They ended up getting enough to qualify for this ballot. And thus here we are on a big election night where he's literally fighting for his political life to remain the district attorney of San Francisco. And it has been a hotly contested race. We've seen a lot of money pumped into this race on both sides of Proposition H, which it is on the ballot. And so it's going to be really interesting to see what ends up happening. I think polls early on, or the few that we saw Chesa Boudin losing by a landslide and being removed from office by a landslide. But recently, we've seen things sort of tighten up and become nearly 50-50 as to whether or not he keeps his position.
Greg, for those who don't live in California, who might be asking themselves, why is a progressive district attorney being recalled in a very liberal city like San Francisco, where a large majority of the electorate is also has a D after their last name? They are also Democrats. Who started this recall effort? Who was the catalyst behind this? Because I think a lot of people outside of California maybe would think it was conservatives, but it was not.
Yeah, listen, I think it's important for us, sort of as the San Francisco local media, to provide a little nuance, because some of the headlines that you're seeing out of the national media are this progressive prosecutor, progressive DA being up for recall and potentially recalled by a very progressive city like San Francisco, or the bastion of liberalism, as we've been called. It marks the end of the progressive prosecutor. And I think when you see headlines like that, you're oversimplifying and overgeneralizing a very nuanced discussion. I mean, look, serious crimes are up for sure. People are frustrated. You often see in the national media the pictures and videos of people's cars being broken into and the frustration that people feel. I think that bubbled up. Has there been conservative money and Republican money that has been pumped into the Yes on Recall campaign? Absolutely. Does that mean that Democrats and many Democrats in the city are unhappy with Chesa Boudin? Yeah, Democrats are unhappy. Really, this is a Democrat versus Democrat issue, because San Francisco is 93% blue. 7% are Republicans, which is actually higher than I thought it was. But those are the numbers, right? And so Chesa Boudin has tried to paint this as sort of a Republican effort to remove progressive prosecutors. And I think that sort of plays into oversimplifying the issue. People feel unsafe on the streets. The Asian American community has been very vocal, and that is a huge voting sect in the city of San Francisco. And they have been frustrated with Chesa Boudin, especially with the rise of anti-Asian hate during the pandemic and subsequent to the pandemic. And so, no, this is not your traditional Republican versus Democrat. This is, frankly, Democrat on Democrat.
Yeah. Greg, talk about what hypothetically would happen if Boudin is recalled. What happens next? And I was also curious, has Mayor Breed weighed in on this at all? What has she said?
If voters approve the recall of Chesa Boudin, it is then up to the mayor to appoint his successor. Now, what is interesting, and what we are also following on tonight's San Francisco ballot, is there is a Proposition C. And what Proposition C does is reforms the recall process. And if voters approve that, it says that an elected official cannot be recalled in the first 12 months of office and the last 12 months of their term. So, and it also says that whoever is appointed to fill a position, if someone is recalled, cannot run for a full term. So therein lies sort of this fascinating situation we could see ourselves in, is if voters recall Chesa Boudin, Mayor Breed would then have to appoint someone that presumably would not be her first choice, because that person cannot run for a full term next year. Then Mayor Breed would likely put her power behind another candidate, and Chesa Boudin could run again. So, I mean, it's San Francisco politics at its core. It's confusing, and there's a lot of things to consider. But again, that goes back to sort of speaking to nuance here.
No, but from outside looking in, when, you know, a lot of Americans look at California, they look at a lot of recall efforts. Of course, we had the one last November against Governor Gavin Newsom. You know, states like New York, cities like New York City, it's, you know, near impossible to mount a recall campaign and a recall effort because of the laws on the book. So it's interesting to see possibly what San Francisco has in mind about maybe future recalls, because, of course, down south in Los Angeles, the district attorney there, George Gascon, could be facing his own recall attempt as well, and we'll see how that plays out. But the two biggest cities in California, their district attorneys, the chief law enforcement officers in that city, voters are not happy with them. Voters are fed up. What does that say about, I guess, you know, the state of California writ large? What are we to make of that?
Well, and Andrew, I should also point out that George Gascon is the former DA of San Francisco before he became the DA of Los Angeles. So some of these issues that were perhaps inherited by Chesa Boudin, depending on who you speak to. And I think, to your point, if we go sort of 10,000 foot view here, this is an issue that we have seen across the primaries. This is an issue we're seeing in the big LA mayoral race right now. This is an issue we're seeing in the California Attorney General's race, and that we may very well likely see into the primaries at a state and national level, is the issue of crime and punishment or law and order. And that is an issue that Republicans have very much campaigned on. It's an issue that Rick Caruso down in LA is campaigning on. And the issue is, are you more safe today than you were a year ago or 2 years ago? And that continuously is an issue for California voters who say, this is top of mind. I don't feel safe when I am out and about. And that has been a top of mind issue for voters in San Francisco when they have been out. The polls regarding Governor Newsom's priorities, they say they do not believe he has done a good job on the issues of crime and homelessness. Now, will that be a liability for Democrats across the board at the regional, state, and national level? We will wait to see. We will see how voters chime in on the Attorney General's race tonight and how they respond to candidates that are running on a crime and punishment or law and order message. And that may be reflective of what we see nationally. But again, November is 5 months away, and that is an eternity in politics.
No, but Greg, back to the issues you were mentioning, crime, homelessness, and the LA Times, I know, put out a poll conducted by UC Berkeley, I think today or yesterday. COVID doesn't rank very high amongst voters, especially in the LA area, rather. Crime, homelessness, I believe, was number one.
Yep.
That is top of mind for voters when they go cast their ballots, at least going into November, like you were mentioning. And just kind of back to Chesa Boudin just for a moment. He says crime has not gone up, though, in San Francisco under his watch. There's some data, though, that kind of would disabuse people of that notion that it actually has gone up. So how is he dealing with this? What is his message? How is he, fending off some of these attacks?
Well, I think some of the messages that Chesa Boudin is, in part, we've seen him campaign very heavily in the last couple of months, right? He's had a number of news conferences addressing some of the things that his office has taken on relative to the recall. He hasn't necessarily addressed that until recently, and sitting down with some reporters and pointing that he believes, and his argument that this is a Republican-led effort. Again, perhaps taking the page out of Governor Newsom's recall. But listen, there is no great boogeyman here. In Governor Newsom's recall, he had Larry Elder, who we could point to and say, this is a man who is loyal to President Trump. And that resonated, I think, with California voters who emphatically voted against the recall of Governor Newsom. Relative to Chesa Boudin, they're looking at how they feel on the streets. And regardless of what the numbers to crime and law and order say, what people are experiencing on the streets has to be addressed. And so in many ways, this has been a sort of personal recall effort and people who disagree with Chesa Boudin and some of his efforts. But again, you may find that people are supportive or reform, but they also want to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time, where they see criminal justice reform, but they also feel safe being out in their city and don't feel like that their car is going to get broken into or that they may be attacked. And again, some of this may also have to do with circumstance, right? I think nationwide during the pandemic, we did see a rise in some crime, in some counts of crime. And San Francisco and the state of California was certainly not immune to that. So I think a number of factors, sort of going full circle, going back to your first question, is that these are some of the issues that have led us to where we are tonight, where his political fate hangs in the balance.
Yeah. Just lastly on San Francisco, because there was also another recall election, months ago having to do with school board members. So San Franciscans have been asked to come out to vote quite often in the last few months, which leads me to think about turnout. Are they energized? Are they engaged? Or are they, dragging themselves to the ballot box for yet another recall?
Well, listen, I think our state numbers so far, we're waiting for new numbers as the polls close here shortly, but the numbers have been anemic. And I think it is hard in a non-presidential off midterm year to get people to the polls. And both parties know that. I think San Francisco may potentially see a higher turnout number than the state average, because the state could hit a record low 25, 30%. And I think part of that is driven by exactly what you said. People are exhausted. There have been many elections And they've been asked to voice their concerns in the last several months to years, several times. In addition to everything else that is going on, they see the situation in Eastern Europe. They're dealing with inflation and the cost of gas and the cost of living in California. People have a number of things that are on their minds, in addition to the fact that they have a little bit of election fatigue. So I really do think we're on track and on pace to have a record low turnout in the state of California. But I do think that San Franciscans could come out in larger number than the state because there is this question on the ballot. Because on the state ballot, there are no propositions, there are no major issues driving them. It's not a very exciting ballot, if you will.
Greg, just lastly on another race I want to touch on. Governor Gavin Newsom is facing, a kind of upstart opponent. I don't know if a lot of people have heard of the name, Michael Schellenberger. He's definitely appeared on Fox News very recently in a number of appearances, speaking out about homelessness, speaking out about crime. What do we know about him and where did he come from?
Yeah, so Michael Schellenberger is a Bay Area native, and he is a self-described Berkeley progressive liberal that recently shifted his views and said he couldn't stick with his Democratic Party because he was unhappy with the way the state was running. He is running as an independent. He has shifted his views. He talks a lot about nuclear power and believing that that is something the state should invest in. He considered it a win when Governor Newsom sort of balked and decided to keep thinking about whether or not we should close Diablo Canyon, which is the last nuclear power plant in the state of California. He has a very specific plan relative to the issue of homelessness. He's an environmentalist, and how he wants to handle homelessness. He says that we shouldn't give out housing, as it were. He said housing should be based on a reward system so that if you are addicted to drugs, that you are rewarded with housing and it is subsidized if you go through a treatment program. So, he's got some interesting views. We will see how an independent jives with where California voters are in a hyper-partisan political environment across the country. Because in that race and the AG's race, Anne Marie Schubert's another independent who has large name recognition, but both of them have been polling relatively low behind sort of the establishment Democratic and Republican candidates.
And Greg, just lastly, I know you're up north there, but we're also monitoring all the races in Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. Any thoughts on those before we go?
I think there are a number of compelling races specific to the House. I think that certainly we're also watching relative to the issue of law and order. All eyes are on the LA mayoral race because so much money, we're talking tens of millions of dollars have been spent on a primary, plus all the celebrity endorsements that are getting involved with Karen Bass, the progressive, against Rick Caruso. Rick Caruso's running on a message of law and order, and he's a longtime Republican, turned independent, turned Republican, turned Democrat, and he's now running as a Democrat. And so the polls have those two sort of running away with it, and it looks like it'll be them in November. And so that would be really interesting to see. And relative to the congressional races, I really think that the balance of power in the House could largely be dictated by some of those those toss-up seats in the state of California. I know you said Southern California, but in sort of Central California, so the Fresno area, David Valadao, that is a very compelling race because he's one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach former President Trump, and he was skewered by the Republican Party over that decision. But former President Trump did not get involved in this race to endorse the other Republican in the race. So it'll be interesting to see sort of where does the Trump influence lie in those congressional seats. But, despite the turnout of what we're seeing and what we're expecting, I do think there are a number of compelling races on this primary ticket.
No doubt there are. Of course, some other states are having their own primaries tonight: New Jersey, New Mexico, South Dakota. But we're all focused really on what's happening tonight in California. Fox 2 political reporter Greg Lee, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, and we thank Greg Lee for his reporting and insight into so many of these races there in the Bay Area. A beautiful LiveNOW look out of San Francisco. Just to follow up on what Greg was talking about what Mayor London Breed there in San Francisco is saying about the Boudin recall. Greg told us she has not formally endorsed the recall, though she has expressed publicly in some comments that she's unhappy with Boudin. In the moment, though, we are going to go out to Fox 11 in Los Angeles. Their digital stream is hosting a lot of these watch parties and things. Phil Schuman interviewing Rick Caruso, the mayoral candidate in Los Angeles, as we speak.
Instead of talking about it, instead of studying the issue, we've been talking the same language, and I've known him for 20 years. He was my police commissioner when I was a street cop in LA.
But both he and Karen Bass, really all the candidates, yourself included, share the same vision. We want a safe city. We want a clean city. We want to be able to walk down the street at night. We want our kids to be safe. So what is the difference between what Caruso is planning versus what Karen Bass is planning?
Well, leadership and experience. We're talking about this. The mayor is a chief executive of the city of Los Angeles, and Rick has been a chief executive of his business. And Karen, God bless her, all well intended, she's been a legislator for many, many years. We're talking about solving problems and getting it done and surrounding himself with key people who know how to get things done. In local government, everything hinges on public safety, and Rick understands that. We're not talking about it. We're actually ensuring that a city is safe and clean.
Alex or Christine, you got a question for Joe Buscaino?
Yeah, I have a question.
Numbers just came
Go ahead.
out. We got Rick Caruso at 40.6%, Karen Bass at 38.2%. The numbers just came out, and Kevin De Leon at 7.13%.
Look at that. He's doing our job better than us.
He's doing our job,
if Rick Caruso gets in there,
question?
what's Joe Buscaino going to do in the Rick Caruso administration?
I mean, if there's a Rick Caruso administration, is there a Joe Buscaino have a position there, do you think?
Phil, I'm not thinking about that. My goal here is Rick makes it on office to get him elected come November. And, I'm here to serve the city.
Right.
And for me, everything's on the table, even including doing the weather for Fox 11.
Really? What show do you like? Morning?
I mean, come on, Good Day
Night
LA. Good Day LA, yes.
Wait a
my boy
minute.
Sam behind the camera.
What about us? I've got a question, though, for him. So these are early numbers. Phil, these are early numbers coming in right now. How does he think the night's going to play out?
I mean, how do you think the night's going to play out?
This is a great sign. Look, Rick started at 6%. And, of course, yes.
$30 million later.
He had to put his resources in because he never ran for office. You're dealing with an elected official in Karen Bass who's been in office for 20-plus years. Again, the message is resonating. Voters, people in Los Angeles are fed up with the status quo here. This here is a good sign that Rick will make the runoff. Our goal, of course, is to do this 50 plus 1%, but we'll see how the numbers pan out in the next couple hours.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time. We'll check in with you later on. All right. Thanks a lot. Be careful going down the steps there. So we're talking to you live from the Grove, which is closed down for tonight. I think Alex and Christine, there are literally is one security guard per guest. It's intense here. I mean, this is not obviously we've had issues with events, mayoral debates and so forth in the past. We know what's been in the news of late. So this is a serious issue, and they're taking it seriously here. It's ironic because one of the criticisms, if you will, by those who are not Caruso fans is that he's created this artificial reality at his shopping centers, in particular the Grove, that they're too clean, that they're sort of a Disneyland environment.
Right.
And I was talking with Bruce Gando about this earlier. It's like you're criticizing someone because their operation is too nice.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
But then maybe that's ignoring some of the issues. Well, we got all night to talk about that, Phil. Thank you. Yeah. Great stuff out there. Glad you're going to be safe.
Thank you, Phil. We're going to look now at the latest results, or the early results that are coming in right now. It is still early in the night, so not a lot to report, but let's take a look at what we have here.
Actually, before we get to results, I guess let's go to Coco McAvoy, who is live right now at the Bass campaign. Coco.
Hey, Alex and Christine, that's right. We're at a hotel here in Hollywood. This is where the Karen Bass campaign event is taking place. You can see the stage all set up behind me. We know some supporters started trickling in. This is really a big space, too, that we're trying to show you here because it's part of a rooftop, so it's open air as well. A lot of supporters are going from the bar to the rooftop by the pool area here this evening, and we have not seen the campaign team yet for Karen Bass later in this evening. We also haven't seen Karen Bass just yet, but she did come earlier this afternoon, and she said a quick hi to all the reporters who were kind of waiting around as we were watching the team set up here. But as you can probably hear, the music's really going here. It's a positive atmosphere, and as we've been talking to a couple of supporters, people are in pretty high spirits, but of course everyone's waiting to see what ends up happening. We know that that race really ends up being between Congresswoman Karen Bass and billionaire Rick Caruso. So again, we're going to see what happens. We're waiting to see if Karen Bass will speak anytime soon, but I know the last time I checked in with her team, they were saying that she would probably speak closer to 10 o'clock tonight. So we will keep tabs on it and give you the latest.
And if she speaks at 10 o'clock, she gets to speak live on 3 networks TV at the same time. Remember, the primary is usually the start of the next race. This is a great opportunity to get free airtime, so 10 o'clock probably makes sense. Coco, thank you so much.
So basically, all those ads you saw, all those flyers you got in the mail, if there are runoffs, we do it all over again in November.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at some of the results coming in. As we started to say there, it's very early in the night, but let's see what we have so far.
Let's start at the top of the state with the California governor's race. Right now, Governor Newsom has already been projected by the AP to win a spot in the top 2. Remember, the governor's race, congressional races, different than the city and county race. It is not a 50% plus 1 and it's over. In the governor's race, Governor Newsom could get 80%. There's still going to be somebody else. It's interesting, though. The most important thing is who's behind him, who's in second place. Right now, that's Brian Dahlke, who is a state senator, Republican. But a lot of hope behind Michael Schellenberger, who's a no-party preference guy trying to run a very different kind of campaign against Governor Newsom. But right now, the Republican that Governor Newsom has been propping up, talking about, wanting to run against, right now, he's in second place.
But as you look at these numbers, not too surprised, I'm sure.
Well, the number of Schellenberger to be at just 3%, that is surprising, given all the traction he's gotten online and that he would be in 4th place right now. That's the interesting thing. Newsom number, not surprising.
Still early on, 31% of the precincts reporting. All right, let's move on and take a look at the Senate numbers. Now, remember, when you went to vote today for Senate, you voted twice on that, right?
Yeah, very weird.
Yeah. You know, Alex Padilla is the incumbent in that seat. He filled the seat by Kamala Harris, who went on to be vice president of the United States. So you were voting twice on that, the filling of that seat and for the partial term and then the full term. Alex Padilla there with that very, very strong number. Again, no surprises here.
Yeah, so he has officially, according to the AP, earned a spot in that top 2. Mark Moiser, who is a Republican, the Republican nominee in that race from the state GOP, likely going to be his challenger for both the partial term, which is just a few days long, and the full term, which we have separate results for, probably going to look very similar. Yeah, see, very similar there. So that looks like it's going to be the matchup come the fall.
And when we think of the fall, though, very hard for a Republican in a state like California, a Democratic state, to win a Senate seat. But still, we'll have that race in November.
Yes. So let's go to the L.A. mayor's race. This is the one that we've been focused the most on. Early numbers in this with 12% reporting, which is a decent number. Rick Caruso ahead at 41%, Karen Bass at 38%, Kevin De Leon at 7%. It is significant that neither Caruso or Bass are all that close to 50%. It'd be hard to make that up given those numbers with 12%, which means the most likely outcome is that there will be a runoff. I think it is, though, significant who finishes first. And if Caruso were to finish second to Bass, that would be a really bad sign for him after spending $40 million, Bass spending almost nothing. So interesting results will continue to follow here.
And then to think in November, then, if there is that issue where you have to vote again, where do Kevin De Leon's votes go?
Yeah, probably would endorse Karen Bass, but we'll see. Here we go. Our first look at the results in the sheriff's race with 29% reporting. That's a big number. Alex Villanueva at 30%, but this is close. We were talking about him being at 50%. He's nowhere near 50%. And look at that strong showing from Robert Luna.
Well, I'm actually looking at the numbers, too, for Eric Strong.
Yeah.
He's, where's Eli Vera in this number here?
Yeah.
And Cecil Rambo trailing there with that 8%. Again, this is 29% of the precincts reporting. There were so many people challenging Alex Villanueva, 8 candidates. I again predicted that there would be some kind of runoff because the vote could be so split with a lot of big, kind of fairly known names.
Yeah, Robert Luna is the Long Beach chief, has gotten some attention there.
Endorsed by the LA Times and Daily News.
And those are pretty important as well. So that looks like that's going to be the race there. Now we go to the Attorney General, such an important race in this state with crime being such a big issue. Rob Bonta, who is the incumbent appointed by Governor Newsom, has never won statewide, well ahead. He's now clinched a spot in the top 2. The big question is who's going to be in second. Looks like a real battle right now between Nathan Hochman, who is endorsed by the state party. Too bad we moved ahead. Maybe we can go back. And also Eric Early. Maybe that's their sign to stop talking so much. Anne Marie Schubert way behind, which is significant there. This is the race to replace Karen Bass, who is leaving Congress, had to leave Congress in order to run for mayor. Looks like Sidney Kamlager, who's a state senator, is going to be one of the top 2 in a battle for that second place.
Right, and you know that name, Jan Perry, former city councilwoman, very popular, known politician here in Los Angeles. So she has been trying to do a big push late in this game here to try to get a little more attention on this race.
And clear if she will make it in the top. She looks like she's in a fight there with Daniel Lee. Other numbers that we're looking at when it comes to District 27, it looks like there will be a rematch in that district between Christy Smith and Mike Garcia. Remember the vote total differential between the two of them the last time? 333 votes separated Mike Garcia and Christy Smith. Mike Garcia made it to Congress, but this district was redistricted, which means there are different people in it. It is now much more Democratic. This district may be the Democrats' best chance to pick up a seat in a year that could be bad for Democrats in November.
Noting Mike Garcia, the Republican, Christy Smith, a Democrat. But look at the other candidates. They are Democrats as well. So do they go on to give their endorsement and their vote to Christy Smith?
Yes. Yes. And which is why that's going to be a good chance. This is an interesting race that's happening right here. Young Kim, who is also in a district that has been redistricted. She's the incumbent, but she is, in a seat now. She is, looks like Asif Mahmood, who is a doctor who is running, is ahead in that race. Part of the reason that Kim's number is smaller, though, is because she's been in this fight with Greg Rass, who's been a primary opponent. If you've noticed, she actually ran ads trying to say she's more conservative than him. She looks like she's well ahead of him. Looks like she'll make the top 2. His number then probably becomes her number, which means that this is going to be very competitive in the fall.
Because you look at them, the rest of the other 2 are also Republican. Do they give their vote to a Democrat? Probably not.
Probably not. But that seat is looked at as one of the seats that Democrats are most excited about trying to pick off, the Young Kim seat. And we'll see what happens there.
So this next race is a really interesting one to watch. It's District 42, Alan Lowenthal retiring. You have a really big name here, Robert Garcia, the mayor of Long Beach. 51% here. But there's another Garcia, Christina Garcia, and she's a known politician as well.
But it looks like he's not going to be facing her. That the Republican in this race, John Briscoe, ahead. That would make this a much, much easier race for Robert Garcia in the fall. If that number holds, and it's hard to imagine it not holding, that means Robert Garcia is most likely going to be a member of Congress come January of next year.
So young and so doing so well.
Rising star for the Democratic Party.
All right, let's talk about the sheriff's race. Yet again, we check in one more time with Gina Silva, who's at Alex Villanueva headquarters. Gina.
Hey guys, so yeah, everyone here is like on their phone, checking out the numbers. I was just asking this gentleman, what do you think? How's it coming along?
Alex Villanueva 182,000, 31.5%. Robert Luna, 157,000.
How do you feel about the numbers coming in?
I can't believe Luna. I think he's a horrible candidate. But I'm pretty confident Alex Villanueva is going to win.
Surprising to you, yes. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us, sir. Right over here, we do have two ladies who have been big supporters of Alex Villanueva. Good evening. So, why do you support Alex Villanueva?
My support for Alex Villanueva is something personal. My boyfriend was murdered back in January. He was an LAPD officer, and due to the...
It's Officer Fernando
Arroyos, correct. So due to Sheriff Alex Villanueva's actions to take his murder to the federal level, I believe that this is why my boyfriend is getting justice. Otherwise, if the case would have been fallen hands into George Gascon, my boyfriend would not be getting justice as of today.
So terribly sorry for your loss. I remember covering that horrible situation, and both of you were searching for a home, correct?
Correct. We were searching for a home. It was his first day off. He had been working the graveyard shift, and that Monday, he told me he wanted to show me a home, and that's what we were doing that night.
I understand that he saved your life. What did he tell you?
I don't recall. My mind is completely blank from when I heard the gunshots. But I am here today because of him. Yeah.
And Alex Villanueva speaks to you because you felt that George Gascon would not have prosecuted the killer in the way that you felt that he should have.
Correct. I feel, one of the things that first came to mind, you're trying to process what has happened. Obviously, it's not... The thing that also came to mind was, will my boyfriend get justice? So I'm grieving. I'm thinking about how the case will be handled, knowing what kind of district attorney we have in office. So yes, that was a big worry for me.
And now you're part of the recall campaign?
I have been part of it, trying to get as many signatures as we can. But, we're so close to the goal to get Gascon recalled.
Thank you for speaking with us. Tanya Owen is also, you're part of this campaign. You're one of the leaders of this campaign. And you're a big supporter of Villanueva, Sheriff Villanueva. What speaks to you?
Well, I am here 100% supporting the sheriff because he really is a law and order sheriff, and he very much cares about public safety. And that's really the type of individual that we need here. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I really wasn't a fan of the sheriff when he was first in office, but he has won me over because I've seen that he rolls up his sleeves, he gets out there and he gets the job done. Not only that, but anyone who is a boss of any company knows that there has to be good morale and the employees so that the employees can produce, and he does that. He's a deputy's sheriff and also a people's sheriff. So yes, 100% I'm here to support him.
And Tanya Owen, in case you may not remember, she is the wife of Sergeant Steve Owen, who was murdered in Lancaster while he was on a call. Tonight the numbers are starting to come in. What's your reaction?
You know what? We're very positive. We know we're going to win this, whether it's now or whether it's in November, because Sheriff Alex Villanueva is the man for the job. There is no one else that can do this.
All right. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Tanya. Right behind her, I see, is Jonathan Hatami. Hi, Jonathan.
Hi.
So, talk to us. You're live on Fox 11. Why Sheriff Villanueva?
Alex Villanueva reached out to me in late December 2020 when George Gascon took office, when many of us needed people to stand with us, stand with victims, stand with survivors, and he had enough courage and enough conviction to stand with all of us. He has been always a big supporter of children, of abused children, of neglected children, and most people here in Los Angeles know that is really in my heart, fighting for children. And Alex has been fighting for children for a long time, and I didn't know him. I met him in late December 2020, and I believe Alex is a good man. I believe he cares about children. I believe he cares about the victims and survivors here in Los Angeles. And I stand with him and I support him.
Now, Jonathan Hatami is a longtime prosecutor. You've taken on so many children's cases, devastating cases, and you have been at odds with your boss, George Gascon.
I have, and what I tell people too is I don't agree with everything Alex does. However, I agree that he's a good man and he would be a good sheriff. Whereas George Gascon, I don't really agree with anything that he does. I haven't seen anything that he's done so far that's willing to help Angelinos, that's willing to help victims, that's willing to help people of color, or even children of color. And so he's just somebody that I just don't think is a good person, whereas I do think Alex overall is a good person and a good man.
Some of the critics say, he's always so combative with the Board of Supervisors, with the Inspector General, on and on and on. Does that bother you?
It does. Overall people know me, and I do think collaboration is important. Just because you disagree with somebody doesn't mean I think you should verbally get into a fight with them publicly. But, you're not going to agree with everybody. This is America. And so I think Alex and I have some different opinions about how we deal with others, especially others who disagree with you. However, overall, I do give him a lot of credit for fighting. He does stand for the little person, and I do that too. And I think overall he stands for the people, and he does believe in fighting for the people. I wish he did things a little bit differently. I do, but overall, of all the people that are running, he is the best candidate, and I owe him a lot for fighting for children. When so many people won't, he's willing to stand up and fight for children, and so he's going to get my vote.
Thank you so much, Jonathan Hatami. The music is so loud here. You're right.
Tina, your question is really good.
What was that?
For me.
All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys. I don't know if I lost IFB. Thank you.
I don't know if he was just referencing the Chesa Boudin numbers in San Francisco. Is that what he just showed you on his phone? I don't know if Gina can hear us. It's probably.
I can hear you now. Let me see.
Was that the Chesa Boudin numbers?
Bill Malughian just posted on Twitter that the initial votes for the recall of Chesa Boudin is yes, 61%. And we're finally taking back our cities, San Francisco and Los Angeles. And if George Gascon is listening, I want him to know that he's next. He is next. Thank you, Gina.
Thank you. Good catch, Alex.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Bill had just sent me that himself, so we're all in similar tanks here. So thank you, Gina. So basically, what that is referencing is this DA in San Francisco. The district attorney there is very similar to George Gascon.
The whole reform movement.
Very similar policies. There was an effort to recall him, and that is working. It appears that he is now going to be recalled, which is a big warning sign to progressive prosecutors, warning sign to the Democratic Party, and a warning sign to George Gascon.
All right, looking now at some of the numbers coming in with more precincts reporting here for California governor. We have our race set for November. You have your Gavin Newsom, the incumbent. Brian Dahle, the Republican here, is going to challenge him in November. So we do this all over again. Remember, with the state races, it was the top two vote getters that go on to the general election.
So this is the candidate that Governor Newsom wanted to run against. Brian Dahle is anti-vax, or did not get a vaccine himself for COVID-19. He's pro-Trump. He's raised some questions about the election. He is all the things that most California voters are not. And so Gavin Newsom wanted this matchup because he can now say Trump, 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 like he did in the recall. So the governor's race is essentially over tonight. This is more interesting, and this race is close.
This was my prediction that
yes,
this
Christine
would be
got
heading
this right.
to a runoff. Just because there were 8 challengers going up against Sheriff Alex Villanueva. That's a lot of splitting of the vote for many different reasons. Robert Luna, though, is an outsider. He is coming in second here. He is the chief of the Long Beach Police Department. Spent his whole career in the Long Beach Police Department.
That is actually a really bad sign for Sheriff Villanueva, because that might be, if you like Sheriff Villanueva, you voted for him, right? Mm-hmm. He's not like on the fence with him. And most of those other people were voting against Sheriff Villanueva. So if you add up all those other totals and you put it up against 31%, That means that Sheriff Villanueva is probably going to be the underdog in November.
You mean all the other candidates were running against Sheriff Villanueva? So those votes, then, where do they go? The question is, will all of the people that were voting perhaps against Alex Villanueva want an outsider?
And something that could help him, to Tommy's point, if the George Gascon recall is on the November ballot, that will likely bring out people that are trying to send a message on that front. Those are the same kind of people that would vote for Sheriff Alex Villanueva. So that may help him as well. All right, let's go back.
All right, Andrew Kraft here. We've been listening into Fox 11 in Los Angeles as they go through all of these key races in the Los Angeles area. Of course, we do have a live now look there at Rick Caruso's watch party. You can see there Fox 11's Phil Schuman there. So once Caruso does step up to the podium, we'll have that. Also, we're tracking Karen Bass's watch party tonight in downtown Los Angeles. Fox 11's Coco McAvoy is there. So once that event starts, we'll bring that to you here live. We also have a live now look there in the Bay Area. This is at Chesa Boudin's election night watch party. We're getting preliminary reports that he is down quite substantially in the race to recall him from office. When we come back, we'll be talking to a recall expert out in California and get an update on some of the numbers there in the Bay Area. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have this live look right now out of the Chesa Boudin watch party up there in the Bay Area, and we're learning more about results as they are coming in here. This is in San Francisco. This is a rally for Boudin. He will address supporters, we think. Of course, critics there in San Francisco want to recall him after accusations of being soft on crime. If Boudin is recalled, it will be a blow to police reform. It could be an influence against police reform nationally. Joining me now to discuss this even further is Joshua Spivak, an expert on all things elections, especially in the state of California. Joshua, thanks so much for being with us. It's good to see you yet again. But what are you looking at right now? Numbers have come in. Some outlets have called the recall. What are you seeing?
Well, right now we're seeing the turnout from the mail-in ballots, and they're very much against Boudin, 61% against. So it's a matter of how many people will be showing up to the actual polls. And, you know, there's a good chance that's not too many, that California at this point is now used to voting by mail. So it could be 22% is a pretty high turnout for this. There's also another measure on the ballot that looks to remove some recall provisions to make it harder to put recalls on the ballot. That's also losing overwhelmingly. So the combination may be a big challenge for the Boudin camp.
We're just taking a look at some of the video of Chesa Boudin here. You know, Joshua, from the numbers you've seen so far, he's down quite substantially. Some outlets have even called it here at Fox and at the Associated Press that has not happened yet. But are these numbers surprising to you?
No, I did think that he has a very hard challenge here. Most recalls, if they get to the ballot, succeed, especially in California. About from 2011 to 2020, over 75% of the recalls that got to the ballot resulted in removal, plus other candidates resigned in the face of the recall. So just getting to the ballot was already put him behind the 8 ball there. And that could be what we're seeing right now. He had a controversial tenure so far. Perhaps that's it. Additionally, when he originally won office, it was due to the California's instant runoff ranked choice voting. And so in the first ballot, he only got 35% of the vote. So while that may be, you know, a good sign that he eventually won, even though that was pretty close, he didn't have overwhelming support from the beginning.
You know, Joshua, as we talk about this recall, you and I last spoke about the San Francisco school district recalls. 3 members of the school board were recalled some months back. And so San Franciscans have had to really, you know, drag themselves to the polls if they are energized about this particular issue. In a very short span of time, it just kind of shows that maybe San Franciscans are not very happy with their elected leaders. And of course, we've been talking as well about the recall attempt for LA District Attorney George Gascon down south. Why does California recall its politicians so much, or at least attempt to?
Well, it does feel that way, but this is the school board and the DA recall was the first recall against the San Francisco elected officials since 1983. So it doesn't happen all that often. And back then, that was Mayor Dianne Feinstein who easily defeated it. They really don't have too many recalls in San Francisco, surprisingly. California, the reason California does appear to be more of a recall state is because it has a particularly strong experience with direct democracy. It was one of the leaders in adopting it. The state is probably the biggest or the most prominent user of the initiative. And so this is sort of the lower level cousin of the initiative. There's also because of the initiative, there is a signature gathering industry in California that is then able to be co-opted and used and, you know, bought. Basically, people pay them to get signatures to get the recalls on the ballot. So it's part of that same phenomena. Though the reality is there actually aren't that many recalls per capita in California, and certainly in the big cities. LA hasn't really had one recently, and San Francisco, San Diego, a lot of these cities do not really have recalls that often.
So, Joshua, the city's biggest paper, the San Francisco Chronicle, is calling the race, saying that San Francisco has removed Chesa Boudin in this historic recall. Of course, here at LiveNOW from Fox, we'll wait for Fox and the Associated Press, but there are outlets who say that voters have spoken. It is quite historic. He was only in office, like you said, for one term. How do you think he's going to respond to this? We were just showing some of the live looks there at his watch party. We are expecting remarks from Boudin, but of course, the nature now of the night has changed due to his perceived loss that some of these outlets are reporting. But this is a major shakeup for San Francisco, if it indeed is the case.
Oh, yeah. This is a big change, and it's a big change in the policy of how DAs should fight, should be battling crime. In general, this is, there has been historically a tough on crime DA, and Boudin was one of that new model of progressive DAs that were looking for a different model, different way of dealing with criminal action. That started with Larry Krasner in Philadelphia, but we've seen it Chicago and other cities in LA. In general, those prosecutors have not done poorly. Larry Krasner was overwhelmingly reelected in Philadelphia. So this is an example of some pushback against that. But again, Boudin did have kind of a tougher challenge simply because he wasn't that popular in the first place.
Okay, Joshua, just stand by for us. We do want to break in here. We do have official word from the Associated Press that the San Francisco District Attorney, Chesa Boudin, has been recalled from office. This was a heated recall attempt. It divided Democrats, like you were saying, Joshua, over crime. But San Franciscans have spoken, and the Associated Press is reporting that this race has been called. We're working on getting some of the number breakdown in this particular race. I've been seeing numbers that it was quite a wide margin. So it is official now. Joshua, your thoughts?
Yeah, generally recalls are blowouts, or at least not always, but very frequently we see blowout victories. We saw that with Newsom going the other way. We saw that with the school board members. So not that big of a surprise that one side would just win overwhelmingly, but it is definitely a blow to the progressive DA model, but maybe not such a big one simply because of the nature of Boudin versus other DAs throughout the country, many of whom are not subject to recalls. I do not know that this would be, we'll be seeing a lot more recalls because of it, but it's always possible. He is the first DA to be removed in San Francisco history, only the second one to ever face a recall vote. And probably the DA who has represented the largest jurisdiction to ever be removed in U.S. history.
Oh, wow, that is quite historic. And I'm seeing some numbers, and you mentioned that recalls usually have wide margins of a 62 to 39 margin. 2/3 of the vote only are in. Why are recalls so big for turnout? Is it because the specific subset of voters who turn out, they are the most animated? Is that why?
You would think so, though I'm not sure that's the case. It could be that individual has managed to inflame voters one way or the other. So Gavin Newsom actually had pretty close to the same number, 62%, but it's in his favor. But yeah, I do think that once you get to the stage of getting a recall on the ballot, that means a lot of people really, really don't want you there, and those people will show up. The question is, will your supporters show up? So in this case, clearly not, or not enough.
All right, Joshua Spivak, hang on the Zoom here with us as we continue to monitor all of these election updates, not only there in San Francisco, but also in Los Angeles. We still have a LiveNOW look there in San Francisco. That is the Chesa Boudin election night watch party. You can see some of the reporters in the room. There's a band there, balloons set up. It looks to be on the water. So we're expecting to hear Boudin, but with the race now called, that could always change as candidates may or may not speak after such a historic loss, like Joshua Spivak there was saying. Of course, we do have live coverage continuing with primary night, specifically focused tonight on California. LiveNOW look there. Let's go back to Los Angeles. That is the Rick Caruso watch party. We also have the Karen Bass watch party going on in Los Angeles. Speakers have just stepped up to the podium here. Now, remember, in the LA mayoral race, candidates have to get to 50% or beyond. If they don't, it goes to an automatic runoff, and so we'll see if they can muster 50 or more or enough. Let's listen in to some of these speakers.
So we want to thank the Korean drummers. Let's give it up for the Korean drummers. It's an all-out artistic coalition tonight for Representative Karen Bass.
Absolutely, and we've got a lot of speakers here, a lot to unpack, a lot to celebrate. So let's keep it moving. So happy to be with my old friend Richard Montoya of Culture Clash. I'm Dominic DePrima from KBLA Top 1580. Joining us right now, a man who I just voted for.
All right, looks like our shot froze there in downtown Los Angeles. Oh, it looks like it is back out to the Karen Bass election night watch party. Remember, Karen Bass gave up a pretty safe congressional seat to run for LA mayor. Of course, current mayor Eric Garcetti, term limited. He's working his own battle through Congress, through the Senate, trying to get confirmed as the next ambassador to India. That somewhat has stalled, but Karen Bass throwing her hat in the ring tonight, and voters coming out. We're also learning some more numbers as well. We'll go back to this watch party in downtown LA.
Is y'all ready for it? I look at that board and I see 15% more coming KB's way. I also know from personal experience that all the young voters just voted today, so keep counting. Senator, are you ready for this?
I'm ready. All right. Is LA ready for Karen Bass? She's the real deal. She's not new to this. She's true to this. We need Karen in City Hall. I'm excited about this evening, and I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight, for all that you've done so far. But let's be clear. The marathon continues. It's still much work to be done. Let's get it done.
Let's do it together.
Like he said, this is step one. So celebrate for another 2 or 3 hours, and then let's get back to work. We're going to make Karen Bass the next mayor of Los Angeles. Let me hear you. We're going to make history. Karen Bass, the first woman mayor of LA.
So far the returns are really good for Karen Bass. Caruso needed to clean up early on, and he's not doing it. His campaign has among the lowest returns on investment that I've ever seen. For all that money to be where he is right now, not good. For Karen Bass and for the city of Los Angeles, very good. But at the end of the night, I'm confident that Karen is going to be in first place and that there's going to be a runoff in November, and Karen is going to perform really well because she has an inclusive message. You can take the whole city of Los Angeles. More people will be voting in November than now, and that's very good for all of us. So I think so far, it's off to a very good start for Karen Bass at a moment when the city needs the leadership that she can provide. Defining, inclusive, tough, and decisive. The other thing I want to say is that, we're a city right now that needs to find the common ground. And Karen Stock and Trade has been to be that person. She's a great listener, and she has the capacity to bring the threads of a variety of perspectives together in a room and come out with something better. She'll make all of my life better. Good talking to you.
And remember, in many of these election night watch parties, it is very loud, and so many kind of are stepping up to some of our Fox 11 reporters in the room, in the newsroom here at Live Now from Fox. I'm being joined by my colleague Daytona Everett with some statements, with some more recent numbers, including from Governor Gavin Newsom. Daytona.
Yeah, that's right, Andrew. We've been focusing mostly on the sheriff race, this mayoral race, because those are the ones that are going to be really tight here. There was a race that finished tonight, which we really haven't been talking about, and that's the governor's race, because we knew it would be somewhat of a blowout. 60% of the votes going for Governor Gavin Newsom, and he released a statement after that was made official. He is, of course, advancing to this November election. He said across the country, Republicans are attacking our fundamental rights as Americans, destroying democracy, stripping a woman of the right to choose, and standing idly by as gun violence claims too many lives. He went on to say California is the antidote to their cynicism, leading with compassion, common sense, and science, treasuring diversity, defending democracy, and protecting our planet. Here's to continuing that fight. Or remember, Andrew, he didn't even have a watch party today because he knew that he would likely be advancing in this governor's race here. There's been recall elections in the past of Governor Gavin Newsom, unsuccessful, but one recall successful tonight.
Yes, that's right. And we want to get to that yet again. We still have a LiveNOW look here out of Chesa Boudin's election night watch party. And joining us via Zoom as well is Joshua Spivak, who's been following all of this. He is somewhat of a recall expert, and he has joined us before talking about so many of these recalls nationwide, but specifically in the state of California. And we just learned moments ago that Chesa Boudin has been recalled from office. Joshua, fill our viewers in. What do we know more at this hour?
Just that he's out. You know, I don't know that I've seen the numbers. I'm looking at the numbers online as well, I guess, as I haven't seen any updates since the last post on the San Francisco governor, their election website. It just doesn't show the precincts, but the numbers must be pretty poor. The vote by mail was very heavily against him. So imagine that a lot of people voted by mail, as we kind of expect in California at this point.
Yeah, that's so interesting. So that first batch, like you mentioned, all mail-in ballots received before today. And Fox's Bill Malugin tweeted about 30 minutes ago that first batch of results had 61% with yes, 38% no. So not a good early return there for Boudin. Of course, the race has now been called. Walk us through what happens next. How does San Francisco get its new district attorney, and when does he step down from office? Do we know those details?
I'm not sure exactly when he's out. It could be immediately. But I'm not actually sure if that's the case in San Francisco. I'd have to look that up. But I do know that the mayor actually appoints the replacement, which is somewhat unusual. Certainly in California, it's unusual. In other places, there are bodies that appoint it, say the city council would appoint it. Here, it's just focused on one person. Sometimes it's a governor appointing a city council member in certain places, but here, just the mayor. And in most of California, it is a replacement race. And that resulted in this method where the mayor is actually doing the appointment herself, did result in a lot of complaints. And another proposition that seems to have failed as well, looking to change that power in a very odd way, where the person who would be the replacement would not be able to run for re-election. Again, that proposition failed. So that's going to be a little controversial, a little surprising. Not surprising necessarily. Whoever it is not going to be somebody who's, a hardcore Republican. It's going to be a liberal Democrat who fits into the San Francisco political environment. We'll see who that is. There's been some names thrown about, but I have no clue who Mayor Breed may look to.
Can you also offer to our viewers, Joshua, just if you could, if you're privy to any of that information about how this recall effort really gained momentum, the money, the voices behind it? How did we get here today?
Well, there were a few different efforts, actually. There was one that failed early on, and then there were others. The school board recall kind of helped out. It showed that it could be done. I don't know that it was all the same people, but there were people who were very upset about it.
Joshua, we do have Chesa Boudin, who's just arrived at his watch party. Let's watch.
We love you. front. Yeah, down in front. Down. Down in front. My brother, can you please move?
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to yell as loud as I possibly can.
Motherfucker out of the way.
My name is Hillary Ronan. I am the supervisor of District 9 in Asia.
Can you please move, sir? Damn it.
Hey, this guy's trying to do his job.
Can you just let us do our job, man?
Can you please sit down?
You in the black hoodie, get it out. Go.
Hey.
What are you doing, man?
Hey, let them do their job, man.
Just move out the fucking way. Fuck you.
Please.
In our district attorney, chase somebody! But let me tell you a couple of things. We are not done tonight or ever. We changed our system of injustice in the United States of America. And Chesa is going nowhere. Chesa is going to get sleep with his beautiful wife Valerie and his beautiful son for a week. Sir, can you at least step over?
Let him talk.
Maybe a week. And then he's going to get up and he's going to be right there next to us fighting, because we can never stop fighting when we incarcerate more people in this country than anywhere in the world, and yet we're less safe than any other country in this world. We are not going to stop when the vast majority of people that are rotting behind bars are black and brown.
Yes.
Thank you. And most importantly, we will not stop when our democracy is being hijacked by billionaires.
Yes.
2 years ago, 2 short years ago, in the middle of a pandemic, the people of San Francisco had a choice before us. We had several different candidates. They told us exactly what they stood for. They told us exactly what they were going to do, and they told us exactly how. And guess what? We chose Chesa. And unlike most politicians, he kept his promises to us. He did exactly what he told us he was going to do. He ended cash bail. He ended gang enhancements. He stopped charging juveniles, kids, as adults. He created an innocent commission to make sure we didn't get it wrong and we're incarcerating innocent people in jail. And most importantly, and this is a near and dear to my heart, he wanted people suffering from mental illness and drug use disorder to get treatments, not incarceration. He did everything he said he was going to do. And some billionaires, because it didn't, match their interests, decided to spend $6 million in an off-year election where only 20% of San Franciscans vote to end this justice crusade. And we are mad about it. But right now, what we all need to do and what we all need to say is thank you, Chesa Bodine. Thank you so much. Thank you, Valerie. Thank you. No, because this is a family sacrifice. Believe me, I know. Thank you, Valerie. We love you, we believe in you, and we're going to be right beside you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, with no further ado, Chase Bodine, our district attorney.
You know, I see a few cameras here. I think we must be part of a pretty important movement. What do you all say?
The whole world is watching.
You know, when this recall started, my wife Valerie said to me, "I know we're going to win." And she's right. She's always right. And the reason I knew and I know today that she was right is because this was never about one vote count. It was never about one election night party. It was never about specifically which person gets to be in the office of the district attorney. This is a movement, not a moment in history. And I want to be really, really clear about the work that all of you, everybody here, and so many who can't be here today have done to get us to this moment, to get us to where we are today and where we're going to continue to go in the weeks and the months and the years ahead. The coalition that we built, that's represented in this space tonight, it is broad, it is diverse, it is strong, and it is a coalition that is deeply committed to justice. People come to this movement for different reasons, right? Our nurses fighting for health care to save lives. Our teachers and our educators fighting to make sure we can break the school to prison pipeline. All of our retired judges who dedicated their lives to administering the laws on the books and making sure justice is served. The labor movement that recognizes that until we enforce laws equally, including against billionaires in their boardrooms who systematically steal from working people, we can never have a true justice system. I grew up with two sets of parents. I grew up in two different worlds, right? One immersed in all of the opportunities of privilege, and another shackled to a existence mired in degradation and humiliation, one known to far too many Americans because of our addiction to caging human beings. And one of the things that I've seen over the course of this campaign, over the course of all the years that I've spent working in San Francisco's justice system, is that we have two cities. We have two systems of justice, right? We have one for the wealthy and the well-connected and a different one for everybody else. And that's exactly what we are fighting to change. Over the course of the last 18 hours and 18 days and 18 months, I've been everywhere in San Francisco. We made more than 10 different stops today alone. I don't know how our campaign team squeezed them all in, but they did. And no matter whether I was in the projects in Double Rock, at Balboa BART Station, in the Inner Sunset, in the Mission District, in the Castro, all across our great city, I heard a righteous outrage from people who are frustrated with 2 years of pandemic, who are frustrated with corruption in City Hall, with people who are sick and tired of living their lives in masks and behind closed doors and having a city that fails to deliver on some of its core promises. And people are right to be frustrated. There's so much room for improvement. People should hold all of us to a higher standard. We must continue to do more better for people, whether it's the mother who was outraged because her son had been murdered years ago and was still waiting for justice. Whether it was the lady I met living out of her car who asked me if I could help her get housing. She begged me for housing. Where is the housing? Whether it was the man on the street on 3rd and Paloux who said he dedicated his life to fighting for environmental justice in Bayview Hunters Point, and he was still waiting for answers as to why so many of his neighbors were dying of cancer. People are angry. They're frustrated. And I want to be very clear about what happened tonight. The right-wing billionaires outspent us 3-1. They exploited an environment in which people are appropriately upset. And they created an electoral dynamic where we were literally shadow boxing. Voters were not asked to choose between criminal justice reform and something else. They were given an opportunity to voice their frustration and their outrage, and they took that opportunity. We've made mistakes. We've learned a lot. And I am so unbelievably appreciative of everybody in this crowd, of everybody in this movement. And I want to start by thanking the folks on our campaign team. Can we give it up for them? Everybody who joined our team, some of them quit their jobs to do it. Some of them volunteered countless hours. Some of them spent unthinkable amounts of time away from family and friends, sleeping in a campaign office, sacrificing their own health, losing weight, gaining weight. In some cases, we're not naming names, don't worry. These folks, some of them young idealist activists, some of them grizzled ancient hippies. They joined our team not because they thought there was an easy path to victory, not because they thought we were going to outraise the billionaires when it came to fundraising, not because they thought there was another candidate we were running against who was worse. They joined our team because they believed in fighting for justice. Now, I was really privileged over the course of these last several months to win the support of so many different groups and people I could not possibly name and thank them all. Some of them were behind us because they really believed in the specific policies we were fighting for, some of the ones that Supervisor Ronan mentioned moments ago. Others were in this fight because they recognized the dangers of recalls and the ways in which they undermine our democracy and take power and choice away from voters. Others were in this movement simply because they believed in the work that my team was doing around victim services and around protecting small businesses and increasing language access and standing for our immigrant communities. But I want to reflect for one moment on a person I spent far more time with in the last few days than I'd spent in the last 20 years. A man named Reverend Jesse Jackson. Jesse Jackson was visiting San Francisco this past weekend. I had the opportunity to meet with him, to have breakfast with him yesterday. Maybe it was Sunday. The days are blurring together. Sunday, thank you. I'm glad somebody's paying attention to my schedule. And Reverend Jackson is someone who obviously needs no introduction, whose legacy will last through the generations. But one of the things he said was, no on H, no on hell. And Jesse Jackson, Reverend Jesse Jackson, has a custom, has a habit when he speaks of asking people to repeat after him 3 times. He asks you to say what he said, and then he says it again, and then he says it again. And so I want to ask all of you, in his spirit, in his honor, I want to ask all of you to repeat after me for a minute. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. We are not afraid. Justice. Justice. Justice is on our side. Is on our side. Is on our side. Our cause is righteous. Our cause is righteous. Our cause is righteous. And we have already won. And we have already won. And we have already won. Now let me tell you why we've already won, folks. Let me tell you why we've already won. We have already won because we are part of a national movement that recognizes we can never incarcerate our way out of poverty. We have already won because we have shown San Francisco and the world that we do not need to rely on fear-mongering or exploitation of tragedy to build safety. We have already won because even as our juvenile incarceration population fell by 50% and our adult jail population fell by 40% and our state prison population out of San Francisco County fell by 30%, our crime rate stayed flat or declined. We have already won because instead of resorting to mass incarceration, we resorted to mass referrals to drug treatment programming and mental health services. We have already won because we recognize the importance of making sure that every single person who is a victim of crime, no matter what language they speak, no matter what country they were born in, no matter how old they are, no matter what kinds of injuries they suffered, deserves services and care and support and love. We have already won because we recognize that to build safety, we must think about what happens after someone's sentence is served. We must have reentry planning. We have already won because we have redefined the way that people think about the role of the district attorney's office. We represent the people. We represent the people when we stand up in court. When we fight for justice, it is not just about protecting the rich and powerful. It is about protecting everybody in this great city of St. Francis. And that is something that we are all going to continue to fight for. Am I right? Yeah. I can't hear you. Yeah. I still can't hear you. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Now look, we know over the next couple days, the vote count's going to narrow. And we know that people were writing the obituary of this election before our campaign even started. But we are just getting started. We are just getting started because we knew that fixing a system that has systematically failed us, not just for decades, but for generations, for centuries, was not the work of 1 year or 1 term. It's certainly not the work of 1 man or woman or 1 office. It is work that requires a sustained social movement. The movement that got us elected in 2019 is alive and well. We see the results in Contra Costa County and Alameda County tonight. We see the results from coast to coast, from north to south, and it is alive and well right here at the ramp tonight. We have 2 San Franciscos. We have one that billionaires want to be a playground for the rich and powerful. And we have another one that is the history we are all proud of, that is why tourists from around the world come to visit our city, why I married my wife here in Golden Gate Park, why our son was born at UCSF, why so many of us have chosen to make this place our home. And we're going to keep fighting for that San Francisco. I want to thank you all for the work. I want to thank you for the energy. I want to thank you for the courage. I want to thank you for the inspiration. And most of all, I want to thank you for the work that is still ahead of us. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. The now recalled District Attorney of San Francisco, Chesa Boudin, making remarks, thanking his supporters, thanking his campaign staff. And we thank our expert on recall elections, Joshua Spivak, who was joining us, talking about the historic nature to this. This is the first in San Franciscan history for a district attorney to be recalled like this by such a wide margin. And we've been continuing to follow all the latest as well of some of these other elections happening up and down the state of California. We're going to include Boudin's remarks as well in our overnight compilation of content, so you can watch it again if you missed it earlier moments ago while we showed it to you live. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. We're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're also monitoring Karen Bass's live watch party there in downtown Los Angeles. Speakers coming up to the podium. We're also tracking this out of Los Angeles at the Grove. Rick Caruso, he owns the Grove. If you've been to Los Angeles, he developed it, he built it. He's also running for mayor, and we're expecting some of these remarks as well momentarily. So if we get to them, we'll show them to you live. But we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. In the meantime, we'll be right back. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up at the top of the 10 o'clock hour here on the West Coast, almost 1 in the morning there on the East Coast. And we're going to just give you a quick programming note. Of course, please join us Thursday night starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, as we will air in full the live proceedings of the House Select Committee, investigating the January 6th Capitol riot. These are the first primetime hearings that will be taking place since the committee began its work back in July of last year. Of course, we're about a year and a half removed from the January 6th Capitol insurrection in 2021, but the investigation continues. Who will testify? What witnesses will speak out? Of course, the committee will be hearing from the members as these proceedings will happen in prime time. So just wanted to alert all of our viewers to that. We'll have special coverage, myself and Daytona Everett, speaking with reporters who were there that day on January 6th, speaking with former administration officials about where they see this investigation going from here, what will come of this, and so much more. So this will be very, very interesting, and we will show it to you live in full on Thursday night. Right now, we do want to go back out to some of these LA mayoral primary events. Both Rick Caruso and Karen Bass, their watch parties are going on as we speak. Some supporters have taken to the podium. Let's go out to Karen Bass's here in downtown Los Angeles live right now.
Celebrate Karen Bass. I've known Karen for a few years now. And, you know, I normally don't get into politics. I'm not the type to get involved. I'll be like, I'm going to just be quiet, mind my business, do what I do, where I'm at. But then when Karen said she was running, I was like, what? Oh, I got to get your back home, girl. Because she had my back. Like, Karen was out for the foster youth. I think that's super important. She's been doing that for years, over 20 years, working with people just like me. Then I see her doing things for homelessness. I see her doing things for justice. I did everything Karen has ever told me, or I have heard her say, she has come through with. If she couldn't do it, she said, I can't do that. I ain't doing it. I'm like, but could you? No, I'm not doing that. And I love that and I respect that. And she's resilient. And so I feel like what she stands for, I stand for. We have the same type of values. And so I'm supporting her. I'm here. And I'm going to tell y'all, I'm spoiled rotten. Everybody talking like this while I'm talking make me feel like I should be a junior high teacher. And I'm about to shut it down. I'm about to start ringing my bell, start knocking on things. Quiet! When the hand goes up, the mouth goes shut. Yeah, I made school. I went to Harvard for a few days and I feel like I'm a graduate already. But I'm super excited about bringing Karen up, about seeing Karen do what she can do for our city. I'm all about making sure somebody knows how to do the job. Like, I have my own corporation, my own business. I never hire anybody that can't do the job. If you're not qualified, I don't think you should hire them. And our focus is hiring who's going to be working for us. So you should pay attention and make sure they're qualified for the job. And I feel like Karen Bass qualifies. Right? We ain't going back to the past. LA's future is Karen Bass. We ain't going back to the past. LA's future is Karen Bass. We ain't going back to the past. LA's future is Karen Bass. We ain't going back to the past. LA's future is Karen Bass. That's right, y'all. I had fun with you.
I believe this person is going to bring on the person of the hour. Would you do the honors, Ms. Downey?
Please welcome the daughter of Congresswoman Karen Bass, Ms. Yvette Lechuga. Put your hands together.
Okay, this is Andrew Kraft back here. We're almost at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock there in Los Angeles. We have two Live Now looks up at the moment from both of these watch parties regarding the two major candidates in the LA mayoral primary race, both Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. Karen Bass's live look up there in the upper left, Rick Caruso in the bottom right. We do have some breaking news we want to get to. This is coming to us from the Associated Press via Fox 11's Alex Michelson. He says, according to the Associated Press, Rick Caruso and Karen Bass are headed to a runoff in November in the LA mayor's race. Neither candidate will hit the 50% plus one needed to avoid a runoff and win the race tonight, win the race outright. Now, remember, if either one of them had gotten 50% plus one, no runoff needed. But the runoff will go on. It is happening. And so that is the news tonight. And you can see back out at these Live Now watch parties, or live watch parties, rather, I should say, that the candidates will be stepping up very soon here to address their supporters. Both Karen Bass's family is in tow. Rick Caruso's family and supporters are in tow on this election night. So you can see Karen Bass's family and supporters coming to take the stage here, speakers at Rick Caruso's event. And so this will be an interesting race come November. Remember that Eric Garcetti, he's the current mayor. He's term limited right now. That is what triggered all of this. He's fighting his own battle to be confirmed as the next ambassador to India. He was Biden's pick for that. That has stalled in the Senate, but Angelino's coming out to vote today. It'll be interesting to see what the turnout looked like. And there, of course, that is not Karen Bass just yet. We are waiting for Karen Bass to step up to the podium. We're waiting for Rick Caruso to step up to the podium as well. Once we get a glimpse of them, we're just going to show some of their remarks, and you can head over to Fox 11 in Los Angeles and on their webpage as well for the full remarks. All right, let's take it back out live to Karen Bass's election night party as we await for her to step up to the podium. Remember, she gave up a pretty safe House seat in Congress. You'll also remember she was somewhat on the short list as President Biden was trying to determine who would be his VP pick. Remember, he wanted to pick an African-American woman. And so Karen Bass was on that list in accordance with, of course, Kamala Harris, at the time Senator Harris, Barbara Lee, Congresswoman Barbara Lee, of course, out of California as well. And so we're still waiting at this watch party. We're going to take this shot in full live here. Let's listen in.
Family up here and down there. Hi, my name is Abella Chuga. Thank you. I'm happy to be here with everyone, family, friends, Karen's campaign team, and everyone else who's been on this journey with us to get Karen elected. Before I bring out Karen to the stage, I would like to share a story about how the journey got started. My husband, Michael, and I live in Los Angeles, and when people started throwing their hat into the mayor's race, we didn't see anyone who represented us, or that we thought could get the job done and make the changes Los Angeles desperately needs. One day over dinner.
All right, that is Karen Bass's daughter right there. While we wait for her to speak, we're also getting some sound in from Chesa Boudin, from some reporters. Let's listen to that quite quickly here.
Obstáculos y desafíos históricos. No perdimos.
All right, it does look like actually he is speaking in Spanish there to one of the Spanish language media outlets gathered in the Bay Area. Of course, Chesa Boudin in the Bay Area recalled tonight. Let's go back out to Los Angeles, where we have been listening into some of these watch parties tonight, including the LA Sheriff, that race for County Sheriff in Los Angeles. Alex Villanueva speaking right now.
Ends either today or November. What did Mr. T say? I pity the fool?
All right, now let's go to Karen Bass, the Congresswoman speaking in Hollywood.
Way on this journey that we began 8 months ago. I love you and thank you. How are we doing, LA? Now, we don't have the final numbers yet, but let me tell you, I have a feeling that we're going to do very well tonight. I am humbled and honored and blessed to know that you have my back and I have yours, LA. Tonight, we're seeing the voters make a clear choice. They want leadership who is battle-tested, mission-driven, and who always fights for LA's values. Tonight, the city will see that it's hard to defeat a people-powered campaign. It's hard to defeat passionate door knockers, no matter how much money is spent. And it's hard to defeat folks who are committed to a cause, not just a candidate. Now, all of us stood strong against an onslaught, a $45 million onslaught to be exact, spent by a billionaire. It's all of the community organizations that fueled this campaign, that walked precincts, made thousands of calls, that are at the heart of this campaign and will carry us over the finish line. This is a campaign about
All right, we've been listening in there to Karen Bass as she addresses supporters in downtown Los Angeles. And that is the news, according to the Associated Press. You can see here that Rick Caruso and Karen Bass are both now headed to a runoff in November in the mayor's race. It should be quite an exciting race to watch a couple months from now. And you were just listening into the Congresswoman there address her supporters. Rick Caruso, not yet up at the podium. But of course, that is going to do us here on Live Now from Fox for our live coverage tonight. We're going to continue with talking about the reaction to some of these races. In fact, tomorrow, as so many, no doubt, will be talking about them, specifically in California. We'll be speaking to some of our reporters about what that reaction is like. I did want to just yet again preview another story that we will be following and bringing to you live. That's on Thursday night. Don't forget, we will be covering in full the proceedings on Capitol Hill of the insurrection witnesses, testimony, and so much more as the House Select Committee brings their first hearing in prime time. That starts at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, and we'll have it there as well. From Capitol Hill, we'll be bringing on experts, reporters, and the like to talk about what this means for the investigation going forward and what Americans need to know about it. We also just got in Rick Caruso there, stepping up to the podium as now he faces Karen Bass in this runoff election. So the LA mayor's race going on even further till November. But like